A fierce battle broke out in the battle. The monster with a grinning face rushed to attack, but his opponent met the blow with his blade extended. The enemy fled, demanding that he not come closer. Seto slowly drew his sword, looking at his enemies with concentration. His eyes exuded a sinister aura. The enemy shouted a warning in fear, realizing that this blade was not an ordinary one. Suddenly, the ground shook with a powerful blow. The youth leaped forward with lightning speed, cutting through the space with his blade. The magical attack split the ground, shaking even his allies. At that moment, a group of observers in the distance froze. One of the girls covered her mouth with her hand, shocked by what she saw. The light emanating from the sword emphasized the strength of its owner. The warriors understood. Seto was not just a fighter, but someone much more dangerous. The young man stood among the fallen enemies, holding a sword in his hand. He was the only one left on the battlefield. Whether he was part of a group of heroes or acting alone, blood was running down his face and his eyes were wild as he called out to Reed, who was standing next to him. At this point, the commander looked shocked. The words of accusation echoed in Seto's head, making him think about his actions. Reed couldn't believe the guy was so ruthless. The group's commander stated that Seto was no longer a member. The young man looked at him in bewilderment, not understanding how things had gone so far. The boy tried to object, but his former ally didn't want to listen, suggesting that Seto become a robber. He firmly stated his intention. The commander also said with fury in his voice that he would do everything to get rid of the young man. He turned away and walked away, leaving him alone. The boy watched him go, realizing that he was now alone. Seto wandered through the forest, lost in his thoughts, his steps heavy and his gaze empty, as if he was trying to find answers in the dark silhouettes of the trees shrouded in the night shadows. He wondered what to do next. For his path had turned out to be more thorny than he had expected, and now he could only move forward, not knowing where he would find shelter. He had nowhere else to go, and his actions led to his exile, erasing all hopes of return, forcing him to accept loneliness as the only inevitable reality. At that moment, a rustling sound was heard in the distance, causing him to become wary, his hand instinctively reaching for his weapon and his heart beating faster, anticipating a threat hidden in the dense thickets. The young man carefully assumed a fighting stance, ready for a possible attack, peering tensely into the darkness, where vague silhouettes moved like hidden predators, waiting for the moment to pounce. There was determination in his eyes, and the sword was tightly clutched in his hands. He didn't know who was in front of him, but he sensed danger. Suddenly, Satis appeared from behind the trees, catching the boy's attention. Her breathing was ragged and her face was worried. Seto prepared for the attack with lightning speed, the blade of his sword cutting through the air to prevent his target from trying to retreat. He remembered Satis using a magic circle to attack him. His thoughts were racing because he didn't expect to meet her here. At that moment, the tension reached its limit. The air seemed to freeze, filled with electricity, and the hearts of both beat an anxious rhythm, foreshadowing the inevitable outcome of their collision. The boy rushed forward, preparing to strike the girl. His muscles tensed, his breathing quickened, and his blade flashed in the dim light, reflecting determination mixed with doubt. Suddenly, her body swayed slightly, losing its balance, and her eyes became cloudy for a moment, as if her mind, on the edge of consciousness, had stopped perceiving the world around her. And she suddenly stumbled, her knees buckled, and her hands reached out helplessly forward, as if trying to grab hold of the air, preventing herself from falling onto the cold ground. Seto watched as the wounded Satis lost consciousness, her breathing becoming ragged and her lips moving silently, as if wanting to say one last word before falling into darkness. He hesitated, but he knew he couldn't leave her like this. The anxiety grew and doubts tormented his mind. To help her or to leave her, the young man carried Satis to an abandoned house and carefully put him to bed. The girl woke up, not immediately realizing where she was, and Seto only briefly noted her awakening. Seeing the young man, Satis jumped up in panic. Her breathing quickened, and her gaze darted around in search of a way out, as if she was trapped with no chance of escape. She didn't understand what was happening and tried to resist. Her hands were shaking, but still desperately trying to push him away, and her heart was pounding wildly in her chest from fear. At this point, the guy demanded that she calm down and not move. His voice sounded insistent, but there was anxiety in it, as if he was afraid of harming her even more. But her fear of him only grew stronger, making her scream and rush about. The girl was clearly afraid, but she tried to control herself. Her hands were shaking and her eyes were darting, and it seemed that she was ready to run away at any second as she felt danger. Seto watched Satis's reaction with surprise. He tried to ease the situation, and the girl gradually began to calm down. Satis spoke timidly, gratitude mixed with distrust. She wondered if she could really trust him. Thoughts raced through her head. Was he an enemy or a savior? He told her that he was no longer a member of the group of heroes she had feared so much, and asked again how she was feeling. Seto sincerely did not understand the radical changes in the girl's behavior because there was no longer any arrogance in her communication, to which the warrior of the Demon King admitted that the young man himself was to blame for everything. At this point, the young man listened attentively as Satis told her story. She admitted that she had been hiding from the Demon King's servants. Their conversation was tense, but gradually the trust between them grew. She explained that she'd been exiled and lost everything because of the Demon King. Her voice was shaking and her gaze betrayed emotions that she had hidden for a long time. The girl remembered the past, a path full of pain, betrayal, and loss. She remembered how her subordinates attacked mercilessly and how she lost everything she had. Her life was filled with suffering and a desperate struggle for survival. At that moment, Satis decided that she had to find a new way and avoid the death penalty. She decided to run away. The girl with a gloomy look told how she ran away, avoiding the demons. She confessed her cowardice. Seto listened attentively but did not understand why she was opening up to him. In turn, he wanted to tell her his story. He clearly realized that his essence was a killer, to which the girl was surprised by such a statement. Seto said that since childhood he was abandoned and used by adults and always tried to follow their orders. He noticed that their attitude towards him became better when they found out that he was suitable for the magic sword. The young man was obsessed with wars because it was how he could see the approval of his family. The comrade accused Seto of being heartless. Reed believed him to be a killer. The leader stated that the purpose of their journey was to save humanity and not just survive by killing everyone, to which Seto responded about the logic of his actions. If he stopped killing, he himself would one day become a victim. However, his leader hoped that the boy's actions would one day prove his humanity, even if he himself did not believe it. The girl knew that in this country, children were forbidden to participate in battles. She warned him that the ban could cause problems for the young man. But the boy wasn't worried because for the country, he was just an ordinary soldier who miraculously got hold of a sword. Seto knew that no one would worry about him. They continued their dialogue, reflecting on trust and betrayal. The young man wondered, because he didn't know what adults did in a normal situation. He hung his head and remained lost in his thoughts. Satis, who was lying next to him, was thoughtfully silent. She couldn't help him because she also didn't know what to do. The long-awaited morning arrived. Not realizing where he was, the guy was lost in his previous thoughts. Standing up, he saw a sleeping girl, and immediately the realization of his expulsion from the group came. While Satis was sleeping, he carefully walked out the door to inspect the area. The boy found a fruit tree and picked some apples. He decided that they would become their breakfast. He looked around, saw another fruit on the tree, and tried to pick it. However, in doing so, he lost his balance and fell. Waking up after the fall, he saw in front of him a girl who looked confident and graceful. This spectacle literally shocked him. He couldn't look away and was confused, looking at the strange movements of his companion. She lifted Seto into the air with ease. Speaking about what she had discovered, his observation, and mockingly reproached the young man for his rudeness. He tried to justify himself, but it was too late. The warrior suddenly asked if he liked fruit, which confused Seto. He explained that he had accidentally stumbled upon the apples while exploring the area and simply wanted to have breakfast. However, her reaction was unexpectedly friendly. She did not understand why he was helping her. Seto and Satis discussed past events. Seth admitted that he no longer cared who was an ally and who was an enemy. In turn, the girl suggested that he take her to the king as a prisoner of war. They could both benefit from this situation. Listening attentively to Seto sharing his thoughts, she was surprised by his calmness. He didn't know the answer to that question, and memories rushed through his head, leaving a feeling of emptiness that grew deeper and more hopeless with each passing moment. She thought about what was happening. Her gaze became clouded, and her thoughts became confused, as if a struggle between the past and the present was raging inside her, from which it was impossible to hide. Satis saw his soul and understood all his losses. She felt his pain. similar to her own, and realized how close their destinies were. The girl understood that their paths were similar, that they both had experienced suffering that could no longer be cured, and the same fear reigned in their hearts. Suddenly, a loud sound came from behind them, sharp and threatening, as if the air itself was shaking, foreshadowing the imminent danger that was already very close. Seto tensed. His hands clenched into fists, his muscles tense, and his gaze darted towards the noise, ready for any turn of events. And Satis began to panic. Her breathing became ragged. Her body trembled. Memories came flooding back with renewed force, and fear of the past paralyzed her movements. The enemies were getting closer, and she was overcome with panic. Her mind resisted, but her body remembered the horrors she had to go through, causing her heart to beat wildly. A new opponent appeared before them, a group of monstrous creatures. Their shadows stretched ominously across the ground, and their furious eyes burned with hatred, ready to tear them to shreds. These monsters knew Satis well. They mocked her, reminding her of her monstrous past, of the pain, humiliation, and suffering from which she so desperately tried to escape. They encountered a group of monsters who recognized the girl as a former officer of the demon army. The creature expressed joy at their meeting. The fanged monster planned to enjoy the moment first and then start eating. Satis watched the situation with apprehension, realizing that she had been recognized. One of the monsters laughed as he recalled how he had to bully her before. Now he intended to take revenge and show his superiority. Seto clenched his fist as he listened to them mock him, accusing him of being a coward. One of them said that the girl would no longer be able to fight and suggested finishing them off right now. They didn't take the young man seriously, believing that he had no chance. The girl cringed in anticipation of the coming blows. But the boy rushed to protect his companion despite the danger. Satis looked at him in surprise, and he extended his hand, assuring her that everything would be fine. At that moment, one of the monsters rushed forward in a rage, enraged by the youth's insolence. However, he was not afraid and prepared for battle. The young man immediately summoned his magic blade. His determination and willpower became obvious. The enemy didn't have time to react. His blow was too fast. One of the monsters screamed in agony when the blade pierced his body. Blood flew around the area, and the opponents panicked, realizing that they were not facing a simple boy. Everyone was surprised by what happened, as if they couldn't believe their eyes, because just a moment ago the battle seemed doomed. But now the outcome of the battle changed in the most unexpected way. He struck with lightning speed, each one filled with fury and determination, seeking to crush his enemies before they could fight back. Again and again, he brought his weapon into action, moving with incredible speed, not giving his enemies the slightest chance to recover from his ferocious attacks. With a crushing blow, he fell to the ground, leaving behind a trail of blood and the destroyed bodies of monsters who did not even have time to realize what had happened to them. Appearing before his opponents in a ferocious, terrifying form, he resembled the embodiment of rage itself, a monster in human form, bringing inevitable death. His enemies were stunned. Their movements became uncertain, and the fear that ran through their bodies paralyzed their limbs, preventing them from acting quickly and in unison. Satis understood that the rank of these monsters was much higher than the experience of the young man, and if he made even one mistake, the battle would end tragically for him. The monsters immediately rushed to attack, filling the air with furious cries, their claws sparkling in the light of magic and the speed of their movements exceeding human limits. In their attack, the young man saw his chance and the opportunity to deliver a deadly blow, because when the enemy attacks with all his strength, he reveals his weak points. With a sharp movement, he approached him and deftly managed to forcefully rip open the belly of one of the attackers. The strength of his blows and his fighting strategy were able to give the guy significant advantages. With quick and coordinated movements, he was able to deal with the monsters in a matter of seconds. At that moment, the girl looked at him as if enchanted. She understood that the power that endowed him grew with him. She understood the uniqueness of his skills, realizing that he would have no equal in battle. Seeing all the energy enveloping Seto, Satis thought about the possibilities and future growth of this young man. The girl was sure that Seth would become a real disaster for his enemies because his strength grew with each battle, and the rage in his heart pushed him to new, incredible limits. At that moment, his eyes flashed with even greater power, as if something ancient had awakened inside him, filling his body with unbridled power and an unstoppable thirst to fight. All the enemies were struck down. their bodies shaking with fear, and some began to retreat, realizing that to confront such an opponent meant signing their own death warrant. The powerful impact sent him landing right next to her, sending up a cloud of dust and debris, the tension of the recent battle still hanging in the air, making her heart beat faster. His eyes instantly returned to their usual appearance, and a shadow of fatigue appeared in his gaze, as if his former strength had left him, leaving only an empty body. Seto was finally able to exhale, feeling the tension slowly ease away, allowing his mind to return to reality and realize that the battle was finally over. And, having woken up from the battle, the young man hastened to put away his sword. After a fierce battle, the young man approached Satis. She weakly opened her eyes, amazed that he had saved her. The young man asked the girl lying on the ground if she was hurt. At that moment her voice trembled, but gratitude was heard in it. The young man stood before her, unperturbed but not indifferent. He knew that there was no place for weakness in this world. At this moment, Satis was lost in her thoughts. She couldn't forgive herself now for looking so pathetic. The girl was not used to this, and now did not know how to react. Her past was filled with pain and cruelty. Satis couldn't believe she had become so weak. The young man tried to calm her down, saying that all the feelings she was experiencing were normal because he himself was like her. He admitted that he was a monster, and this gave him an advantage over the girl. With a serious expression, Seto stated that there was no difference between demons and humans. The only important thing was who was fighting whom. He recalled the dead comrades he had seen and claimed that he could never mock his enemies. The girl was finally able to get up. Satis admitted that she now owes a lot to the young man. She wanted to hear his plan for further action, to which the guy suggested that she try traveling. The idea of buying his own home was growing in his soul. Unexpectedly, he invited Satis to go with him, making it clear that he would like to travel together. She was surprised by his words, but thought about it, because she could only bring him trouble. He also remembered his past battles, realizing that he no longer belonged to the group and that Satis no longer needed to act as his enemy. She was interested in the young man's train of thought, and Satis decided that she wouldn't mind keeping him company for now. At the same moment, the companion asked the name of her ally. The guy said it out loud without any fear, and in response, the girl told him the meaning of his name, which made her smile slightly, and she introduced herself to him again. This moment became an important point in their acquaintance. They sealed their decision with a handshake, confirming their cooperation. Satis said with a warm smile that she was glad to meet him, and Seto looked confused but pleased. Their new journey was just beginning. The girl enjoyed bathing in the hot spring, thinking about how often she had to take a bath. She looked relaxed, but there was a thoughtful look in her eyes. She remembered how recently they had been far from this place. A memory of Seto crawling on the ground a couple of hours ago came into her mind. Satis watched him with concern. The young man wanted to warn his companion and urged her to be careful because they were in the territory of the Demon King. But the girl assured him that there were no snipers in the king's army. Therefore, there is no need to crawl on the ground. Realizing this, Seto stood up. He noticed how the girl, who had not recovered from her fear, continued to tremble. Then, overtaking her, he walked ahead, assuring her that he would fulfill his duty and would be able to protect Satis in any situation. The conversation continued, and the girl reminded him that he was a soldier, to which the young man agreed with her and did not argue any further. During their rest, they ate together. The young man was surprised by his companion's skillful handling of fruit. The taste of the apple seemed amazing to him. She tried to find out more about his past, but he was not ready to talk. He only mentioned that he didn't get along well with his comrades. After all, they saved on his food, and he had to eat when no one was looking. Memories flashed through her mind. One time she actually saw weakness in his condition. She realized that at that moment he was hungry and fighting at the limit of his abilities. The girl, looking at Seto, thought how he could not hold a grudge for past events. At that moment, the young man asked her if she would like an apple. Satis had no appetite and refused. Seto, with a cold smile, asked whether there was any point in returning the chewed apple. The girl urged him to chew it all the way to the end before speaking. Then, unexpectedly, the young man apologized, as if realizing something important. He also wanted to know what they would do once they got out of the forest, to which Satis already had an answer. She suggested that he go to one of the public baths. The young man agreed, wondering about the time limit for visiting. The girl's monologue became more animated at this moment. After all, she got the idea that this bathhouse also allows joint visits. The young man looked at Satis in surprise, wondering what they were talking about. The companion did not embarrass the young man and only asked him about the availability of money for the visit. Seto again fell into a stupor, thereby confirming the girl's guesses. She did not see any obstacles in this, since she had a certain amount of money that people used. Chanting a triumphant slogan, she moved forward. The characters reached the city and Satis explained that they should not leave the bathhouse too quickly. She suggested that we spend our time in the most productive way possible. The young man only agreed with her. Satis finally reached the bathhouse that had inspired her so much. Taking a bath, she enjoyed the moment of relaxation, thinking about her fate. She did not expect to find herself in such a situation again and felt strange. The water softened her worries, but thoughts about the future did not leave her mind. Her face reflected worry, even though she tried to concentrate on resting. Satis suddenly realized that this was the city she had once wanted to attack. But if she hadn't met Seto, she would already be dead. With a sharp movement, she rose from the bath. And with great intention, I decided to thank the young man. At this time, the guy was surprised by the opportunity to swim. After all, everything was working out for the best. He saw no obstacles to rest and did not restrain himself any longer. Seto gave himself completely to this magnificent opportunity. Suddenly, the man stopped Seto and with a stern expression forbade swimming in this place, causing the boy to be surprised. The boy frowned and wondered why he couldn't go into the water. The spacious bathhouse had a relaxed atmosphere. The mysterious man was enjoying the warm water, noticing the newcomer. He assumed that he was a traveler, since he had not seen him here before. The conversation about baths turned to the topic of war and fatigue after battles. Seto at that moment asked what the man did, assuming that he was a mercenary, to which the man confirmed his guess. The boy thought about the future, dreaming of finding his place in the world. His interlocutor smiled approvingly at his aspiration, also noting the beauty of the girl who had come with Seto. The guy's gaze flashed with determination. Seeing the young man's ardor, the man tried to soften the situation. He turned around energetically. Throwing the towel over his shoulder, thus showing his strength, he warned that if the boy wanted to prove his determination, he should show it after the fight. This phrase made the young warrior wary and wonder about this man's intentions. Seto stood in the water, amazed by the unexpected turn of events. He realized that this man was not a mere mortal. The young man wanted to know the name of this stranger. The mystery man left, introducing himself as Holmes. The heroes entered a lively tavern filled with sounds of merriment and conversations of visitors. The girl enthusiastically offered to relax and have a drink. At the table, the young man was served a huge dish and Seto pounced on the food greedily. The guy liked the taste of the food so much that he could barely chew the pieces of meat served to him. Noticing this, Satis hastened to calm the young man and warn him about chewing his food thoroughly. And then Seto remembered what he had once heard about the rules of table etiquette. The girl was surprised by the guy's vast knowledge. She couldn't figure out if he was an adult or a child. She was surprised by how Seto could change. Reflecting on his life, the boy realized that despite the difficulties, he was able to adapt. Thanks to the use of the magic sword, he survived. But now he realized how different his existence was from others. In her thoughts, Satis acknowledged that the young man did not always understand who he really was. The girl was surprised to hear that now. Seeing his companion, he felt envy towards her. He admitted that all this time he could not understand who he was, an adult or a child. The guy sincerely admired how the girl was able to find herself. During dinner, the companion thought about Seto. Although he was not the kindest person, his sincerity and determination inspired her respect. She saw in him a purity that many others lacked. Satis saw in the young man a shining crystal, similar to his tormented soul, which was able to survive in this harsh world. At this point, Seto thanked the girl for the food, acknowledging its taste. Satis waved him off, saying that it was not worth the gratitude. She smiled mysteriously and said that she had realized something new about him. The guy's naive question about her discovery made her smile slightly. After all, for her he became a wonderful person. The boy immediately blushed with embarrassment when Satis teased him. She asked if he felt happy. The young man stuttered and tried to deny it, but his reaction gave him away, causing Satis to laugh cheerfully. Suddenly, Seto confessed that he wanted to go for a walk with her, surprised by his own desire. He realized that he had never experienced such a joyful feeling in his normal life before. The girl was surprised. She again teased the young man good-naturedly, and smiling shyly, she agreed to take a walk with him through the night city. Satis extended her hand with a smile, inviting him to walk together, to which the young man enthusiastically extended his hand to meet her. They both decided to explore the city at night, finding it an unusual adventure. Seto looked at Satis with a new feeling that he had not experienced before. They walked along the illuminated streets, surrounded by flickering lights. His heart beat faster, and he realized that for the first time in his life, he was experiencing something warm and exciting. Meanwhile, the group of heroes found themselves in trouble. They fled in panic from a mysterious threat laughing in the darkness. One of the fighters cried out in rage, not believing that their mission had failed. The other, breathing heavily, tried to convince himself that the situation could not get worse. A group of heroes encountered wolf monsters that attacked from the darkness. They were surrounded and realized that there were too many werewolves. The squad leader quickly gave the order not to panic and to attack. Their surroundings were unfavorable, but they had no choice but to fight to the last. One of the magicians tried to use a spell, but she was surrounded by enemies. She didn't have time to complete the spell, so Angelica desperately asked her allies to cover her in order to activate the magic and repel the werewolf attack. Another girl, armed with a sword, tried to fight off the monsters. She apologized to her partner for not being able to help, because she herself was in a difficult situation. Suddenly, Reed heard a call for help. With a quick and precise movement, he was able to kill one of the wolves, but the approaching flock of enemies was too large. The whole group found themselves in a difficult situation. They were surrounded by enemies. The squad leader suggested retreating, but Angelica pointed out that with so many enemies, it was impossible. Someone had to hold off the enemies so that the others could escape. The squad was finally able to reach the distant gorge separating them from the territory of the Demon King. Reed realized how far they had traveled from their territory. Angelica was at her limit. She couldn't stand what was happening any longer and exploded with emotions. She screamed that she was tired of this and was not going to put up with this state of affairs. Suddenly, a quarrel began between the members of the group. Angelica blamed the others for what happened, claiming that if they had distracted the enemy, this catastrophe could have been avoided. The atmosphere became tense. At that point, Reed asked her to shut up. This made the girl even more angry. At this point, Angelica angrily asked why they had chosen to expel one of their comrades at this particular moment. Her indignation was directed at the group's leader, who was now hesitating. After all, Reed realized that they were talking about Seto, but Angelica continued to furiously reproach the leader for banishing the boy. She argued that their fighting potential had declined precisely after his departure, and the exile himself possessed the power to change the outcome of the battle. She was beside herself with rage and the exhaustion she had caused the group. Meanwhile, the argument between them grew more and more heated. Suddenly, Hydra tried to stop the attacks on Reed, reminding him that the decision to exile him was made by the entire group. However, Angelica contemptuously hinted that the girl with such modest skills had no right to lecture. The arrogant warrior walked right up to her opponent, forcing her to back away. She mockingly hinted that she was also responsible for what was happening. The tension in the air was growing, and the conflict threatened to escalate into something more. Hydra, despite the friendship, could not restrain itself. She rushed to attack. Her opponent, clenching his fist, was ready to fight back. The girl said that she does not forgive insults, especially if they concern his father. Another conflict was flaring up, but the man called on everyone to calm down. He suggested waiting and taking a little rest, but Angelica insisted that they had to move on. The girl wondered who could take over the guard. She again mockingly reminded her commander that thanks to him, the boy was not on their team now. Reed felt a sharp pang of guilt about the situation, and he decided to stand guard so that the others could rest. As Hydra left to rest, she turned around worriedly and glanced at Reed again. While on the ground, he wondered how this could have happened. Reed clenched his fist, not believing that he had been defeated. He could not understand how this could happen, and an inner voice kept telling him that he might have made a mistake. Meanwhile, in another place, Seto and Satis were walking around the city at night. The atmosphere was mesmerizing. The bright lights, music, and beauty of the night landscape were impressive. The girl noted that she had never seen such a lively and beautiful place before, and Seto couldn't help but admire the girl's beauty. In the light of the night city, Satis looked amazing. At that moment, the girl noticed his confusion and asked what happened, but he only quickly looked away, trying to hide his emotions. The young man was perplexed. He could not believe that everything that was happening to him was real. They entered the room, but it turned out that there was no second bed. The girl apologized for this, and Seto wondered where he should sleep. She suggested sharing the bed, explaining that it shouldn't be a problem, thus confusing the young man. Satis happily imagined the possibility of sleeping with Seto. Her enthusiasm shocked him, and he tried to make sense of what she had said. He asked what exactly she meant, but her dreamy expression only increased his confusion. The girl was calmly getting ready to change her clothes right in front of Seto, which caused him to panic. He waved his hands, trying to explain that this was inappropriate, but she only smiled mysteriously. Satis did not attach much importance to his anxiety, and when Seto tried to stop her, the girl lightly poked him in the forehead, playfully warning that touching her is prohibited. He flared up in response, surprised by her behavior. Everything that was happening completely confused him. Seto thought about his past, remembering how he always tried to look mature. He used to hide his emotions so that no one would see his weakness. However, now that he was wearing his new clothes, he felt different, realizing that his life had changed. Despite his outward confidence, Seto felt embarrassed. He didn't know how to handle situations like this. His lack of experience showed as he sat down on the bed, confused and slightly irritated by his own lack of confidence. At this time, the girl, standing by the window, noticed his behavior. She watched him with interest, wondering what was going on in his head. The young man sat on the bed, thinking about his situation. He didn't know what to do next, and he considered the possibility of escaping through the window. However, a girl suddenly appeared, which put him in an awkward position. Satis appeared before him in a light outfit. She was puzzled why the young man was holding his head and standing near the window. The girl looked completely defenseless. He was struck by her appearance and could not hide his surprise. The girl didn't understand why he was so nervous, and Seto only looked away in embarrassment. But Satis decided to tease him. She came closer, hovering over him, which only increased his confusion. He tried to say something, but his words were garbled. The girl laughed cheerfully, enjoying his reaction. The young man realized that now they would have to spend the night in the same room. The thought of sleeping next to Satis like this made him panic. He tried to remain calm, but his thoughts were confused as the girl sat down next to him and sadly said that the young man did not even want to look in her direction. Moving closer, she barely touched his hand. At this time, Seto hesitantly asked her what adults do in such situations. His question completely threw the girl off balance. The boy lay next to Satis, feeling completely awkward. He couldn't believe he was in this situation. His thoughts were racing and his heart was pounding. He tried to convince himself that it was just a dream, but reality was different. Seto couldn't close his eyes, feeling the warmth of Satis's body. Her breathing was even, and her soft movements made him tense. The slightest movement and he would touch her. The thoughts in his head were mixed up, creating real chaos. The scent of flowers surrounded the young man, causing him to lose himself in his thoughts. Satis gently reminded him of the need to rest. He felt confused, but he knew he could trust her. Satis touched his hand gently, trying to calm him down. Her words were soft, like a lullaby. She was urging him to relax and trust her. Seto couldn't resist the strange feeling of safety she gave him. Seto finally felt at peace. His thoughts gradually faded, and he fell into a half-sleep. Satis smiled, watching him. Her voice sounded gentle, as if protecting him from all worries. He was a good boy, and now he could rest. The girl lay next to Seto, hugging him and smiling quietly. She noted how restless he had been, but in her arms the boy was finally able to relax. Closing her eyes, she whispered for him to sleep peacefully, enjoying this rare moment of silence. The next morning, Seto woke up with anxiety. He felt something unusual. The events of last night flashed through my head. He jumped up abruptly, overcome with shock. The realization of what had happened made him panic. He couldn't believe that this was real. The boy hid his head on the floor, and Satis watched him with bewilderment. She asked curiously what he was doing, but he just continued his handstand. In the end, she suggested that they go together and have breakfast, to which the young man was unable to utter even a couple of words coherently. Satis became concerned about his condition, and she carefully put her hand to her forehead, checking the temperature. The guy was embarrassed, but continued to deny any ailments. He quickly assured that he felt great, although his behavior said the opposite. Seto felt a strange pain in his chest and couldn't concentrate. His body was shaking and his arms were moving heavily. It was the first time he had experienced such sensations, and he couldn't understand what was happening to him. This pain in his chest made him even more confused, because this has never happened before. During breakfast, he tried to concentrate on the food, but everything around him seemed strange. Even familiar things looked different. The city was bustling with life, but his thoughts were completely immersed in a sudden awareness of his condition. It was the first time he had seen such a quantity of food, but suddenly he noticed a picture that impressed him even more. He found himself unable to take his eyes off Satis. She was eating calmly, but his gaze was fixed on her. He was confused, realizing that his feelings were getting out of control. The girl noticed his embarrassment and, smiling, asked what was wrong. He quickly looked away, trying to hide his confusion. But Satis already understood everything. She smiled slyly, and, taking advantage of the moment, she gently touched his lips with her finger. A stunned Seto didn't know how to react. She brought her finger with the wipe sauce to her lips, and she licked it intriguingly. The young man was stunned by her action, and Satis teasingly remarked that it was not fair to stare at a woman's breasts so openly. He was completely confused. She could not hide her admiration for him. Seto tried to distract himself by pretending to drink water, but he couldn't resist and choked. Satis watched him with a satisfied smile, and he mentally convinced himself to remain calm. However, his flushed face betrayed an embarrassment he couldn't overcome. Trying to change the subject, the guy started talking about a walk around the city. He expressed a desire to see the sights separately, but Satis was surprised. She couldn't understand why he wanted to go without her, and she asked him directly if he had ever thought about enjoying the beauty of the city together. His confusion increased when she smiled slyly, waiting for an answer. Seto tried to justify himself, but Satis only laughed, teasing him. She noticed that this behavior on her part was too frank for the inexperienced Seto. The guy looked at Satis, who playfully leaned towards him across the table, confused. She suggested going wherever he wanted, hinting at a walk. He was surprised and didn't know how to react. The girl smiled, wishing him an interesting walk. The young man continued to look at her with eyes full of bewilderment. But still, she could not let the young man go without taking a promise from him. Seto walked through the streets of the city, thinking about the changes in his life. For the first time, he walked like this, without hiding, feeling free. Thoughts about Satis did not leave him, because since the moment they met, he had experienced so many new things. While lost in thought, Seto accidentally bumped into someone. He wanted to apologize, but with surprise, he recognized the man in front of him. It was Holmes, an acquaintance he had not expected to meet here. The man smiled as he greeted him. In his thoughts about Satis, he remembered listening to the girl explain about the magic blades. He tried to understand why she asked him to avoid fighting, but the girl explained that the magical weapon was more powerful than the usual one. After all, no one in the city could imagine a small child with such a weapon, and all these people should not see how the young man uses this magic sword. Otherwise, they will become afraid of the guy and consider him a real monster, which will lead to even more problems and dangers. Satis patted Seto's head solicitously, confirming his understanding. She reminded him that the path of war was dangerous, and that now that he had begun a normal life, he should give up his past battles. In turn, Seto gave her his word that he would try. While in these thoughts, the young man collided with the man, and at this time Holmes was already teasing the young man cheerfully, intermittently bombarding him with questions about that beauty. The guy was embarrassed, but didn't know what to answer, while Holmes was perplexed by the unspoken things that were happening between them. Having embraced the young man, he did not question him any further. Holmes merely suggested that they take a walk together, and although Seto hesitated, he accepted the offer. They walked past crowded shopping arcades. The young man began to ask the man about work. Holmes explained that alchemists refine magical materials for use in combat. Seto listened intently, realizing how much he still didn't know about this world. He said that all captured monsters are sent to the city where materials are collected from them. Holmes continued the tour, showing how parts of magical creatures were turned into useful artifacts. Seto was stunned by the scale of the process. He realized that knowledge of weapons and magic played an important role in the life of the city. The young man admitted that he had heard of such craftsmen, but had never seen their work. To which Holmes happily informed him that in this city you can watch them at work absolutely free of charge, which is also a great place for a date. Seto was indignant. He denied any involvement in such things. Holmes merely chuckled. Pointing out the changes in the boy's behavior, he noticed that the young man had become more courageous. Seto, in turn, thought, not understanding what was being discussed. The man patted the young man on the shoulder in a friendly manner, assuring him that the acquired softness at the sight of the girl's beauty was normal. Suddenly, the young man's attention was drawn to a strange object, and he asked his companion what it was. A huge monster harnessed to a cart appeared before the heroes. Its size impressed Seto, who was stunned by the sight. Holmes explained that this creature is used to transport goods because its strength and endurance are incredible. Seto tried to hide his condition, but Holmes noticed his strange behavior. He patted the boy on the head, calming him down. But the young man's thoughts were already far away. The boy thought about Satis, who still felt fear of such monsters. Holmes said goodbye to the young man because he had to get ready for his journey. The young man asked Holmes to tell him his name, but he refused, not wanting to know it. After all, he didn't want to bother himself with remembering anyone's names. Seto watched Holmes go and moved on. His pace quickened and gradually turned into a run. Suddenly, he was overcome with concern for Satis. He noticed something suspicious and began to worry, realizing that he could not leave her alone. At that moment, he realized that something terrible was approaching. An alarming cry was heard in the city center. People ran away in panic, shouting that a monster had appeared in the square. Seto saw a huge creature in front of him. The monster roared and lunged. Concern for Satis flashed through his mind. He knew that if he did not stop the monster now, the consequences would be catastrophic. Seto stared at the situation tensely, realizing that his suspicions had been confirmed. A monster had appeared in the city, and now he had to make a decision. His hand reached for the magic sword, and the determination to fight lit up in his eyes. Seto was torn between the promise he had made to Satis and the need to fight. He knew that using the magic sword could cause trouble, especially among the city's residents. He also thought about Satis, who would be in danger if he used the magic sword, and began asking passers-by about her. And one of them enthusiastically spoke about her beauty, and the other tried to convince the young man to leave this dangerous place. The residents told him that the girl must be somewhere in the square. He looked around carefully, his thoughts focused on her. The realization made him speed up. Clenching his fist, Seto was determined to save Satis. He didn't want to break his promise, but he couldn't leave her in trouble. His gaze was full of determination and his heart was beating faster. Seto paused, thinking about his plan of action. He listened to his surroundings, realizing that he could use this new opportunity. Earlier, Satis had been gathering information in the crowd, while the locals watched her with admiration. She was able to see a show with the dismemberment of a very rare monster, while the workers were cutting up the body of the dead monster, selecting the right resources. Satis watched this process, realizing its significance. There was noise in the distance, but everyone was busy with their own business. She tried to figure out how to use the information to her advantage. The girl caught herself thinking about the cruelty of what was happening. She felt sorry for the monster and decided to leave the square as quickly as possible, when I suddenly realized that the monster door was still alive. Suddenly the monster, thought to be dead, began to move. Panic gripped the people present. Seto was shocked by what was happening, and Satos watched in horror as the creature came to life. This was unexpected and threatened the entire city. The monster met the girl's gaze, and her heart started beating faster. She realized she would have to fight, but first she needed to focus. She assessed the distance and her chances of attack. The monster moved, causing her to reflexively fear. At that moment, Satis tried to maintain confidence, reminding herself that she had fought monsters before. But this time, something was different. A voice inside her told her that the situation was not so simple. She could not move, frozen in the face of the threat. The girl remembers the happy moments with Seto. She could hardly hold back her tears and regretted leaving him alone again. Satis' strength was running out, but she still mentally thanked him for the time they spent together. Memories of warm moments with the young man overwhelmed her. She dreamed of a quiet life next to him. However, reality was cruel, and her wish remained just an unrealizable dream, shattered by circumstances. Suddenly, her gaze was caught by a strange silhouette. Suddenly, a mysterious masked man appeared right in front of her, interrupting this moment. She automatically called out the boy's name, but he said that he didn't know any Seto. He called himself just a passing monkey and noted with irony that heroes are always late. The girl watched this mysterious stranger in surprise. The crowd watched with alarm as a mysterious masked stranger appeared in the midst of the battle, whispering that he was a monkey. At that moment, he stood in front of the giant monster preparing to attack, and Satis watched what was happening in amazement. The monster growled in alarm, claws scraping the ground, preparing to attack. Its eyes flashed as it caught the movement of its enemy. It tensed, identifying its enemy's weak points, preparing to strike. The stranger moved deftly, dodging the monster's attacks. His sword flashed in the air, deflecting the blows. The giant beast rushed forward with fury, but the masked warrior easily avoided the attack. A tense fight unfolded before the eyes of the stunned crowd. The young man reacted instantly, taking a fighting stance. He gripped his sword tightly, his body shaking with tension. Adrenaline was rushing through him, but he couldn't afford to make a mistake. All his concentration was on his opponent. The monster moved forward slowly, its eyes blazing and its muscles tensing, preparing to attack. It watched its opponent, choosing the moment to strike. Its thirst for destruction was reflected in its angry gaze and aggressive stance. The masked warrior, gathering all his strength, rushed forward, delivering a powerful blow to the monster. His sword cut through the air, leaving a sparkling trail behind. The monster roared, sensing the inevitable attack approaching, but did not have time to dodge. At that moment, Satis noticed something alarming ahead. Her eyes widened in surprise. Her heart began to beat faster when she realized that the enemy had not been defeated. But the young man did not waste time and deftly jumped onto the monster's back, holding his weapon at the ready. His movements were fast and precise. The monster tensed, its eyes flashing with anger. It recognized the threat before it and prepared to attack. Deep scratches on its body spoke of the past battle, but it was not going to retreat. The boy charged, flying above the monster with his sword raised. His movements were fast and precise, looking for a weak spot in the beast's defense. The monster growled, sensing danger. The monster let out a piercing roar, its massive body shaking. In rage, it began to move wildly, trying to throw off its attacker. The villagers watched the battle with alarm, not believing their eyes. One of them said with admiration that the guy in the mask seemed to defeat the beast. Everyone froze in anticipation of the outcome of this incredible fight. At this moment, the masked warrior gripped his sword tightly, preparing for the decisive blow. His stance spoke of complete concentration. Sweat was streaming down his face, but he did not flinch, ready to deliver a powerful and decisive thrust. The girl sat on the ground watching the battle. She heard the crowd praising the masked boy, noting his strength and determination. She watched the fight with concern. Her eyes reflected doubt, whether he could withstand a long fight. Seto fought desperately, but his opponent's forces seemed frighteningly huge. Something had to be done. The masked youth rushed forward with lightning speed, attacking the enemy. His movements were fast and precise, as if he knew the monster's weak points. Each blow he made did not give the beast a break. However, his sword was not magical, and the ordinary blade could not withstand the onslaught. The thin metal began to crack, and Satis realized that if the weapon broke, the chances of victory would disappear. Something had to be changed urgently. Suddenly there was a crash as the sword shattered completely and the monster roared. Seto staggered back, defending himself from the counterattack. He knew this was a critical moment in the fight and he had few options left. The boy turned around sharply at the sound. His gaze slid to Satis, who stood opposite him looking worried. He understood that the debris from the collapse could hit the girl. The boy jumped towards her and all the fragments fell on Seto's head, causing him to stagger slightly. Satis turned away in fear, trying to protect herself from the sudden explosion of dust and debris. The warrior, despite the pain, straightened up and clenched his teeth. He firmly said that he would deal with the monster, and Satis must run immediately. His determination left no doubt. Satis pressed her hand to her arm, watching as Seto rushed forward, ready to fight. There was a flicker of worry in her eyes, but she knew she had to trust him. At that moment, she felt a strange sensation in her body. Her hand clenched convulsively and her heart began to beat in alarm. She was again experiencing something that had happened to her before. Satis remembered how, as always, she needed protection. But now she couldn't let Seto risk his life for her, because he had fought with all his might to fulfill his promise. The determination was visible in her eyes. Suddenly, the monster's body began to tear apart as if from an internal explosion. releasing streams of dark energy that flew in all directions, causing the ground to shake from the force of the impact. Seto stood frozen in place, unsure of what had happened, his breathing ragged and his gaze darting between the disintegrating monster and the girl standing nearby, not losing her concentration in the chaos. At this time, the girl with a confident smile directed a magical attack towards the enemy, collecting a blinding cloud of energy in her palms, ready to fall on the remaining parts of the monster. She was determined to cover her ally, not allowing the enemy even a chance to attack back, and put all the power she had left into her magical strike. Fiery flashes filled the battlefield, creating a curtain of smoke through which the outlines of the fighters could barely be discerned. The blazing light forced everyone to cover their eyes. Crushing blows were dealt again and again to the monster, crushing its body into dust until only charred remains of the formidable creature, lost among the destroyed field. The villagers were confused and tried to discern the outcome of the battle, fearing that the monster might have survived the blow. Their hearts clenched in anxiety as they waited for the smoke to clear. Seto saw his chance to attack. He quickly rushed forward, leaving behind a cloud of dust, his body tensed in anticipation of the decisive blow. And Satis looked at the young man, encouraging him. She reminded him that it was time to use the magic sword because it was the only way he could deal with the threat. A small smile appeared under Seto's mask. He knew it was time to act, and he no longer hesitated. His decision had been made. He would fight to the end. The monster's eyes flashed, emitting a menacing roar. Its massive body trembled with tension, preparing to attack. A masked man stood in front, aware of the danger. The air was filled with tension before the inevitable fight. The warrior confidently took a fighting stance. He cast aside fear, preparing to deliver the decisive blow. His movements were fast and precise, his eyes never leaving the monster. The battle was entering its decisive phase. Black flames enveloped the warrior's body, awakening hidden strength. His breathing became heavier, but his determination did not waver. He was ready to grip the hilt of his sword, realizing that this was his last chance to win. Understanding flashed in the young man's eyes. Sweat, blood, and pain no longer mattered. He focused on his goal, ignoring his fear. Before him stood an enemy he had to destroy, no matter what. Finally, his power was released in a powerful blow. The warrior's sword ripped the monster apart. The monster roared, its body began to crumble. The city froze, watching as the boy did the impossible, defeating the enemy. Satis looked at what was happening in amazement. Her face lit up with joy. She had not expected such an outcome, but now she understood. Their efforts had not been in vain. Victory seemed closer than she could have imagined. At this point, the crowd watched the monster with caution, not believing in its death. People looked at each other, realizing that the battle could be over. But no one dared to come closer, fearing the final rush of the monster. The monster's dead body lay on the ground, surrounded by the cheers of the crowd. People rejoiced, realizing that the threat had been destroyed. They applauded the guy who'd managed to defeat the enemy who seemed invincible. The young man looked around the battlefield with excitement, asking where the hero had disappeared to. He felt gratitude and admiration, realizing that this victory was possible thanks to the efforts of a few brave men. In a dark passage, someone noticed that the victors had left the battlefield. The crowd was beginning to realize that the real warriors did not wait for recognition but simply moved on. And Satis was already running down the street, her breath ragged, her gaze full of determination. She knew that she had to get to the hotel immediately. People were left behind, unaware of how important her haste was. The city's buildings towered over the narrow streets, their windows reflecting the sunlight. In this silence, there was silence. Traces of the recent battle were almost invisible. She burst into the room, pushing the door so hard that the hinges creaked. Her eyes searched for a familiar silhouette, her heart pounding in her chest. Her appearance meant only one thing. She was worried about Seto with all her heart. At this time, the young warrior sat on the bed, his gaze expressing surprise. He had heard about the riots in the square, but did not know that his return was so timely. With anxiety, he asked about what had happened. The girl froze when she heard Seto's words. Her eyes widened, and her expression was a mixture of surprise and relief. She had feared the worst, but now she realized that everything was not as bad as it seemed. and looking at him with a warm smile, her eyes sparkled with a soft light. Emotions were seething inside her, but she found the strength to only calmly say a short, yes. Satis thanked Seto for his intervention in the square, to which he merely shrugged his shoulders in bewilderment and pretended not to understand what was being discussed. They sat next to each other, feeling the long-awaited calm after the ordeal. The girl confirmed with a smile that it was all over, and the boy looked at her thoughtfully, realizing that a new path lay ahead of them. The girl thought out loud, trying to comprehend the recent events. She assumed that the people outside had mistaken the boy for Seto, who had defeated the monster and were now probably hunting him, not knowing his true identity. The alleys of the city were bustling with activity. The townspeople were discussing what had happened, but the true hero remained out of their sight. The girl was sure that he would not be found so easily, allowing them to rest a little before the next step. Satis thought about her friend's actions, how he was able to hide his identity under cloth and a funny mask. He felt embarrassed, but he knew that it helped him survive. Her face expressed a slight smile, and her eyes showed emotions. It was as if she had assessed the situation to herself and made an important conclusion. At that moment, the girl squeezed the boy's hand, acknowledging his strength and gratitude. She felt that thanks to him, she was able to move on. Their bond had become stronger, and the promise to stay close now had more value. She hugged him, expressing genuine joy. After all the fighting and fear they had endured, this was a rare moment of comfort and peace. Her words conveyed relief and gratitude that he was here. The boy looked at her with a soft smile, letting his emotions show. His eyes expressed warm gratitude for her being there. For the first time in a long time, he could feel safe. Her eyes were shining with warm emotions. She relaxed, as if she was in a moment of peace. Her words reflected confidence and readiness to move on. They sat together, discussing their next steps. The decision had been made. It was time to leave the city. The north was calling them, promising a new beginning. There were the landscapes and opportunities they had been searching for. Thunder lightning illuminated the dome of the majestic castle, emphasizing the tense atmosphere. Something ominous was brewing inside the castle, foreshadowing changes in the world. The storm foreshadowed the approaching chaos that would soon engulf everyone around. A demonic ruler sat on the throne, his icy gaze piercing his subordinates. One of the advisors bowed low, apologizing. He nervously reported that the search had yielded no results, and the situation was becoming critical. The general, bound by fear with the mask understood the seriousness of the failure. The demon army was weakened by the escape of an important captive. Now the fate of the kingdom hung in the balance, and it was necessary to urgently find the fugitive before it was too late. The advisor tried to convince the ruler that sending more soldiers to search for the captive would exhaust their army. But the ruler remained adamant. The search must continue, no matter what. Time was against them. The mighty monsters were ordered to march with Sebek. The huge orc and the lizard-like warrior readily accepted the command. They were sent to the front lines, where a harsh battle awaited. They asked no questions. They only prepared for battle. The demon warrior was ready to fight, despite the doubts of those around him. His half-demon nature was distrustful, but the order had already been given, and the demon king was annoyed at having to use such an unstable ally. He knew that the battlefield should be completely under their control. However, the news of a possible advantage made him think. The order was signed by the Demon King himself. The messenger held the document high, confirming its power. Now the decision was final. The dangerous warrior would go into battle despite the risks and doubts. At that moment, Sebek, his body covered in scars, sat leaning on his sword, lost in thought. His posture betrayed concentration and determination, and his muscles rolled tensely under his skin, preparing for action. Suddenly, his gaze froze, his pupils dilated, a glimmer of realization. A thought flashed through his mind that could change his actions dramatically. With a mad smile, he plunged his sword into the ground, surrounded by the bodies of his fallen enemies. Black flames enveloped the blade, and his eyes burned with the thirst for more carnage. He already knew what to do next. Seto and Satis walked slowly along the road, discussing the situation. The young man noted that he had not walked so freely for a long time. The girl agreed, adding that the Demon King had weakened and was losing his former strength. She studied the map, noticing that they had traveled far from Clichat. She informed her companion that they would soon encounter a village along their route, which might mean a chance for a break. Suddenly, the young man, hearing something ahead, abruptly tore off and ran along the road. His companion looked after him in surprise, still holding the map in her hands. They came out into an open space with a picturesque view of the mountains. The guy happily pointed out the snow on the peaks, and the girl noted that it must be very cold there, which explained the difference in temperature. As they continued on their way, they began to talk about the future. Satis dreamily suggested that if the war ended and peace came, they would be able to travel on different roads. The young man responded thoughtfully to her words. He smiled dreamily, expressing his wish for peace to come soon. His voice was full of hope, and his eyes shone with sincere faith in the possibility of a better future without battles and suffering. Seto suddenly froze, hearing something unusual. His gaze became wary, and his expression changed from dreamy to focused. Tension hung in the air as he listened to the barely perceptible sound. The boy's eyes widened and he called out to Satis. She turned her head towards the boy, noticing that he was looking at something ahead. Her gaze reflected worry and confusion. One of them raised his hand and pointed at an object lying on the road ahead. The figure was motionless, seemingly lifeless. They looked at each other, realizing that they could not simply pass by indifferently. There was a man lying on the road wrapped in a cloak. His long hair was scattered on the ground and his body looked emaciated. One of them said worriedly that someone was lying there, realizing that they had to figure out the situation. Seto stepped forward warily, ready to attack. He assumed it was an enemy, but his companion remained calm. The bespectacled Satis noted that this was too weak a ploy for an ambush, hinting at another reason. They both approached the prone body, remaining alert. Their movements were cautious, but there was concern in their eyes. The stranger did not move, causing them to be suspicious and to check if he posed a threat. As they got closer, they saw that it was a human girl. Her face looked weak, her breathing was heavy. Satis spoke words, confirming that this was an ordinary person, not an enemy or a trap. Realizing that the stranger was still alive, she called the guy to bring water. With her last strength, the girl hissed, begging for water and food. Her body was shaking, and her eyes were shining with hunger. She admitted that she had not eaten anything for 3 days, showing how grave her condition was. Seto worriedly asked if the stranger was okay. She tried to get up, but her body was weak. With a sigh, she admitted that she was not okay at all, showing that her condition was worse than one might think. Suddenly, the stranger exploded with a scream, rushing forward. Her eyes were burning with a mad thirst and saliva was flowing from her mouth. She screamed wildly, demanding food. Her movements were chaotic, but frighteningly fast. The young man dodged, but instantly realized that their opponent was moving with unprecedented speed. This was not just an exhausted wanderer, there was experience in her movements and the attack was lightning fast. The stranger, her face twisted, darted forward, clawed fingers extended, her body tense in an aggressive stance, her muscles trembling with tension, her eyes blazing with a wild determination not to retreat without what she needed. However, her opponent clenched his fist, bracing himself for the fight. His eyes flashed with confidence as he mentally reassured himself that he could handle the attacker. His arm tensed, preparing to counter before the situation got out of hand. He reacted quickly, pinning the distraught stranger to the ground. She desperately tried to break free, but her strength was exhausted. The gaze of the captured was still furious, but her body could no longer resist the powerful grip. The stranger was breathing hard, trying to break free, but her head was pressed roughly to the ground. Her hands were shaking from the strain, and sweat was running down her face. Her hair was tightly grabbed, leaving no chance for escape. The atmosphere lightened when she whispered weakly that she was hungry. There was no aggression in her words anymore, only weariness and exhaustion. Satis looked at her with caution, while Seto froze in surprise. Suddenly, the stranger desperately bit into the nearest piece of bread, greedily biting it like a wild animal. Her body was shaking, and hunger completely took over her mind, forcing her to act instinctively. She reacted quickly, bringing the flask of water to her parched lips. The stranger first shuddered, and then began to drink greedily, drops trickling down her chin. Her eyes gradually began to clear, The stranger finally quenched her thirst and breathed a sigh of relief. She joyfully announced that she was saved and apologized for her behavior. Admitting that hunger had made her uncontrollable, she seemed genuinely remorseful for her sudden aggression. The girl introduced herself as Kailam, explaining that she had been sent to the village but had gotten lost. Her attitude was friendly despite the recent incident. She asked with interest who her rescuers were, clearly happy to see them. Satis and Seto introduced themselves in return. She watched the proceedings calmly while the young man greedily ate the bread that was offered to him. They explained that they were traveling together while Kilam listened attentively. The soldier thought for a moment, trying to remember where she had heard these names before. Her face showed slight puzzlement, but she could not say for sure where they were familiar to her. Thoughts of the past consumed her for a moment. Hearing that the boys were heading to the same village and inviting her along, Kilam perked up. Her eyes lit up with joy and she excitedly asked if it was true. There was relief in her voice because now she had companions. Satis approached the boy with concern, lowering her voice. She reminded him that they could be discovered and asked him with distrust if he was sure of his decision. Her serious look betrayed his concern. Seto looked calmly at Satis, assuring her that everything was under control. He saw no threat in the current situation and did not share his friend's concerns, showing confidence in his own abilities. At that moment, Colleen raised her hands happily, saying that it was nice to meet fellow travelers. Seto added that he did not feel any danger from her. He confidently declared that he could handle any surprises. However, Seto had a strange feeling. He was looking at Kilam carefully, remembering someone. The girl seemed familiar to him, but the memory was blurry and elusive. Suddenly, the image of the man he had met in Clichat came into his mind. Their appearance or behavior had something in common, causing him to be suspicious and question. Seto pointed the direction confidently while Kilam reacted in surprise. The young man thought about it, noting that although Kilam's character was completely different, the similarity to the person he had met before was still felt. They finally reached Benjamin village. The soldier announced their arrival joyfully and suggested that they visit the village headman first. Seto and Satis looked around warily, preparing to meet new people. Looking around the village, the boy frowned. He remembered the rumors and muttered quietly, "Here it is, the village of weirdos." His suspicions only grew stronger, but he was in no hurry to draw conclusions, preferring to observe. Their path led them to a large house, bathed in sunlight. The wooden structure looked impressive and clearly served as an important place in the village. Its architecture was a combination of simplicity and solidity. Inside, they were met by a woman who greeted Kilam with a smile. She happily acknowledged her arrival and greeted the others, calling Benjamin village her home. Her friendliness seemed genuine. The woman introduced herself as Scarlet, the village chief, and asked curiously about the strangers. Her voice was soft but controlled. She studied the guests carefully, assessing their intentions. Kilam pointed to her companions with delight, calling them her saviors. Seto and Satis looked a little embarrassed by this statement, but did not deny it. The headman listened with a slight smile. Suddenly, Satis approached Seto and declared that they were related. Seto reacted with obvious surprise, not expecting such a statement, and his face reflected incomprehension. They sat around the room talking. Kilam was relaxed, and Seto didn't understand what Satis was up to. The headman watched them with mild interest, commenting on how they looked like a well-coordinated team. One of the maids turned to the girl, saying that someone would explain to her what to do next. She happily agreed, not paying attention to formalities, and then enthusiastically continued drinking tea. At this time, Scarlet looked at the guests carefully and asked them about their purpose of arrival with a slight smile. Her voice was soft, but there was a hidden curiosity in it, as if she was expecting a certain answer. Satis calmly explained that they were just traveling and asked if they could stay in the village for a few days. The village chief was slightly surprised, but did not seem bothered by their request. Scarlet nodded approvingly and said that their request came at the right time. She mentioned that one of the houses had just become available, suggesting that they take advantage of the opportunity. The girl was confused when she heard that they were being offered a whole house, since a room would have been enough for them. The headman assured them that it was not a problem and suggested that they live there for a while. Scarlet smiled mysteriously, noticing that almost the entire village population was similar to them. Her words sounded unusual, hinting at something hidden behind the apparent hospitality. And adding sugar to the tea, she uttered mysterious words. She explained that it was precisely because of this fairy tale magic that the village attracted all sorts of wanderers, hinting at something unusual in this place. She confidently stated that Seto and Satis' arrival in the village was also predetermined by fate. Her words sounded ambiguous, forcing her interlocutors to think about the hidden meaning of her statement. Suddenly, a bird flew over the house, flapping its wings noisily. It moved confidently, as if it knew exactly where it was going, causing a slight uneasiness in those who noticed it. The bird landed on the windowsill, and Scarlet looked at it in surprise. However, she quickly pulled herself together and invited the guests to go see their house, hiding her wariness. Opening the window, the headman accepted the letter that the bird had brought. She looked at it carefully and quietly said that it was an urgent message, an event that happened extremely rarely in the village. The woman looked at the letter carefully, then turned to the guests. She reminded them that they had only planned to stay for a few days, but now they might want to stay longer, hinting at something important. Satis immediately became wary at the sound of her tone. She stood up abruptly and asked anxiously what had happened. There was concern in her voice and determination in her eyes to sort out the situation. Scarlet sighed heavily and removed her hand from her forehead. She reported that the Demon King's army was advancing again, this time with renewed strength. This news instantly changed the atmosphere in the room. The map showed fortifications and closed roads. The headman explained that surveillance would be increased in nearby towns and borders and outposts would be closed, making travel and leaving the village difficult. Scarlet was about to leave to tell Killam everything, leaving the guests in tense anticipation of an answer that could clarify the situation. Seto and Satis sat on the couch, pondering what they had heard. Their expressions were tense, and their silence spoke of the seriousness of the situation. They knew that the news of the demon army's advance could not be ignored. The young man narrowed his eyes suspiciously, thinking about the strange coincidence. He asked a direct question, suspecting that someone knew something in advance. The advance of the demon army at this moment seemed too suspicious. At that moment, the girl thought about the situation. She realized that under the current conditions, this attack was difficult to carry out. Her alertness grew since what was happening did not fit into ordinary logic. Suddenly it dawned on her. The thoughts in her head began to form a picture and she realized that something was wrong here. Satis smiled reservedly, drawing a conclusion. She suggested following the advice and staying in the village. As she said this, she hid her anxiety because she had a premonition that something unexpected was waiting for them ahead. Seto and Satis were enjoying their tea, discussing the recent events. Seto thought that everything that was happening could be connected to a certain person. Thinking about him made him uneasy, because he reminded him of someone important. At this point, the situation on the battlefield became tense. One of the warriors shouted that the enemy's ranks had thinned. The group realized that they had a chance to win. The captain ordered the battle to be ended immediately, while there was still time. In the center of the battle stood Reed, holding his blade. His breathing was ragged, but he did not give up. He was a former capital soldier and a skilled fighter. His determination did not wane. Despite his fatigue, he urged his comrades to hold on a little longer. He knew that the outcome of the battle depended on one last effort. His face showed a mixture of determination and exhaustion. One of the enemies watched him from the shadows. The stranger said contemptuously that the warriors were still capable of resistance. His words sounded ominous, hinting at a possible continuation of the battle. A tall man with mysterious patterns on his body appeared in the shadow of the trees. He stood calmly, holding his hand on the shoulders of his allies. His face expressed confidence, and his eyes looked at the battlefield with superiority. One of his subordinates reported in a panic that their troops had suffered heavy losses. He reproached the newcomer for being late, since half of the fighters had already fallen. However, he did not seem worried. The other monster demanded an explanation for his delay with irritation. He admitted that the man never listened to orders. His behavior made his subordinates uneasy, but they did not dare to contradict him. Meanwhile, Sepek watched the stranger carefully. The thought of a half-breed flashed through his mind. He wondered if this man had once been an ordinary man or something else. The goblin chuckled and in a hushed voice declared that he would show his true power. An ominous anticipation blazed in his eyes, and the enemy sensed something truly dangerous approaching. Suddenly, a summoned magic sword appeared. The blade flashed in strong, battle-hardened hands. The man with the mysterious patterns on his body introduced himself as Sebek. a warrior with a magical sword. He smiled with a slight mockery, clearly enjoying the attention and knowing that his power was fearsome. The girl recoiled in shock at his words. Her eyes widened and her breath caught. A magic sword? This news turned the tables, making the battle much more difficult than they had expected. Someone in the shadows whispered angrily that there should be no humans among the ranks of demons. He couldn't understand how low one would have to fall to join them while remaining human. It was unnatural. The stranger with demonic features stated that by becoming a demon, he had extended his life many times over. In battle, it did not matter to him who the opponent was, a human or a demon. Sebek, with patterns on his body, admitted with a grin that he enjoyed cutting up his enemies. Reed was shocked to hear his adversary's confession. He asked in bewilderment how such barbarity could be like. The angry warrior shouted that there were only madmen around him and he was not going to turn a blind eye to it. To which the demon, with a cold grin, declared that wars would never leave this world and that this is what they should tell future generations. Sebek realized that Reed's quest for justice was built on hatred. His eyes reflected the enemy. He said that people like Reed only contributed to perpetual wars, and he scorned that this was the inevitable course of history. The warrior with the sword prepared for battle, but the enemy wasted no time. He took a stance, declaring that it was time to begin the fight. The enemy's magic sword released a deadly poison. He asked with a smile whether the man could withstand a fight against him, full of confidence in his strength. The sharply honed blade pierced the air, its gleam blinding the enemies. The raid froze in tension. He felt the power coming from Sebek. After all, his aura instantly changed, causing trepidation in those around him. One of the fighters was perplexed, looking at the guy, who now seemed like a completely different creature. They stood opposite each other, ready to fight. At that moment, Reed saw a predatory eagle appear on the horizon like a harbinger of new news. Sebek immediately tensed up when he saw the messenger approaching, and without a shadow of doubt, he listened attentively to the order. The eagle sat on his shoulder, transmitting an important message. The voice ordered to immediately go to the Western Front and then move to the Eastern lands. Hearing the order, Sebek smiled broadly. He slowly put away his weapon. At that moment, a thought flashed through his mind. He now finally understood the Demon King's true intentions and his role in the coming war. The enraged goblin officer glared at his subordinate. He demanded that the mission be completed, but Sebek declared that he was leaving the squad. His departure caused confusion, but he had no intention of changing his mind. When leaving, the warrior entrusted command to another. He smirked dismissively, claiming that their task was too easy. The goblin officer was shocked by such disdain, but Sebek was already leaving without turning around. The remaining fighters, including humans, watched the situation in amazement. The angry monster raised his hand, calling his fighters to attack. He demanded to teach a lesson to the overconfident enemies. The raid at this time prepared for battle. Realizing that it was no longer possible to avoid the battle, the goblins began firing spears. Suddenly, a glittering attack appeared in the sky, illuminating the battlefield. The girl turned around in alarm, seeing the flying shells. The Hydra desperately repelled the attack, but the onslaught was too strong. The commander shouted out an alarmed order to retreat, realizing that the situation was becoming increasingly dangerous. The raid was full of determination. The warrior swung his sword with great force, releasing magical energy, and a stream of destructive force rushed towards the enemies, cutting them into pieces. The earth shook from the impact. The Hydra watched the attack in awe, realizing the power hidden within their commander. It was the real magic of the brave, and now they had a chance to win. The battlefield was in chaos. The warriors were preparing for the final blow. They knew that their country was counting on them, and there was no retreat. Angelica offered a fire spell, calling on the others to follow her. Standing with her sword, Hydra gritted her teeth, her eyes blazing with determination. She was a warrior and knew that her duty was to fight to the last. Even at the cost of her own life, she was ready to protect her comrades. The battle reached its victorious peak. The commander praised his soldiers for their good work, but suddenly one of the magicians fell to the ground, exhausted. His comrades called out to him anxiously, hoping that he would be able to regain his strength. Gradually, they came to the realization that Mercren was dead. After a tense battle, the allies settled down around the fire. But instead of a peaceful rest, disagreements awaited them. Angelica chided Reed, saying that attacking and recuperating at the same time was a huge responsibility. He interpreted this as a lack of desire to mourn the fallen. This caused Angelica to have a violent reaction, and the girl grabbed the man by the collar in a rage. She demanded to know what he was going to do now that they had no food or water. Reed tried to justify himself, but the situation was getting worse. The question of survival was becoming critical, and disagreements were only making the group's situation worse. At that moment, Hydra watched as the tension between the companions reached its limit. One of them grabbed the other roughly, their gazes darting from anger to despair. The girl could not understand why everything went wrong, because they were supposed to act together. She once dreamed of bright adventures filled with joy and discovery. However, the reality turned out to be cruel, a series of continuous, merciless battles. Looking at her comrades, the girl wondered how Selt, a man who had been through many battles, would have acted in their place. The young man, driven by emotion, grabbed Hydra by the shoulder. He tried to justify himself to his companions, but their looks were full of distrust. He felt cornered, especially when the accusations of cruelty were thrown in his face. Despair overwhelmed him. He pushed the Hydra sharply and, losing its balance, it fell to the ground, breathing heavily. His gaze was raging. His lips were screaming accusations. He did not understand how she, who preached humanity and morality, could now go against her own principles. Their trust was crumbling before their eyes, to which Hydra only cried and asked him to calm down. Angelica just smirked, looking at her interlocutor. She saw the commander yelling at the defenseless girl, and then she immediately figured out how to turn the situation to her advantage. And Angelica hastened to turn to Hydra. She started to manipulate the girl, and quickly approached her. The atmosphere between the women became increasingly tense. Angelica acknowledged her interlocutor's strength, but emphasized that her skills were not enough against demons. The blonde's eyes lit up with a devilish fire. Her smile grew wider. She looked mockingly at her opponent, choosing caustic words. For her, everything that was happening turned into a funny game, and Reed, while acknowledging her ambition, pointed out her lack of real power. He doubted her ability to survive without magic. The girl tried to object, but she knew he was right. Her eyes showed her weakness, but she wasn't going to give in. Hydra was overcome with doubt, knowing that she was here for the sake of others. She imagined that if she were cast out like Set, she would become a disgrace to the clan. The thoughts weighed on her, causing anxiety. Her lips trembled, and her voice broke as she desperately asked for help. Reed and Angelica stood in front of her, their gazes expressing mixed emotions. Despair consumed her. She fell to her knees, humiliatingly begging not to abandon her. She was ready to obey any order, if only to remain on the team. The girl, on the contrary, kept her cool, and Angelica just smirked, looking at her interlocutor. Her gaze exuded confidence and hidden intentions. With a smirk, the girl approached the Hydra, enjoying its helplessness. She announced that she would now give it an order. Her expression became even more frightening, causing fear in the eyes of her subordinate. The order was clear: find Set and bring him here. Cold fingers gripped her face, forcing her to obey without argument. At that very moment, Angelica swung, and she hit the girl on the cheek with all her might. She ordered her to go and find Set immediately. The girl could barely contain her fear, but she understood that she had no choice. She was forced to obey, because refusal would mean the complete destruction of her will. Angelica enjoyed her superiority. She watched as the Hydra walked away into the night, heading after the boy. Angelica stood up to her full height, stretching in a relaxed manner. She noted that the unexpected loneliness was even pleasant. Her gaze lingered on her ally, and she decided to take advantage of this moment. The conversation between them became increasingly ambiguous, hinting at hidden motives that Angelica was in no hurry to reveal. They stopped near Makran's grave. The man admitted that he wished their comrade were alive. However, Angelica only grinned, not showing any particular sadness. She hinted that their current situation might even be better. Reed looked at her, hiding his emotions. He wasn't sure how much he could trust her. Everything that was happening seemed too convenient for Angelica. However, now he had no choice but to move forward. At this time, Hydra, confused and upset, ran through the forest, her thoughts rushing between fear and hope. She realized that her allies had changed, but she still believed that if Seth returned, things might be different. Tears streamed down her cheeks as her body trembled with emotion. Realizing her determination, the girl raised her head and firmly clenched her fists. Her eyes lit up with confidence. She promised herself that no matter what, she would bring Set back. Her heart beat faster, and she no longer hesitated. In the middle of the lake stood herons, peacefully dozing in the sun. At this time, an archer was watching them closely, aiming and choosing his victim. Set easily shot the bird with an arrow, hitting the target perfectly. His hunting skills surprised those around him. He was calm, holding the prey in his hands, and a voice behind him praised him. Yodo carefully assessed the catch. Realizing that this would be enough for food, they had been living in the village for a few days now, and this catch was a good addition to their diet. Set was grateful for the concern. Sitting at the table, Ryudo and Set continued their conversation. The young man noted that he remembered information well, but the young man believed that this was more due to the explanations of his interlocutor. The man told the boy to be careful with fragile things. Their conversation turned into a more informal one. Ryudo couldn't understand how the boy could simultaneously combine clumsiness and dexterity. In turn, the young man asked to be more lenient towards him. Ryudo looked reproachfully at Set, who drank carelessly and could break the dishes. He wondered why an experienced warrior was so clumsy in everyday life. Suddenly, Set asked an unexpected question. He wondered how he could meet a man in such a place. After all, this man was a famous sniper, whose name was known to everyone on the battlefield, and the young man sincerely admired him. In turn, the sniper insisted that he was not as good a person as he was described. His past was full of darkness and he could not accept himself. However, the young man saw something more in him, but the man decided to interrupt Setik. He strictly explained to the young man the village rule: don't meddle in other people's business. Then, gently patting him on the head, he made it clear that he was now part of this world, to which the guy hastened to agree. Set left the house and went deeper into the village, at it from above. The view was breathtaking: cozy houses, a mountain range, and a life far removed from wars. Watching the sheep, the boy thought, after all, how many more places like this exist in the world? He sat down on the hillside and thought. It was peaceful here, but his soul was searching for more. Looking up, he realized he was not alone. Someone called out to him. Someone called his name. Killam met Set while patrolling the area. She greeted him with a smile and asked if his work was finished. The young man said that he had even been treated to lunch, which surprised the girl. Killam looked at Set with warmth, noting his kindness. However, she was tormented by the thought that any conversation with Ryudo only caused him to react coldly. She wanted to be closer to the hero, to which the young man replied that others liked him because of his calm nature. She became indignant and asked him again, and just as abruptly she fell silent and turned away. The young man did not understand her hints. At that moment, the girl thought about the past and admitted that she once fell in love with a person who was perhaps the same as Seto. Killam hinted at the connection between her past and her present feelings. She remembered how much she had done for this man, but in the end, he had run away. Her voice sounded sad, and her eyes were filled with disappointment. That wound in her heart still hurt. Killam told her that she fell in love with a man while she was the leader of the army, but he left her. As she told the story, Set realized that they were both failures in some way. However, she acknowledged his excellent fighting qualities, and the young man immediately wanted to meet the man who had impressed Killam herself. She reassured Set of her former lover's good human qualities. The girl exclaimed joyfully, calling the name of the one she considered the man of her destiny. Holmes. The young man noted the striking similarity between these two people. Then, jumping up, she left as quickly as she had appeared. This statement surprised her interlocutor. At the same time, Set wondered if the rumors about the village could really be true. Then the young man reached the guest house. He tasted the freshly baked pie with pleasure, and Satis at this time proudly said that Mr. Scarlet taught her this. The pie was made using candied fruit. The girl admitted that this pie was tastier than restaurant desserts. The conversation turned to the topic of Satis's preferences, who, according to Set, was very fond of fruit. Suddenly she changed the subject. The girl suggested having a picnic in a picturesque village with a beautiful view. Set was surprised, not understanding what a picnic was. The girl explained that this was an opportunity to enjoy the rest and the scenery. He agreed, but was clearly not entirely sure about the essence of the event. She also noticed that he usually got up too early, to which the young man explained that he was used to working with Ryoto. The girl asked Set to pour some tea, adding that it had to be done carefully without spilling a drop. He zealously asked her to rely on him, because the young man tried his best not to disappoint the girl. They were sitting in the living room. Satis enjoyed the tea, while Set said it was a great luxury for him compared to the times when he had to drink only water, and the girl promised that even more pleasant moments awaited them tomorrow, to which the guy was quite surprised. But he immediately corrected himself and affirmatively agreed with her. She sat down next to Seth holding a cup of tea. They talked about the past day, discussing tomorrow's plans. Soon her voice was heard announcing that the bath was ready. She was thinking about her plan of action. The girl thought about how quickly Set took a bath with a playful smile. Her words sounded suggestive, as if she was hinting at something more. At this time, the guy enjoyed the hot water, relaxing after a hard day. He felt refreshed and noted that this place was simply amazing. The magical bath, built using complex spells, resembled Roman baths. The young man thought about how convenient this magical construction was. The boy enjoyed the warm water, thinking about the people he had met. He realized that all the adults he had met had changed, but they were good. And the thought of the fruit pie that Satis liked brought warm feelings to him. Yes, he was happy, and I decided that it would be nice to stay here for a while. Suddenly, the silence was broken by the sound of footsteps. Set turned around, hearing a soft voice. A female voice said that he had not washed himself enough yet. His eyes widened in surprise when he saw someone approaching. This was clearly not part of his vacation plans. Satis stood before him, wearing only a towel, with a mischievous smile on her face. She looked relaxed and confident. Satis, who appeared in the bath wearing only a towel, was inspired by the bathroom, and he, in turn, was shocked and confused, not understanding why the girl was here. Satis, on the other hand, looked pleased, claiming that everything was going according to their plan. She confidently declared that she would now teach Set how to wash himself properly. She ordered him to sit down to show him how to wash himself properly, which made him clearly uneasy. The boy tried to resist, but Satis's pressure was too strong and he could do nothing about it. Satis sat Set down and began to wash him, thoroughly rubbing the lather into his hair. The guy sat tensely. Satis, on the contrary, enjoyed the process, not paying attention to his worries. The young man was worried about his feelings. As the girl continued to rub his head, Set realized that he had never washed himself like this before. Despite all the discomfort, he had to admit that it felt good. However, the situation became increasingly ambiguous. The young man felt extreme discomfort from what was happening. The girl was upset. After all, while washing, Satis noticed many old scars on Set's body. She thought about his past, realizing that he had been through a lot of hard times. The young man, in turn, was confused by her sudden concern. He tried to calm down, but his thoughts were confused, and every gesture of hers made him nervous. He understood that he needed to calm down and not look at Satis. Unaware of his embarrassment, she motioned for him to move closer. Satis relaxed into the water, enjoying its warmth, while Set stood tensely. She exclaimed that water cleansed not only the body, but the soul as well. However, the guy felt that something was going wrong. His intuition told him that the situation was getting out of control, and he flew away like lightning. Satis realized her mistake. While the young man could barely catch his breath from what had happened to him, he wanted to get dressed immediately. Anna saw a basket with cleaning things in the corner. He realized that Satis's clothes were there, but clenching his fist with all his will, he tried to pull himself together again. At that moment, the sounds that reached the girl alarmed her. Set turned sharply at the sound of Satis's alarmed voice. The girl ran out in a towel, demanding an explanation. He assured her that everything was under control. However, her anxiety did not go away, and he, as if exhausted, collapsed onto the sofa, trying to think about the situation. At this moment, Satis approached Set cautiously, noticing his tired appearance. She asked if everything was okay, and he nodded, explaining that perhaps the hot water was causing the dizziness. She extended her hand with the water in support, suggesting that he rest for a while. Set, still confused, realized that it was soon time for sleep. When Satis reminded him of this, he froze in indecision. His face turned red as he realized that they were going to sleep together again. However, the girl only smiled slyly, assuring him that he was simply overreacting. Despite his desperate attempts to avoid the situation, She seemed pleased and hoped that he would soon be able to get used to it. Confused, he barely called out to Satis, and with his face burning with embarrassment, he could only timidly thank her for sharing a bath. Afterwards, the young man abruptly slammed the door, which caused the girl slight surprise. And sitting on the bed, she wished him good night, thinking about the past day. While he was in his room, turned to the wall, trying to sleep. It was morning. Set and Satis were walking along the path, enjoying nature. Smiling, the girl admired the beautiful view, and Seth agreed with her. Birds were singing around, creating a calm atmosphere. They were happy to have a break from all the recent events, enjoying a moment of silence and peace. Satis suggested stopping for a break and having lunch. She took out the prepared food, which looked delicious and rich. Seth realized with surprise that she had prepared everything herself. The girl smiled with pride, watching his reaction. It was a simple but warm moment between them. He ate, enjoying the taste of the prepared dishes, while Satis noted that the food was very meaty and asked him to be less hasty. She spoke of her experience, comparing the richness of nature to golden treasures. The place gave them a sense of freedom, but also awakened a certain melancholy in them. The young man was touched by these landscapes and could not hold back his tears. After dinner, Satis suggested that Seth rest. He lay down, resting his head on her lap, and she carefully stroked his hair, enjoying the moment of closeness. The guy felt relaxed, but strange feelings of nostalgia awoke inside him. It seemed to him that he had already been in this place before. The companion spoke of memories of ancient creatures that could be preserved in nature. Perhaps this place was important to the young man's ancestors. She understood that Seth felt a deep calm, but also a strange sense of déjà vu. The girl considered him truly mysterious, and he slowly fell asleep, plunging into a peaceful sleep. A light wind blew over their silhouettes on the slope of a picturesque hill. After resting, the young man woke up, stretched and looked around. Satis asked him if he had slept well, and he hastened to thank her again. It seemed to him that this was truly the most peaceful place he had ever encountered. Suddenly he felt something. The young man decided to take a walk immediately to clear his head and hurried away. Satis noticed his departure and was surprised. Realizing that he was in a hurry, the girl decided to follow him. She quickly stood up and tried to catch up with him, but suddenly disappeared from sight. Satis called for the guy in a panic, but he was already deep underground. He assured her that he was fine, but he admitted that he found a strange place. A dark corridor stretched out before him, which seemed too deep and mysterious. He doubted whether it was worth going further. Satis delved deeper into the underground ruins, amazed at their grandeur. She stepped carefully across the stone floor. The girl couldn't believe what she was seeing. Ruins. While looking around the area, they saw a number of mysterious totems going into the darkness. Satis was surprised to find such ruins and tried to light the way with magic. Set and Satis continued their exploration and came across more totems. Their placement was disturbing, as if the figures were frozen in some ritualistic act. The group approached one of the totems. The girl remembered that such structures were created by ancient tribes to worship the spirits of their ancestors. However, according to her knowledge, a traditional totem should have a face, but this one did not. While examining the material of the totems, Satis noted their age and strange composition. They resembled a mineral, not wood. She wondered about the purpose of these structures and why they were different from all those known before. They moved on. Suddenly, the young man saw a strange object. In the center of the room was an ancient altar. Set and Satis approached it, examining the mysterious place. Satis guessed his origin. Set cautiously asked if she knew anything else about these ruins, to which he replied that it might be connected to the legends of monsters. The girl also told him that many years ago, demons were divided into categories, but they all united with the Demon King to become a single army. However, there was one category that did not submit to the king. They were called Wendigos, and were believed to be living spirits by the will of nature. The young man suggested that this was precisely the altar of worship of the Wendigo spirits, to which Satis agreed, specifying that these spirits had lived in this world since its creation. After going through the old records, she understood a lot for herself. This land, as it seemed to the girl, was their place of residence. The young man was shocked by her stories. It seemed to him that she knew a lot of interesting things. But despite the calm atmosphere, Set still asked about the possibility of going back. The girl didn't hear his question, and he had to repeat it. to which Satis enthusiastically responded with a negative and expressed a desire to study the place in more detail. Seth could do was sit back and wait for her calmly. Looking at her, he realized how interested the girl was in their joint discovery. Noting that she showed such interest only when she was near him, his thoughts took him far into dreams, and he tried to bring himself to his senses as quickly as possible. When he came to, he saw something interesting near the altar. It seemed to him that there was something behind the find. Indeed, a strange image was visible behind the altar. The unfamiliar drawing left the young man stunned. Set suddenly woke up, hearing Satis's voice. She was surprised to notice that she had called him many times already, but he had not responded. He apologized, saying that he was lost in thought. However, Satis looked at him warily, not understanding why he was so lost in his thoughts. She looked around the area, but didn't notice anything strange. She asked in bewilderment what the guy was looking at. Time passed, and the young man was able to bring Rito. Memories of the Wendigo altar, where, according to legend, spirits were worshipped, surfaced in the man's mind. The realization that Set was right gave him a strange feeling. The man also advised the young man to go to a man named Jenda. He was a priest of the Yella tribe and was a strange old man living in the western part of the village. Rito warned that his master might reveal some secrets. The young man set out on his journey, and I got to a strange house, which looked strange and abandoned. Set was hesitant, but knocked anyway. Suddenly, a mysterious man wearing a shaman's headdress appeared in front of him, who already knew about his arrival. The mysterious shaman turned out to be the one called Jenda. He invited Set inside. While the young man still stood on the threshold of the house, completely confused by what he had heard, the old man offered a cup of tea which he said cleared the mind. Set was stunned, as if the man knew more about him than he should have. However, he still decided to stay and listen to him. During the conversation, the shaman noticed a strange totem pole that Set had seen earlier. He explained that this was a sign associated with the Wendigo death altar, Ahas, Patel. At this time, the young man listened to every word of the elder. The young man learned that for this people, the altar meant not just a place of worship, but a symbol of the whole world, uniting their past and present. Set listened to a story about an ancient creature that created the world. They said that it gave life to the seas, mountains, and people, spending tens of thousands of years on it. Realizing that he might be a part of this story, Set felt uneasy and wondered if it was really about him. Jenda explained that death is not a fear for those who truly follow the path of Ahas, Patel. Their bodies return to the soil, continuing the cycle of life. The boy was shocked to realize that the figure he had seen at the altar might have been the embodiment of an ancient power. The old man was stunned by this fact. He asked the young man again whether he could really see this, to which the young man replied that he had not seen and that his companion might have simply been mistaken. Jenda was sure that this was not an accident. He claimed that the statue had disappeared many years ago, but the man had seen it as a child. He began to think, realizing that Set was special, and began to suspect that the young man was connected to ancient powers, although Set himself did not yet understand it. Involuntary questions arose in the young man's head. After all, he was afraid that he had angered the powerful spirit with his life, and probably a hospital is now pursuing him. The elder knew for sure that the spirit would not appear just like that, and he assumed that the spirit was simply watching him, checking whether he was worthy of seeing something more. At that moment, the boy silently pondered the old man's words. They were both confused. Finally, raising his eyes and distracted from his oppressive thoughts, Jenda was able to take a closer look at the young man. He noted that Seth had eyes that had been through a lot, to which the young man merely joked, saying that he had always been a hair's breadth from death. Suddenly, the old man decided to give the guy some valuable advice. He warned him of an approaching guest. Selt tensed, not understanding who he was talking about. In that moment, it seemed to him that he had become part of history, much older than he could imagine. He hinted at a woman with a crazy look like a ghost, and blessing Set, he warned that danger was still nearby. With these words, they said goodbye, and the young man went back to the house. The old man noticed that the boy did not inspire fear in him and looked like an ordinary soldier, although I couldn't shake the thought that the young man simply didn't say much. At night, a wild breathing could be heard on a forest path. Someone's shadow flickered between the trees. A distorted voice screamed Seta's name like a spell. A creepy girl with a crazy smile emerged from the darkness, her eyes glowing with manic joy. Set lay in bed, but sleep would not come. He looked out the window, listening to the quiet sounds of the night village. Somewhere in the distance, mysterious voices were heard, echoing anxiously across the valley. The young man's thoughts were spinning with fragments of events. He remembered Vendito, the temple, the woman with the crazy look. She came to the village. But to whom? To Satis? Or to him? The tension grew inside him, and he suddenly felt that it would be better not to be alone. Unable to sleep, Set went outside. The moon was especially bright. He looked at the night sky, enjoying the silence. He felt that his thoughts had stopped and he was calm again. It seemed that now he could sleep again, and it was time for him to go back. Suddenly, the light of the moon became strangely distorted. Set felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. A distant voice came from far away, and then a sudden movement in the darkness. He spun around, his hand reflexively going to his weapon. His heart was pounding. He wasn't alone. In front of him stood Hydra, a girl with a crazy smile. She called him by name, saying that she had tried to live for the sake of peace, but she was not comfortable in the village. Her appearance seemed ominous, and her words hinted at something evil. Set couldn't believe his eyes. He couldn't figure out where she was from, to which the girl said that it was very easy to track him down. She also told the young man what they had to face on the way here. Set noticed that she had changed and looked emaciated. At this time, the girl extended her hand, inviting Set to come with her. She said that she needed his strength now. However, her words sounded anxious, and her gaze betrayed some madness. Hydra asked enthusiastically if the boy liked killing. Her eyes glowed with a strange light. In a fit of emotion, she extended her hand, offering him to destroy many people. Set looked at her with concern, holding a sword in his hand. He firmly stated that he was no longer a soldier and did not want to fight. However, the girl was surprised by such a statement. The young man again asked her forgiveness for ruining his plans. The girl's fist flew towards Set's face with all its might. Angry, she screamed how hard it was for her to reach him. She demanded that he listen to his elders, ordering him to fulfill her request. But Set only apologized, not wanting to get into a conflict. The Hydra became even more furious. She threatened to kill the guy if he did not agree to leave with her. The swing of the sword indicated the seriousness of her intention to deal with the young man. At that moment, another girl intervened, standing between them. She protected Set by blocking Hydra's attack. She recognized the girl who stood up for the guy. She realized in shock that it was she who had pulled the wool over Set's eyes. There was disbelief and anger in her voice. The confrontation between them was becoming more and more intense, and the boy remained confused. Satis appeared before the enemy, holding a weapon in her hands. Her gaze was cold, and her voice sounded confident. She demanded an answer, brooking no objections. Her voice was haughty and oppressive. Hydra realized in fear that in front of her stood not just the commander of the demon army, but a real monster with incredible power. She retreated in panic. Satis asked the young man for permission to have a direct confrontation, and looking at him with a soft gaze, she inspired him with confidence in her own strength. The girl was confident that the decision she had made was correct. At this time, Hydra screamed, declaring that she was no longer who she used to be. Her eyes were glowing with madness, and in her hand she held a mysterious object. She claimed that she received it from the leader of the bandits, and was going to prove her strength by using it. Satis couldn't figure out what kind of pill it was. The enemy took the pill, and her body instantly began to transform. A dark aura enveloped her, and her muscles tensed. She laughed, feeling the power filling her. But Satis remained unperturbed. She knew that a temporary boost would not make the Hydra stronger than her. Calmly, with a hint of mockery, she asked if she thought she could be defeated. In turn, the girl was confident of victory and said with a smile that she would now be able to fight longer. She attacked Satis with fury, and at full speed she began to approach her. Satis and Hydra clashed in a fierce battle. The enemy screamed, accusing Satis of subduing Satis. Her face twisted in rage, and her movements became even more aggressive. Satis looked at her with cold determination, clenching her fists, ready to fight back. She had no intention of giving in and launched a powerful attack. The Hydra took a crushing blow, its body buckling in pain. The force of the attack was so great that it could not resist. The air whistled around them, the tension of the battle reaching its peak. Her face was contorted in pain. Sweat was running down her skin. Her eyes were wide, reflecting a mixture of pain and shock. She was breathing heavily, Her body was shaking, but her eyes were determined not to give up. Meanwhile, Satis raised her leg high above her head, preparing to deliver another powerful blow. Her movements were fast and precise, each step measured. She was not going to give her opponent time to recover. The girl tried to dodge, but her opponent was already catching up with her. The speed of the attacks was incredible. She had to use all her strength to avoid being completely defeated in this unequal battle. Her face was filled with fear and weariness, but there was a fire in her eyes. She knew she couldn't lose, that she had to find a way to fight back. At that moment, Satis confidently declared that people with rotten hearts should not exist in this world, which meant that she would have to see the fight through to the end. The powerful blow made the opponent bend over in pain, but having pulled itself together, Hydra began to strike back. The two fighters clashed in a powerful collision. Their blows connected in midair, creating a booming pulse of force. Satis remained determined, but her opponent did not give in. Their eyes met, both knowing that the battle was just beginning. The opponent's face twisted in surprise. Her eyes widened as she sensed something strange. In the next second, the outcome of the battle could change dramatically. The opponent took advantage of the moment and struck with a swift blow. Satis did not have time to fully dodge. Her balance was broken. A tense pause hung in the air. Both knew that the slightest mistake would decide the outcome of the fight. The Hydra counterattacked and decisively quickened its pace. She hit Satis hard. Seto couldn't help but scream when he saw this. Having flown away, the girl still managed to maintain her balance. Satis expressed her surprise towards the enemy, and Hydra only sarcastically reproached the impotence of the commander of the demon army. Satis breathed heavily. She admitted that she no longer served the Demon King, just like Sed. Her interlocutor looked surprised, not expecting such a confession. She wasn't going to explain what was happening right now, assuring that her words would be incomprehensible. There was uncertainty in her voice, but also firmness. Suddenly, the girl rushed into the attack. Her scream was accompanied by a powerful blow aimed at her opponent. Fighting spirit was burning in her eyes, and her movements were fast and precise. The Hydra screamed, calling for battle. Her pupils dilated and emotions overwhelmed her. She prepared to fight, clenching her fists and charging forward. The young man's gaze followed the battle. The lone eye widened in surprise. He did not interfere, but was clearly amazed by what was happening. The two girls clashed in a fierce battle. One of them launched a powerful kick. The other tried to defend herself by clenching her fists. Their bodies tensed, reflecting the intensity of the battle. Satis smirked, her eyes alight with excitement. She braced herself for the next move, anticipating the blow. Confidence was evident in her eyes. Her intention was clear, to continue the fight and not retreat. At that moment, Hydra rushed forward with Seto. Her movements were fast and aggressive. A clash was inevitable. The air rang with tension. She was not going to give in to this fight. But Satis, with an angry cry, grabbed her opponent, trying to throw her away. Their fight became more and more fierce. The blows became stronger, and emotions overwhelmed both of them. The girl, using her agility, delivered a powerful kick right into her opponent's face. She remained focused. Her movements were precise. A slight smile flickered in her eyes. Her confidence in victory grew, and the blow hit its mark. The dark-haired girl recoiled, her face distorted with pain. Her body bent back, thrown back by the powerful movement. Pain shot through her. Suddenly, a third party appeared on the battlefield. Killam, in armor and holding a sword, ordered everyone to freeze. The loser realized that her body no longer obeyed, paralyzed by something invisible. Victory was not so easy. Set knew that the Hydra attack had ended with the arrival of the Killam. He knew that they had been hasty in their decision to abandon the village. In the spacious room, Satis quietly asked for forgiveness for the inconvenience. She mentioned that the girl came for Seth. While Scarlet was a little surprised by the fact that the girl was not human, this made Satis tense up and ask how they knew about it. The woman calmly drank tea, explaining that the villagers had already guessed everything. The conversation was not only about Set, but also about the new future. In turn, the girl said that she did not expect that they would actually be left in the village. She stood opposite, not agreeing with this idea. Scarlet merely reminded him that people are prone to change, and this port attracts a wide variety of personalities. However, there was a hidden sadness in her words, hinting at regret. The woman noted that she would leave her a house so that she could return at any time. Despite her strength, the girl gradually began to see people not as weak creatures, but as something more. This discovery awakened in her mixed feelings of gratitude. Meanwhile, Hydra was lost in thought in her bed. She heard the happy life of the villagers and realized something with bitterness. There was talk of holding a party outside, but it seemed inappropriate to her. And closing her eyes, she seemed to be trying to escape from reality, not knowing what to do next. The cart moved slowly along the road, carrying the heroes away from the village. Set and Satis discussed how unusual their stay there had been. They realized that parting had not been easy. On the way, they continued to talk about the village. Set sheepishly admitted that he liked it there. Satis noticed his sincerity, surprised by how warmly they were greeted by the locals. The village, surrounded by mountains, seemed like a strange but cozy place. The girl thanked the guides with a smile, saying that the journey to the next city was not short and that they were happy to help them, to which the elderly man smiled back at her. They discussed the events of the war and how everything had calmed down. Satis only smiled in response. The girl only mentally added that she would also play her part in this. The image of the last battle flashed through her mind, and she only added that the strength of the demon army had also diminished. Hearing this, the man was surprised because Satis did not know the latest news. He said that the sudden news shocked the entire village. A group of heroes had gone missing. Set and Satis were shocked. The young man did not expect to hear about the mysterious disappearance of the warriors. The travelers discussed rumors about a mysterious lake in one of the cities, the very place where the boy was exiled. The man was also able to confirm these rumors. After all, attacks on caravans had become more frequent recently, causing alarm among merchants. The girl was skeptical of this information since it was hinted that it was the missing heroes who did it. Set wondered about the veracity of the rumors. After all, it was very strange for him to just disappear without a single message, and he sincerely hoped that his former commander was okay. The travelers decided to change the subject and stop to eat. Satis teased her companions, telling them to try her signature dishes. At this time, the cart stopped in a picturesque area, and the heroes discussed that with such magical abilities as the girl had, one could take as many things as one wanted on the road. At the halt, Set sat alone, pondering the recent events. He was completely immersed in his thoughts. Memories of Reed, the man who saved lives, haunted him. He wondered what had happened to the heroes who had gone missing, and tried to understand his place in this world. Thoughts of the past haunted Set. Memories of the Hydra floated into the young man's mind. He understood that it had changed too. He felt that much around him was beginning to crumble. But at the same time, something new was emerging. The young man remembered how he was once called a weapon of mass destruction, and all the insults he had to endure, being unworthy of anything. Now he had to find his way in this world. He realized this when talking to Hydra. Set realized that he wanted to live not just as a soldier, but as a human being. His memories led him to this realization. Satis saw that he was deep in thought and watched him with concern. The young man dreamed of being next to her. She seemed to him a symbol of hope and warmth. Everything was so calm and peaceful, but something strange was lurking in the depths of these lands. He felt someone's presence. Set stopped when he heard a strange sound and looked around. As suddenly appeared in front of him. Patel. His ominous figure towered above the ground, surrounded by dark tentacles. Set was stunned. Why did this mysterious spirit appear now? The young man wanted to come closer. However, the creature soon disappeared, leaving the guy completely bewildered. At that moment, Satis came up, asking what had happened, but he decided not to tell her the truth. Set was the only one who saw him. He had an envelope clutched in his hands. Ahaz Patel left behind only a mysterious sealed letter. The young man was immediately called out by a female voice, and he, having answered hastily, hid the envelope in his bosom. Set also asked the girl where they were heading, and Satis reported that their target was the city of Ufline, Donna known as the Adventurer's Kitchen. On the other side of the world, warriors were retreating after the battle. One of them greeted Sebek joyfully, thus confirming that he remained intact. The goblin, judging by his reaction, was not so optimistic. The gloomy atmosphere of a camp after a battle filled with wounded and survivors surrounded them. The warriors discussed the situation with the Orc King, who to their surprise simply disappeared. Sebek expected the Orc King to fight to the end. but he abandoned the entire rear guard, leaving the soldiers to die. To Sebek, the king was nothing but a coward. But in any case, the outcome of the battle was successful. After all, the battlefield was strewn with the bodies of the fallen. The warrior reported with satisfaction that the rear guard was completely defeated. However, his interlocutor looked confused, realizing how difficult this victory had been. When they reached the Orc King's camp, it turned out that he had already been defeated, and seeing the defeated army, Sebek felt satisfaction. The fighter fought alone against thousands of enemies, demonstrating incredible fighting abilities. He managed to completely suppress the rear guard of the enemy, causing fear in the observers. However, one of the soldiers looked at what was happening with disbelief, realizing that he was faced with an incredibly dangerous enemy. The goblin wanted to know the warrior's opinion on this matter. The demon discussed the future of the Demon King's army, expressing doubts about its integrity. Their position in power changed after the expulsion of Captain Satis. Sebek saw no reason to worry, but the demon believed that due to strict orders, discipline among the warriors weakened and discord began to appear within the army. He feared that if the situation did not change, the army would soon collapse from within, and they were in dire need of Captain Satis. In this confession, Sebek rudely interrupted the goblin. He saw no need to listen to all these complaints and advised the demon to express everything directly to the king, to which the demon, not knowing how to justify his words, immediately hesitated. Sebek only sighed. After all, he understood that this would not change anything and suggested simply moving on to the next battlefield. The demon was sad because he did not find the proper consolation in the face of his ally, and Sebek only admitted that his goal is to find the strongest opponent and defeat him. However, he would also like to be defeated by this enemy. His dream is to face someone who can surpass him in combat. He sincerely believed that somewhere in this world there was such a person. His listener only noted the strangeness of his behavior. The goblin quickly reminded the warrior that their army was on the verge of collapse. The Demon King's troops were weakening, and only he could save them. The demon mentally begged Sebek not to die, acknowledging that there was no one stronger than him. At that moment, the warrior asked his ally if the Demon King had given them any orders on where to go next, to which the goblin, remembering, took out a bundle. It was a map that showed the location of the Wendigo spirits, and they were ordered to destroy it as a warning. Sebek liked this idea very much. This reminded me that the place was also listed as the Adventurer's Kitchen. Sebek enthusiastically decided to go to a new place. He felt an interesting meeting approaching. At this time, Satis and her companion continued their journey on the cart. They did not suspect that soon their paths would cross with someone who was thirsty for the strongest battle. Set lay on Satis' lap, deep in sleep. The girl called him tenderly, stroking his hair. She reported that they had almost reached their destination. The gentle noise of the carriage accompanied them on their way, creating an atmosphere of peace before meeting a new place. The girl opened the curtain of the carriage and invited Set to look at the view. A huge city with a port, surrounded by strong walls, stretched out before them. The sun's rays reflected in the water, and seagulls circled in the sky, filling the air with a sense of freedom. Satis confirmed with a smile that they had arrived in the city of Wulin. Donna, known as an adventure destination. Set exclaimed with delight, realizing that he was seeing the sea for the first time. His eyes filled with wonder, and his words flowed without stopping. After all, he had never been to the sea before and had only heard that it was big. The girl asked with slight curiosity what exactly he meant when the guy asked about fishing. The young man explained that he had heard a rumor about this dish. The topic was sushi, a mysterious dish that has become popular in different countries over time due to its unique taste. Set admitted that he had heard many rumors about seafood and wanted to check them out. He expressed doubts about eating raw fish, but admitted he would try it for fun. Satis thought about it, wondering if there was a place in town where she could sample the local delicacies. Their journey continued, promising new experiences and unexpected discoveries. They agreed to find a place to stay for the night upon arrival and go to some place to taste this mysterious dish. There are probably many such interesting places in the city. The travelers arrived in the bustling city of Donna. Walking along the streets, they noticed how life was in full swing here. Set suddenly saw a familiar sign and pointed at it excitedly, assuming that this was their destination. They knocked on the door. Upon entering the restaurant, they were greeted, and they sat down at the table in front of the cook. Seeing Set, the cook began asking questions. He asked the young man what kind of sushi he would like to try. The girl, confused, did not immediately understand what he meant, but she remained wary. The atmosphere in the establishment was becoming ambiguous. At this moment, the girl hastened to explain the situation and offered them sashimi. This was the first time Seto had heard of this dish. In common parlance, it was the name for simple raw fish cut into strips. Beautifully decorated sushi was placed in front of them. They aroused surprise and curiosity among travelers. The waitress explained the rules for consuming these products. The guy couldn't believe that this dish was eaten with wooden chopsticks. He barely managed to lift his piece correctly. This incredible taste deeply impressed them. They were both amazed at how delicious the dish was. The girl carefully took the sushi with her hands, and, overcoming my doubts, I tried it. As soon as she put the piece in her mouth, her mind was filled with vibrant flavors, creating a unique combination of rice and fish. She was amazed at how harmonious this simple-looking delicacy was. They admitted that the dish was indeed delicious and watched each other's reactions with a smile. The cook was satisfied with their reaction. At that moment, someone entered the restaurant, and the waitress hurried to tell the guests that the room was overcrowded and that it was impossible to serve new customers. The uninvited guests were noisy and aggressive men. The man was shocked by the response to the defenseless employee. He began to mock the customers, demanding that someone leave the establishment to make room for them. The atmosphere in the room became tense. One of the hooligans turned his attention to Set and Satis. Meanwhile, the owner of the establishment tried to prevent the conflict, but the attackers had no intention of retreating. The man turned to the other, drawing his attention to the travelers. And approaching them, one of the drunken thugs brazenly addressed Satis. Having given her rude compliments, the girl remained cool. At this moment, Set, who was sitting next to her, became tense and clearly irritated. The young man's eyes lit up with a dangerous gleam. The bully approached the boy, mocking his gaze. He took up arms, threatening violence. With a quick movement, he rushed towards the guy. However, Seto showed no fear. He was ready to answer the challenge. His scream rent the air as the liquid splashed across his face. The enemy clearly underestimated her capabilities. The attacker didn't have time to understand how he ended up on the ground. The guy instantly grabbed his hand, blocking any attempts at resistance. The man's expression changed from rage to fear. He realized that he was trapped. The rest of the establishment's staff watched what was happening with alarm. At that moment, a blade flashed at the hooligan's neck. He shouted to his friends, and he asked to kill the girl and save him. One of them pulled out a weapon, threatening Satis. However, her gaze remained cold-blooded, and the confidence in her movements left no doubt. She was ready for any attack. Everyone understood that the situation was heating up. The man holding the gun tried to scare her, to which the guy began to worry more about the attacker than the victim. The hooligan was shocked by what was happening. Satis took the blade in her hands without hesitation. Its shape suddenly changed as if obeying her will. This stunned the enemy. He could not believe that his weapon was useless in the face of such unusual abilities. After all, she was able to bend his weapon with ease. Without wasting any time, she immediately delivered a powerful blow straight to the enemy's face. And suddenly the situation changed. Her calm but firm voice made everyone freeze. She suggested that the attackers calm down, reminding them of the consequences. The realization of their own helplessness quickly cooled their ardor, and the tense atmosphere in the room began to dissipate. The hooligans began to flee. Hidden in the shadows, the two pursuers raced down the alley. Suddenly, a man in flashy armor appeared before them, smiling dazzlingly. He looked at them as if he knew something important, and then asked an ominous question. The fugitives were taken aback, and they felt threatened. He laughed at them sarcastically. The commander of the city guard introduced himself proudly, his voice full of confidence. He announced his name Osiris, revealing his shining armor. His presence radiated power, causing doubt in his enemies. However, he was not finished yet. Osiris waved his hand sharply. He called himself a man who wielded the most powerful magical weapon in the world. His order was final, but the enemy was not about to give up. They looked at each other, preparing to flee, but fear had already settled in their hearts. The man did not allow anyone to escape from him, and despite their attempts to hide, he remained cool and confident. As he approached the establishment, he suspected that there might be more enemies hiding inside. Set watched Osiris with interest. He had already tied up the rest of the hooligans and prepared the bandits for the guard. Upon seeing the man, he realized that this magical armor belonged to a special category of fighters. She was amazed that someone could possess such powerful artifacts, and the sudden appearance of Satis shocked Osiris. He recognized her as the former commander of the Demon King's army. The thought of her being here made him wary. Her presence could mean more trouble, and he couldn't ignore that fact. Osiris stood in front of the building in his armor, looking around. He blinked and muttered, wondering if he was dreaming. It was quiet, but something seemed strange to him, like reality was blurring before his eyes. He placed his fingers on his forehead, taking a deep breath. His thoughts were filled with worry. His precious store had been looted, and he couldn't believe what had happened. However, there was something else that was bothering him. Satis sat on the sofa next to the young man. While the man was thinking about defeating the bandits of this strange couple, Osiris tilted his head, squinting. His voice was calm, but there was a hidden reproach in his words. Everything that was happening seemed suspicious to him. He asked a rhetorical question, pointing out the strangeness of this whole situation. He stood with his arms crossed in front of the two seated interlocutors. The boy and girl with serious faces bowed slightly, as if they felt guilty. The warrior thoughtfully pressed his hand to his chin, deep in thought. His gaze remained cold and assessing. He tried to understand the situation, finding inconsistencies in what was happening that did not give him peace. Memories of a warrior named Satis floated before his eyes. He had observed her fighting skills, but the appearance of a young man next to her raised questions. His intuition told him that something was wrong. At this point, Satis was tensely silent, her thoughts confused. He knew that she usually used cunning, flattery, and the power of persuasion to emerge victorious from any situation. However, something was wrong now. Osiris watched her, noticing that her attention was focused not on him, but on the strange boy. This confused him, because such indecision was unusual for her. He began to suspect that there was some secret hidden in it. He chuckled slightly, pressing his fingers to his chin. His eyes sparkled with interest. He was going to find out the whole truth. It was important for him to understand what was going on. The man extended his hand, indicating his readiness for dialogue. There was confidence in his voice. To begin with, he decided to introduce himself to create the appearance of a formal conversation. Set, who was sitting next to the girl, quietly took her hand, and calmly looking at his interlocutor, the guy, without hesitation, said his name. Revealing his true identity, he claimed to be the owner of a magic sword. The man in armor flinched in surprise. His eyes widened, and he incredulously repeated the nickname that had once been given to the legendary warrior Storm and Destruction. He looked down, saying thoughtfully that he had heard many stories about Seto. His voice was somewhere between respect and caution. He couldn't ignore the fact that this was someone with power. Satis stood next to the young man, listening to the story of how he had wielded a magic sword from an early age. The man also added that Seto had already defeated many powerful opponents using his strength. The young man himself only frowned slightly, as if he did not attach importance to these achievements. The boy's eyes widened in surprise. He was shocked by the amount of praise he received. Set turned away sheepishly, trying to downplay his importance. However, his modesty only made Osiris laugh and served to heighten the contrast with his true reputation. The man clearly liked this young man, but suddenly his gaze became serious. He narrowed his eyes, looking closely at his interlocutors. Doubts swarmed in his head, and he tried to figure out what exactly was wrong with these two. In front of him sat two people, a legendary swordsman and an officer of the Demon Lord's army. These two should not have been allies. But they stood side by side. He asked whether their appearance was connected with the general instability in the world. To him, their union seemed extremely strange and suspicious. Satis, in turn, thought for a moment, her gaze intense. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and then carefully said one word, perhaps. She raised her head resolutely and began to explain, and reminded him that she had once served in the Demon Lord's army. The girl also admitted that her situation was unstable. After a series of failures, she was forced to leave the army. The man listened to her with surprise, not expecting such words from such an experienced fighter. Set while fleeing. Memories of that encounter flashed through her mind. She had not yet known that their paths had crossed for a reason. The girl only squeezed the boy's hand tighter. She confessed that Seth had also been kicked out of the team. Their stories were similar, and that was what led them to meet. To which Osiris looked at them thoughtfully, folding his arms across his chest. He nodded, having come to a conclusion. After all, he understood that they did not pose a threat and just wanted to live in peace. He snorted and put his hand to his face theatrically. His voice was tinged with irony. He called them lovers on the run, clearly teasing. Satis had one request of him. She asked him to just forget about them. There was weariness in her tone. At this point, the man sighed, looking away. He admitted that he had some influence, but he was completely subservient to the organization. His voice sounded reluctant, as if he knew he couldn't just turn a blind eye to all of this. He laughed, covering his mouth with his hand. A number of questions that others had about this matter flashed through his mind. Why did he let them go? Wouldn't it have been more profitable to arrest them? However, he shook his head, answering that there was no benefit in it. He invited them with a smile to come back the next morning. Far down the street, Satis and Set were walking away, their figures gradually disappearing into the night. Someone next to the man said that everything would soon become clear. He just watched them silently, knowing that they would certainly return. At this point, the soldier asked the captain if he was sure of his decision. Even if they went back, it could lead to undesirable consequences. However, the man stopped him with a gesture, making it clear that the discussion was over. He knew what he was doing. Osiris grinned. He decided to watch the events unfold first. His plan for the next day was already thought out, and he was looking forward to its implementation. Looking up at the night sky, the captain ordered the training ground to be prepared. He admitted that meeting the owner of the magic sword had awakened his excitement. Now he wanted to find out who was stronger and test his strength in battle. The man in armor grinned, confidently raising his hand. His eyes were ablaze with excitement. He loudly declared that he would duel Sup tomorrow. His desire to test the legendary swordsman's strength was obvious. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, there was a sense of unease in the air. Reed asked the agonizing question, why did this happen? The warriors clutched their weapons. His gaze was intense. The battle had left a deep mark on their souls. Angelica exclaimed joyfully, her eyes shining with delight. Treasures were scattered before her, making her smile. She could not hide her admiration for the unexpected find, completely immersed in the moment. It soon became apparent that the treasure was being transported in a wagon. Reed watched the scene, his mind occupied with what had just happened. Everything around him pointed to a brutal robbery. A woman lay on the blood-soaked ground. The moonlight illuminated her figure. The question of how many times this had happened echoed in the air. Robbery and murder had become a cruel reality in his world. His trembling hands reached for the sword lying on the ground. The thought of the injustice of what was happening tore him apart from the inside. He could no longer bear what he was seeing, together barely holding back the feeling of nausea. His heart sank with the realization of how far reality was from the ideals he once believed in. Everything he thought was true turned out to be just an illusion. His lips trembled and he took a deep breath. Reed felt powerless, useless, but deep down he still hoped for change. He dreamed of going back and doing the right thing, but reality dictated its own rules. Bending over the treasure chest, Angelica looked at him with concern. She asked cautiously if it was time to stop all this. The man opposite her turned away, answering that it was necessary. But doubts had already crept into his voice. The girl smiled, her eyes sparkling. Instead of a long discussion, she simply invited him to look at what she had found. There was confidence in her tone. She threw the jewels into the air with joy. Her eyes sparkled and her voice rang with delight. She laughed, assuring them that they now had an endless supply of food and goods. In this wealth, she saw the possibility of a new life. Grabbing her companion by the hands, she enthusiastically suggested going to the city. There they could buy new equipment and, most importantly, finally sleep on a soft bed. Reed, still lost in thought, answered absent-mindedly. His gaze was blank, as if he didn't fully comprehend what had just happened. However, he agreed, not wanting to argue. The cart left the forest, carrying them away from the scene. The man whispered to himself that he was a hero. He repeated it over and over, trying to convince himself that he had done the right thing. Suddenly, a hum broke his thoughts. He looked up sharply, frowning. Horrible images flashed before his eyes. skeletons reaching out to him. What he saw made him feel sick. Looking at her companion, Angelica mockingly, her voice sounded cold. She accused him of being useless, adding that if he was going to be offended, he should be angry at himself. Reed looked away, wiping his lips. He was barely holding back his emotions, trying to justify himself. His voice was shaking. He insisted that he was doing everything he could. They sat in the cart, and the conversation continued. The man bitterly noted that the legend of heroes had too much influence on him. The girl shrugged, reminding them that robberies were not feats for them, but a means of survival. She stretched lazily and with a slight smirk declared that it was thanks to her that they were now traveling in comfort. Her voice sounded smug, as if she was enjoying her superiority in this situation. The girl closed her eyes, her fingers lazily touching her cheeks. Her voice sounded tired. She began to list that they had food and water. There was a pause in the air, as if she herself did not know what else they lacked. Reed stared ahead, sweat dripping down his face. His gaze was intense, his mind racing. He felt a growing sense of unease. Angelica looked at him with a cold expression. There was neither sympathy nor condemnation in her eyes. They got out of the carriage, leaving it in the shade of the trees. The girl suggested walking and talking, but there was something hidden in her voice. The guy reluctantly agreed, realizing that he could not change anything. He raised his head to the night sky, looking at the moon. Thoughts about the deeds he had committed did not give him peace. He convinced himself that the moonlight washed away sins and cleansed the minds of even those whose hands were stained with blood. Reed turned around abruptly, his voice shaking. He called out to the girl, trying to continue the conversation. There was uncertainty in his eyes. At that moment, she calmly extended her arms and silently pushed him off the cliff. His eyes widened in horror as he realized that she had gotten rid of him without hesitation. He screamed, instinctively throwing his hand forward, trying to grab onto anything. His heart was pounding and the air was whistling in his ears. It was all happening too fast and he couldn't believe it was real. But at the last moment, he managed to grab the edge of the cliff. His fingers dug into the rock, keeping his body from falling. His breathing was ragged, and his hands were shaking from the strain. He knew that he was hanging on the edge between life and death. The sudden impact knocked him out at his last strength. Her boot came down hard on his toes, forcing him to release his grip. The girl flinched, her face contorted in surprise. She spun around, screaming in confusion. Something had gone wrong, and now she couldn't figure out who was really in control of the situation. Angelique screamed the words furiously, her face twisted in anger. She had enough of his failures and helplessness. She did not hold back, pressing her heel into his hand, willing him to disappear. Her eyes burned with ruthless determination. But Reed was desperately clinging to life. He knew his chances were slim. Despite the betrayal, he declared that he would continue their journey, even if he had to go alone. Meanwhile, the girl laughed carefreely, throwing back her hair. Her plans did not include regrets. Before looking for a new companion, she was going to enjoy the luxury of the city. A warm bath and delicious food. That was her priority. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she loudly proclaimed her goal. She was not going to be alone. A new team of adventurers, stronger and more successful than before, would definitely be created. She truly believed that a great future awaited her. At that moment, Reed gritted his teeth and mustered the last of his strength to shout out a retort. He couldn't let her just walk away and leave him behind. Despite the pain and betrayal, he wasn't going to go down without a fight. Angelique stamped on his hand furiously, her face contorted with anger. She screamed, demanding that he disappear. Her patience had snapped, and now she acted without hesitation. He listened with horror to her plans for the future. Reed knew that this was not the Angelica he knew. He wasn't going to give in so easily. He screamed, not letting her completely break the connection between them. His eyes were burning with determination, and gathering his last strength, he abruptly pulled her into the abyss. The girl desperately reached out her hand, trying to grab the edge. Her eyes widened in horror, realizing that the fall was inevitable. Reed stood there staring at his shaking hands in shock, his breathing ragged and his mind refusing to accept what had happened. In the distance, the scream of falling echoed through the night sky. His heart sank. Had he really killed? All the memories of the past days came flooding back into his mind in a huge wave. He was practically going crazy from what was happening. His hysterical laughter echoed throughout the area. The only goal that kept him in this world was to overthrow the Demon King. Set woke up in the middle of the night and looked at Satis sleeping peacefully. His face was troubled. His thoughts were restless. The moonlight illuminated the room, creating an atmosphere of silence. However, behind this calm, there was tension, as if a premonition of impending danger. The young man took out a letter received from the mysterious hospital. It contained a disturbing message with symbols of blood and darkness. The letter spoke of an upcoming test that he would have to fight to become stronger. Seth looked at the letter and tried to understand its meaning. Hospital offered him a test, but what kind of test would it be? Will this be a test of his strength, or just a trap? Looking at the moon outside the window, he realized that the next day could change his destiny. The next morning, Set and his companions arrived at the meeting place. Osiris greeted them, beaming and with his arms outstretched. His words sounded welcoming, but there was something hidden behind them. He was already waiting for them, and that meant that the test would begin right now. The heroes arrived at a huge arena where an important issue between Set and Osiris was to be decided. Set was puzzled by the choice of location. The man admitted that there would be a battle between them, which made the young man very surprised. He loudly invited the young man to fight. Set was categorically against killing, and Osiris emphasized that the duel would be one-on-one and assured Seth that killing was strictly prohibited in this duel. He also explained the basic rules of combat. But Osiris suggested limiting the duel in time. The fight had to end in 5 minutes. To which Satis asked him about the meaning of the battle. The answer to this question was simple, because they both mastered the art of the magic sword, and so the man decided to test his strength. Satis looked closely at her opponent, considering his actions selfish. Set, on the other hand, stepped forward confidently, showing that he was ready for battle, even if it was unexpected, which shocked his companion. Osiris watched his rival with a smile. Set held his sword in a show of determination. Magic began to surround his weapon, creating dark portals. Osiris was pleased. This was exactly the challenge he had been waiting for. A fight was about to begin, in which the stakes were higher than just victory. The crowd in the arena was buzzing as they watched the two warriors. Satis couldn't help but notice how menacing Osiris looked. The man stood confidently, introducing his high-class warriors who specialized in ordinary swords. Set was inspired by the highly trained warriors. Osiris called for action. He took out his legendary magic sword. His eyes were shining with anticipation. Set smiled, accepting the challenge. They were both swordsmen, but each had his own understanding of combat. Osiris suggested to the young man not to be afraid of his sword, because he had specially slightly reduced its power before the fight. But Set was not afraid of the upcoming fight. He was ready to test his strength. The man attacked first, releasing a powerful energy beam from his sword. He was able to fire his projectiles high and fast. The guy was surprised. His opponent used a long-range attack. He reacted quickly, dodging the flashes of light. Now he had to find a way to overcome Osiris's advantage and force him into close combat. The man was looking forward to an interesting fight. He held his hand out in front of him and shouted out his slogans in the same theatrical manner. He was eager to dispense fiery justice. Osiris soared into the sky, turning into a shining meteor. The spectators watched his technique in awe, calling it a flight of fiery justice. Set was amazed, but did not lose concentration. He prepared for an attack, realizing that his opponent had unique fighting skills. Satis screamed at him to hurry. The girl determined that Osiris relied on flight and ranged attacks, calling him a coward. The man used the laser with precision. The young man did not hesitate and attack. He swung his sword furiously. His attention was focused entirely on the enemy. Cutting through the air with his sword, he outlined the circle of his defense as much as possible. Set deftly dodged the blows, but Osiris anticipated his move. Suddenly, the attack hit its target, and the young man found himself in a disadvantageous position. The young man, realizing his mistake, tensed up, but did not give in. He prepared for a counterattack, not giving the man time to strike again. Osiris fired a powerful energy blast, but missed. He cursed, not expecting such speed from Set. Smiling, he raised his sword and declared that the enemy should not even think about winning. The battle continued, But the captain clearly underestimated his opponent. Satis screamed, warning him of danger, but he was focused. The boy activated the magic sword, creating a powerful burst of energy. Of the threat, he watched what was happening with alarm. The boy used his speed to rush forward. He moved around the arena, using maneuvers to avoid direct attacks from his opponent. His enemy, without wasting time, flew into the air to gain an advantage, because he did not understand what the young man had planned. At this time, the guy was gaining more and more speed. The man tried to aim to hit his opponent. Set climbed onto the edge of the arena, preparing to jump. He shot up into the air with astonishing speed. Both fighters entered the active phase of the battle. Having risen to the same level as Osiris, Set activated his magic sword. The guy threw the weapon with precision, creating an energy vortex. He launched a surprise attack from above, forcing the opponent to react instantly. The blow was lightning fast, and the opponent did not have time to dodge. Panic began to show on his face. Osiris began to fall. The enemy realized that he had fallen into a trap. After all, Set changed the speed and angle of attack, deceiving the enemy. He was unable to react in time and fell onto the arena with a loud scream, receiving significant damage. Osiris rose to his feet, his eyes blazing with determination. The arena cracked under the powerful blow. His opponent watched warily, preparing for the next attack. The man's inner monologue told him that the fight was just beginning. The young man reluctantly acknowledged the continuation of the fight. His attack probably wasn't strong enough. He pulled himself together with a decisive gesture and showed his readiness to continue the fight. The enemy swung his sword with a grin, intending to show Sets the power of his technique. The crowd watched every move of the fighters. Another gong sounded. Satis sincerely did not understand what the young man had in mind. Set's eyes lit up with a strange light, a dangerous determination flickering in them. His opponent sensed the change too. The boy and his opponent exchanged powerful blows. Their swords collided, causing an explosion of energy. The shock wave passed through the arena, leaving dents in the stone floor. The spectators held their breath, anticipating the outcome of the battle. Suddenly, there was a loud sound, and the guards announced the end of the duel. Satis folded her hands excitedly. After a grueling battle, the opponents froze, pointing their swords at each other. At this point, Sel found himself slightly below his opponent. The young man suddenly smiled. He admitted his defeat, to which Osiris responded with a denial. At this point, it became clear that the boy had found a way to outsmart his opponent by surprising him with an unexpected maneuver. The man admitted that Set had cut his beams with his sword, which was an incredible feat. He admired his skills, not understanding how the young warrior calculated the trajectory of his attacks. In turn, the young man replied that he simply saw through the rays, thereby further striking his opponent with the lightning speed of his gaze. Osiris bowed before the skill of the youth. He extended his hand to him in honor of his respect. The warriors shook hands, recognizing each other as worthy opponents. Despite the intense battle, respect emerged between them. It was the end of the battle, but perhaps only the beginning of a new story. At that moment, Satis rushed to Set, concerned about his condition. She hugged him, admitting her concern. The young man assured her that everything was fine, the fight was over. At that moment, the girl relaxed, but her eyes showed that the anxiety did not let up. Their connection was becoming stronger. Suddenly, they heard loud shouts. The crowd was worried about Osiris, but he quickly made it clear that he was okay. He acted confident, as if his fall was part of the show. But he himself wondered for a moment who he was now. This fight seemed to have changed him more than expected. The travelers thought about their opponent. The guy acknowledged his strength, but still considered him cool. Satis, in turn, could not understand Osiris. The boy looked back at the captain again. Set knew they could now discuss everything calmly. The young man exclaims that it was a tough fight. He says he hasn't fought like that in a long time. The former warrior asks where they bought the flying armor. The man replies that it is not for sale. He says that the magicians made it for him to order. This, having passed, complements the power and amuses the sense of justice. The main character turns to his girlfriend and wants to say something. However, he suddenly changes his mind. The heroine asks if he wants the same armor for himself. She understands that she does not have the power to waste it on creating similar ones. The heroes in the room fall silent. The man thinks, He notes that if you look closely, the characters look like brother and sister. He turns to Seth. He remembers that the heroes came to talk and asks them to tell him. The main character says that he is interested in what the demons are doing now. He was interested in a hospital's letter, so if he finds out more about the demons, he can avoid unnecessary battles. He says that the situation is that they will sit together, but if a demon or someone else gets in here, it will be bad for everyone. The man replies that he understood him. If so, then they are just tourists now. He understands that the heroes are worried, but says that he cannot reveal military information to tourists. However, he has an idea. He tells the heroes not to worry and laughs. The characters look at the man in surprise. He cheerfully says that this could be a reward for a fair fight. The man promises to tell them everything. He spreads a map on the table. The Demon Lord's army is now gaining speed and fighting back. It will be difficult for humans to turn the tide. He says that since the girl left his army, the command has been weakened. She asks again, surprised. Satis says that the army without her has overwhelming force. But are they really losing ground? The man replies that they are all being defeated one after another in different countries. If this continues, it will only be a matter of time before they lose. He thought that he would also be called up for war, but apparently he had no chance of being on the battlefield. The girl sadly replies that everything is clear to her. None of the scouts have reported demons yet, so all fears are in vain. The protagonist agrees with this statement. He thinks for a while. The girl interrupts the protagonist's thoughts. She says that the demon lord may have little patience, but he is not one to waste time. She says that they are usually visitors and suggests not to worry about the war. The heroine realizes that she cannot say with certainty that she understands the actions of the demon lord, but the protagonist should not think about it either. She just wants to be with him every day. That's all a girl wants. The man who is watching this says that they are taking this very seriously. He asks them to have no doubt that he will be able to destroy the Demon Lord's army. He laughs smugly. By the way, she thinks he's too self-confident. She thinks about it, realizes that Set is also a strong owner of the magic ball. Meanwhile, the man says that, whatever the case, it is safe here. If there is trouble in the city, they can count on him. He says that the city is simply teeming with tourists just like them. The man advises the heroes to look around and not to rush. A couple walks down a city street. The protagonist says that Osiris is not a bad person. His girlfriend is silent. She decides to talk and asks if he still thinks he's cool. The hero asks again and says he's sure of it. He promises that one day the girl will understand everything. She agrees with him. Satis says they've almost reached the top of the hill with a good view of the mountains and the sea. The lovers hang from the bridge and look down at the landscape spread out before them. The boy and girl admire the beauty of the city. The protagonist turns to Satis and says that it is very cool here. He says that this is the first time he has seen a beautiful landscape from such a height. The former leader of the Demon King's army says that beauty won't run away even if he sits down for a minute. The protagonist sits down next to her on the bench. The young man looks embarrassed. Suddenly he notices something. The boy looks around and sees a lot of couples around him. The main character realizes that only adults have gathered around them. The companion asks him why he is so nervous. The protagonist asks again, and then begins to timidly make excuses. The girl takes his hand and asks him not to worry. The girl assures the main character that, in her opinion, he is also an amazing person. The young man of the show, surprised, looks at the heroine with embarrassment. He understands that he is too worried. People around him pay attention to the couple. Girls cannot believe that the heroine is dating such a handsome man. Meanwhile, men are surprised and appreciate the beauty of his companion. Meanwhile, it is getting hot, although it is much cooler inside. Satis remarks that they could really use an umbrella now. She sees that the protagonist is sweating. The young man agrees, saying that it is very hot. He asks how the girl is feeling. She invites him to take a look. The heroine unbuttons her blouse and shows how much she sweats. The main character is very embarrassed. A young man asks for water urgently. A girl asks if he really wants to drink. She hands him a bottle of water. The protagonist opens it and pours the life-giving moisture over his head. The girl exclaims in surprise. She asks if the protagonist is okay. Said thanks her. He does not understand what happened to him because he always looked calmly at his companion. The main character thought that he was steadfast, however, he was probably wrong. Suddenly, the girl realizes what happened. She smiles sweetly at the main character, and Satis approaches him and suggests going to the sea after they eat. The young man is surprised by her suggestion. The girl asks if he doesn't want to go fishing. Set sunbathes with this idea. The protagonist's companion laughs and says that this is very good. The action moves to the sea. The protagonist decides that he can rent a fishing rod. He recalls that Sati told him not to wait for her to come. When he asked why he had to do that, she replied that it was a secret. The main character sits on the fishing bridge and casts his fishing rod. He looks thoughtfully at the horizon. Set is glad that they came to this place. Meanwhile, someone calls him. He turns around and asks if it was Satis who came. The main character does not have time to finish the sentence. He freezes at the sight of a stunning girl in front of him. The former supporter of the Demon King runs towards him and asks for forgiveness for making him wait so long. She sits down next to him and says that she thought that since they are at the sea, they should go for a swim. The protagonist suffers from embarrassment. The girl teases him, suggesting that he enjoy this time. The main character looks at his companion and does not understand how he can calm down in such a situation. Satis dive this seawater. The former leader of the Demon King's army notices a glow underwater. She rises to the surface of the water and takes a deep breath. Water splashes in all directions. The girl lifts a shell above her head. She holds it in her hands and carefully examines it in the sun. The heroine addresses the protagonist. She calls him to her. He replies that he is sitting here. The girl says that fishing is, of course, good, but you still need to make a profit. She suggests to her friend to go swimming together. The main character is embarrassed and tries to refuse. The girl asks what happened again. She assumes that the hero can't swim. He awkwardly replies that it's not that he can't swim, he just has other reasons for it. By the way, she looks at the young man attentively. She is ready to understand and accept any of his answers. The young man hesitates, embarrassed, and says that he doesn't want to swim. The girl asks why. She asks him not to worry and says that there is a protective spell on this place. She asks how she can allow other men to be in this place when she prepared this swimsuit only for him. Therefore, the girl asks him to just be calm. She makes a sharp lunge forward and rests against the main character. The young man is surprised. The girl giggles and is pleased with her trick. She reminds the protagonist that he is not allowed to touch her. She says that he is not allowed to do weird things. The young man tries to restrain himself. He breaks out in sweat again and asks why she is touching him so much. The girl replies that she is allowed to do so. The heroine says that only naughty children disobey adults. She flirts with him and says that apparently the naughty boy will have to be punished. Satis starts tickling the main character. In this way, she wants to punish him. The young man develops in her arms and laughs. He says that he gives up and begs her to stop. The girl says that he is a good boy. She apologizes to him. The protagonist remembers that he has no clothes for swimming. He decides to take off only the top and then dry the bottom with magic. When the hero finds himself naked, the girl casts a flirtatious glance at him. She goes into the water and invites the guy to join her. The main character holds his breath and throws himself into the sea. The young man dives underwater and carefully examines the underwater world. His companion is next to him. She rushes after a school of fish. Underwater, the girl looks like a mermaid. The main character continues to swim after the sea creatures. Suddenly, the girl appears next to him. She takes her companion by the hand. Now the heroes continue their underwater journey together. The action moves to the sandy beach again. Noisy waves caress the shore. The beach is quiet and calm. The main character lies in the shade of an umbrella. He slowly opens his eyes, waking up from sleep. Satis turns to him and asks if her comrade has woken up. The young man nods affirmatively. The former leader of the Demon King's army says that they had a good swim. She asks if the young man was able to rest. The protagonist has not yet managed to fully wake up, so he answers dryly that, yes. He thanks the girl. He looks at her carefully, asks if the girl is doing something. She answers that yes. The protagonist's companion hands him a shell that she has attached to a chain. The girl asks if it is really beautiful. She says that she was thinking of making some kind of pendant from the shell she picked up. The young man looks at the pendant and says it looks great. He says anything will do for Satis. The girl replies that the pendant is not meant for her at all. She is going to give it to the main character. The young man is surprised and asks if they really suit him as accessories. The girl encourages him. She says that while she likes the Seto he has now, a fashionable Seto would be even better. She asks if he doesn't have fun keeping up with his style. The protagonist agrees that since the girl has already made a Hollanda, why shouldn't he wear it? The heroine asks him to turn his back to her. She carefully places the pendant around her friend's neck and fastens it. The girl is delighted, looks at her creation and says that it is ready. She is amazed and says that, in her opinion, the pendant suits the main character very well. The young man thanks the Satis and says that he will definitely take care of it. He squeezes the jewelry in his fist, pressing it to his heart. The girl looks at him sadly. She understands that her companion is becoming more and more mature. Then his feelings will become even greater. She believes in it. Arranged in old age, she conjures that this pendant will help them preserve these happy times. Osiris, meanwhile, sits at his desk. He decides to take a break for a cup of tea, but someone calls out to the commander. He asks what happened. The knight who called him says that something happened. The man asks in horror what he said. He asks to repeat, is it really him? The knight wants to say that the monsters being tracked have started moving and changed course. This can only mean one thing. The Demon King has already crossed that very forest. That very forest in Wendigo. The action moves to the forest. An incredibly oppressive atmosphere reigns here. It is often covered in fog. Crows circle between the trees, like scavengers over their prey. In the midst of this darkness, muffled footsteps are heard. The army makes its way between the trees. The soldiers follow one another. The leader demands that his subordinates hurry up. He tells them that His Majesty has ordered them to take the shortest route. The demons look at him carefully. They are clearly unhappy with the current circumstances. A very small demon also looks at the commander. He understands that morale is falling. However, he also understands that no one has the right to blame the soldiers. They had to cross countless mountains and forests to get here from the Demon King's domain. Everyone here is exhausted. Someone next to him is yawning. The man says he is very bored. This guy is an exception. He does not seem to be tired at all from the journey. He turns to Goporoku and begs him to play a game of words with him. He asks if the young man is really stupid and doesn't understand anything. The demon says that the young man seems too relaxed. He sighs tiredly. The young man asks him if he knows what forest they are in. The young man notices that there is something unusual about it and asks for confirmation. The dwarf replies that it is the Wendigo forest. The guy says they jump out of jail and scream. The demon turns around in horror. He calls the young man bad names and demands that he stop joking. He remembers the Wendigo. The demon knows they exist but has never seen one. The young man says he is not joking. He explains to his friend that when a Wendigo appears to him, it means that the person is on the verge of death. Wendigos themselves do not leave their territories, and therefore people or animals should not enter their domain. Long ago, people tried to burn their lands from afar, but they failed. The fire starters disappeared without a trace. The young man continues to say that no monster or human could do such a thing. He says it doesn't matter whether they're dealing with monsters or something else entirely. They bare their fangs at anyone who invades their land. Maybe they're eaten, or maybe they're dragged off to some other dimension. When that happens, they're as good as dead. The demon listens, surprised. He nervously adds up and realizes that even monsters are afraid of these creatures. If that's true, then they should already be in the Demon King's army. A raven watches over the travelers. From the height of the tree on which he sits, a wonderful view opens up. The hero continues his campaign. His Majesty ordered them to take the city of Ulin Donna. But in this land, the cogs coexist with people and nature. The dwarf realizes that he ordered them to pass through it despite knowing about it. It gives him a headache. The young man suddenly stops and looks closely. Goboroku addresses him by name. He asks Sebek, "What is it?" The hero notices something and carefully examines the find. The demon asks what it is. The young man answers that it is a totem. He says it was created to serve as a warning. His companion is amazed and asks if the young man means to say that there is sacred land of the Wendigo ahead. He shouts that the others need to be warned, as it is dangerous to go further and it is imperative to find a safe path. Meanwhile, the man examines the find. He thinks carefully. Then the hero gets up and continues moving. His companion calls out to his comrade in horror. He scolds the young man. The demons do not understand what kind of fog surrounds them on all sides. The commander warns that his subordinates need to be on guard. Meanwhile, one of his assistants faces changes. The demon clutches his throat and begins to choke. He is overcome by a mad fit of coughing. Suddenly, his body transforms. He turns into an incomprehensible creature. His comrades look at him in horror and start screaming. They flee in panic. Several similar creatures are already pursuing the army. The demons understand that it is time for them to get out of here. Among them, there are already victims who are torn apart by their opponents. Suddenly, their attention is drawn to the fog. They ask you, where did these abominations go? The commander falls to his knees and screams in pain and horror. He cannot believe that his unit and people have suffered such losses. Only half of them remained. The commander says he knew that even if it had taken longer, they would have had to go around. He tears his hair, saying that in that case nothing would have happened. Meanwhile, a young man is watching him. He looks over the troops and realizes that they have indeed lost quite a lot. His comrade asks, "What is this anyway?" The young man replies that if they got out. With such small losses, then it's even good. They answer that there is nothing good about it. According to him, this man is a demon. The man replies that the Wendigos cannot leave their land, but they should be careful. He turns to the commander and asks, "How about Togo leaving this place?" He replies that he knows what needs to be done and will stop telling him what actions to take. One of the ravens temporarily watches the remnants of the army trudging along the road. He breaks away from his place and flies into the thicket of the forest. The action moves to Ulane Donna, the barracks. The heroes gather in Osiris's office. The man apologizes for such an unexpected call. He says that, in his opinion, the reason is compelling enough to call the heroes to negotiations so urgently. The former leader of the Demon King's army thanks her for this. The man says that the Wendigo Forest is a taboo on sacred territory. Even the most powerful monsters cannot get that far there. He shows on the map that the enemy is crossing the forest and moving towards this city. He says that, moreover, according to human intelligence, such a person has been spotted among the demon army. The protagonist speaks up and asks, "Is it really about a human in the Demon King's army?" Osiris replies that he read something about him in the previous report. It says that there is a magical swordsman among the demon army. The demon army wins every time he appears on the battlefield, so if he were to appear here, the man is not sure they would emerge victorious. The girl replies that only one person comes to her mind regarding that swordsman. The former leader of the Demon King's army, said to be the strongest magical swordsman in the king's army. He is a hybrid demon-human known as a furious crocodile. She has never met him, but she is sure of one thing: he is incredibly strong. She says that maybe he is even stronger than her. Osiris thinks. He tries to comprehend the information about the magical month that surpasses the general. The girl says that the special powers of his magic sword are unknown, but she knows the name it bears. This blade, in her opinion, is called Apophis, which means snake venom. The protagonist reflects on the fact that Apophis, or rather the snake venom that Sebek possesses, the furious crocodile in a Hospitel's letter had a similar drawing. The hero sits in the room for a while in silence. The man convinces himself, the thought, that he will not lose. But this battle is not only his. Given their local military strength, it will be a hard fight. He sighs sadly and anxiously. He says that according to his calculations, the earliest they will ever come is after noon in 2 days. The man leaves the room and thanks them for the valuable information. He says that he knows that they came here to take a walk and rest. But this is their fate. The heroes need to leave the city as soon as possible. The main characters exclaim in surprise. The young man turns to them and smiles lightly. He says that no matter how strong the enemy is, he, Osiris, is not so weak-willed that he takes pleasure in turning to a resting child for help. The young man smiles smugly. He demands to send the end to the capital and invite representatives of their soldiers. The subordinates agree to talk with him, which in this case will allow the mobilization of adventurers to be declared. The protagonist leaves the hall. The action moves to the street. The protagonist watches what is happening from the window. He can't help but think about the face the man made when he looked at them. The young man realizes that the man wanted them to fight by his side. Satis turns to his friend. The protagonist immediately responds. He apologizes for being lost in thought and closes the window. The girl looks at the boy with concern. The heroine asks if the protagonist is worried about Osiris and his decision. The boy sighs. The former leader of the Demon King's army laughs and says that it's written all over his face. The girl says that, frankly speaking, both heroes hide their emotions very poorly. The young man is surprised and asks, "Is this really true?" The girl looks at him seriously and asks him to tell her if they should run away. She worries that if she doesn't just keep running away, the same things might happen again. The heroine says that these are the thoughts that have been eating at her lately. She says she wants to live in peace with the protagonist, and that will never change, but she wonders if she can achieve that if she keeps running. She still hasn't overcome the fears of her past. The protagonist turns to Satis. The young man asks her to tell him what to do. The heroine hands him her neat new pen and tells Seto that she can't think like Osiris. However, the protagonist has already done enough reckless things. He says that he can't fight for the country or for adults. He squeezes the girl's hand as a last hope and asks her to say something to the service. She is the most important person for him, so he wants to fight with her and for her. The girl looks at her suitor with admiration. She stretches out her hands to him and asks him not to worry. Irina blurts out who she is. The girl belongs to a line of women who commanded military strategies for a long time. The leader of the Demon King's army in the past smiles and says that she has a plan. The action takes place in the city. Osiris climbs to the top of the tower. "Who are you calling him?" The subordinate approaches the captain. He asks if he managed to contact the capital's troops and request reinforcements. The young man replies that he did, and right now, and that they are not heading their way. The captain agrees with him and thinks about the next plan of action. Meanwhile, the enemy army surrounds the city gates. The men watch this and understand that the enemies are barely standing on their feet due to their wounds. But even so, they should not lose their vigilance in their ranks. There are still warriors with magical weapons. The inhabitants just need to hold out until help arrives. Meanwhile, more and more demons keep arriving from the thicket. The main character is hiding among the bushes. He sits up to see what is going on. He assumes it is the royal army and can't believe they have arrived so quickly. Suddenly he hears a voice that addresses him and asks if he can hear it. The protagonist replies that yes, he is in touch. He tells the former leader of the Demon King's army that everything is just as she said. It was worth waiting for a whole day. The girl agrees with him. She offers him to discuss strategy. The main character will need stealth skills this time. While the royal army will besiege the city, he will have to wait for the right moment. Having waited for this moment, he will sneak up from behind while there is still an opportunity. The army is led by a humanoid lizard he and is their main target with the help of telepathy. The girl promises to tell him when it will be possible to deliver a decisive blow. The main character notices that magic, it turns out, is a useful thing. The girl turns to the young man and asks him to take the necklace. She hands him the pendant and says that she borrowed it from someone. It asks him to promise that the protagonist will return alive. The young man does not want to promise her anything. He looks at his beloved with a sad look. He is already almost at the edge of the forest and is observing the enemy army. The former leader of the Demon King's army says that now is the best time to attack. She commands him to go forward and act. She sincerely wishes good luck to the main character. The girl worries about her comrade and wants him to return from the battlefield alive. The protagonist thanks her for her help and care. He says that he begins to put their plan into action. The main character rushes to attack the opponents. He is preparing to inflict maximum damage on them in the shortest possible time. Meanwhile, the enemy army notices the enemy rushing towards them. The warriors grab their weapons and prepare to defend themselves. They have very little strength left for defense because they are very tired after a long journey. One of the soldiers is dealt a blow of terrible force. The man who inflicted it says that they will never, ever escape his sword. This boiled warrior turns out to be Osiris, who has come out to protect his hometown from enemy attacks. The leader of the army, a humanoid lizard, curses when he realizes what powerful opponents he has managed to deal with. He turns to the squadron and orders the soldiers to fire at the enemy. The soldiers rise into the sky on wings. It becomes difficult to dodge the dragons. Meanwhile, Osiris manages to dodge the enemy's blows. The dragon is spitting flames from its mouth. The man understands that he cannot cope with such a strong opponent. He curses in despair. However, the young man pulls himself together and smiles. He says that his opponents have worked together quite well. However, he says that if they think it's easy to scare and mock him, then it's not so. The man's eyes light up with excitement. He concentrates and says that his opponents are wrong. The man decides to use the King's Heart technique and summon a magical sword, 2 in 1. He swings his arm to throw the weapon, which is spinning in his hands. The man tells himself that it is time to finally learn and show everyone what he is really worth. The hero rushes at his opponents, unleashing a terrible attack on them. The enemy falls to the ground and makes terrible sounds. The little dragon watching this says that this is the same power of the sword Urain Donna. This makes him even feel uneasy. Meanwhile, the battle continues. Sebek is surprised and says that it looks like they are attacking from the air. The young man is taken aback by this sight. His comrade asks how he can be provided for at such a moment. The dragon demands to take this a little more seriously. The young man sighs and says that he will definitely try to improve. But first he needs to do something. He swings his weapon. The young man cuts off the head of one of the opponents who tried to attack his comrade from under the sly. He asks why his friend is frozen. The young man reminds him that there is actually a fierce battle going on here and asks if his comrade really wants to die here. The hero replies that his blade would never harm a woman. The young man reminds the monster of his identity and asks if that is really true. He says that more people like her need to be killed. Where you are their enemy, it's so obvious. The dragon thinks. He says that he is a soldier first and foremost and not a goblin. His comrade begins to complain that the warrior is simply impossible. Suddenly, something catches his attention and the young man falls silent. He turns to Goblok. He asks him what happened. The young man disappears from sight almost immediately and shouts that he relies on his comrade for the rest. The warrior stands there, bewildered. He tries to call out to his comrade, but he can no longer hear him. The young man rushes towards new horizons. Meanwhile, the main character fights with the main enemy. They have to be the commander of the army. This meeting seems simply wonderful. The protagonist manages to maintain the advantage in the battle. He delivers the final blow to his opponent and decides that the mission is accomplished. Suddenly, something stops him. The young man turns around and sees the figure of his most dangerous opponent above him. Sedek looks down at the boy. The protagonist jumps back a certain distance from his opponent and prepares to defend himself. He looks his future opponent in the eye and says that this can't be. The young man laughs and says that it turns out that they already know each other. The protagonist glares at his opponent. Unlike his rival, he is very tense and ready to attack at any moment. The young man looks at him with some contempt. He turns to the protagonist and asks if it is true that he is here alone. It is a brave act for such a small boy as the young man. He says that the protagonist reminds him of his childhood. He was as reckless as Seto. The young man asks what the main character's name is. He asks the kind uncle to tell him his name. He introduces himself and says that his name is, for example, Sebek. The men laugh sarcastically and say that in fact this is not his real name. He never had a real name. The main character does not understand what is happening to his opponent. He silently observes the situation. Then the young man says that his name is Seto and he is a simple traveler. He says that he is grateful to the people of this city for many things, so he came to be born for them. The young man laughs, repeating the main character's name several times. He says that he has a beautiful name and asks why the young man is here. He wonders whose orders the protagonist obeys. The young man replies that he acts of his own free will and obeys no one. The man pretends to be a good guy and says that if it comes down to it, then wouldn't the main character like to talk to the good man a little more? Meanwhile, the young man was swinging at his opponent, but at a very high speed he flies towards the opponent. However, the man manages to dodge his blow. In the jump, he raises his blade and is about to launch a counterattack. His sword comes down almost on the main character. He manages to jump away at the very last moment. The ground in the place where the man struck cracks. The heroes meet again in battle. The young man is completely calm and confident. He has brilliant fencing skills. The main character starts to panic, but he tries not to show it. The young man understands that his opponent has changed his trajectory. His brother's unpredictability unsettles him and frightens him. Meanwhile, the man reaches out with his blade to the main character and wounds him. The young man jumps back to a safe distance. The protagonist's wound is not serious, but he understands that the forces are unequal. The man takes a defensive stance. He looks at his blade, which is dripping with blood. Sebek sniffs blood. Apparently, it gives him pleasure. The man says the blood smells wonderful. He finds the smell so wonderful because it is the smell of a young man. It is slightly tart and smells much better than the scum he has killed before. The protagonist carefully watches his opponent and understands that this man has absolutely no brakes. Meanwhile, his companion approaches him. She asks the protagonist what is happening on the battlefield. The young man replies that he had a fight with a soldier named Shiabiko. He had heard of his strength, but he had no idea that things were this bad. The girl looks at the battlefield in horror and does not understand how it happened that Silo and Sebek are fighting. She demands that the main character run and leave there right now. He will never be able to cope with such a strong opponent. He replies that he would have disappeared long ago if only he could. The enemy is too strong and will not let him leave the battlefield alive. Besides, the main character can't just leave him here. The young man decides that he must defeat his opponent at all costs. The heroes stand opposite each other, waiting to see who will attack first. The main character feels nervous but tries to suppress it. Half man, half monster. That's what he heard about his opponent. He has incredible speed, strength that far exceeds that of an ordinary man. But even so, he is stronger than the young man thought, not to mention his perfect and precise weapon skills. And his sword is like a hound that tirelessly pursues its prey in pursuit of reprisal. We are a dismissed killer unburdened by any obligations. How much blood did he have to shed to become like that? The man says that the main character also has an unusual sword. On the battlefield, they are very similar. You could even say that they are the same. The protagonist asks what his opponent means. He replies that the point is that even though there are several fundamental differences between them, he realized this when they met in battle. For example, the main character always cares about others but does not respect himself at all. The main character asks again what this means and why he doesn't respect himself. The man replies that he constantly tells himself that he is worthless and dirty. He tries to love and respect anyone except himself. Fighting with such a person is impossible boring, so you can't do this. The main character should love himself more, value his own life. The man stretches out his hand to him and says, "Listen to him." He invites the main character to go out onto the battlefield and kill the infidels with him. He reminds that he already said that in battle they are the same, and if she can love battles and fights just as the man loves him, then she can love herself too. He says that life is for others, but not for yourself, long or short. It doesn't matter when it ends. If it is so empty and meaningless. The main character is surprised at how sincerely he says these words. However, the young man's expression changes and he asks when the enemy will shut up. His sweet words have no effect on him, but the man shakes the air in vain. He smiles and says that he was told very bad words. He asks how such a strong boy as the main character can communicate so badly with a kind uncle. He says that he liked the young man very much. The conversation turns into action and both opponents rush at each other with weapons. They cross their balls, preparing to put someone to death. On the battlefield, splinters were flying in all directions. Both heroes fight each other fiercely. Neither of them wins or loses, they are equal. The protagonist repels the man's attack and retreats some distance. Then they come close again so that their faces are almost touching. The man smiles and chuckles treacherously. Deep down, he knows that this young man, whom he initially underestimated, is actually a good fighter. Things are really hot here, but if he makes one mistake, the man will finish him off right there. The main character, meanwhile, thinks how much power his opponent has, that he repels every attack with double speed. The young man does not see a single weak spot of his opponent. They separate for a while. This gives the man a head start to get up to speed and prepare for an attack. He practically flies into his opponent, holding his knife forward, but the protagonist manages to dodge the blade at the very last moment. He carefully watches his opponent and the hero gets an idea of how to defeat him. With his weapon planted in the ground, he jumps on the man. He, in turn, tries to speed up in order to evade the attack. The young man puts out a knife and stabs his opponent right in the stomach. The latter nervously folds his arms and realizes that he is bleeding. The protagonist raises his sword again. He is ready to bring it down and kill the enemy. His opponent seems to be almost finished off. At that moment, the man turns sharply to the main character and says with a smile that his opponent is too predictable. He repels the main character's attack. It's not clear where the blade came from. The man decides to teach his opponent a lesson that if he decided to finish him off, he could have done it more gracefully. The young man grins and says that his opponent is half man, half creature. He asks if the man is only good at bragging. He laughs and says that he acts exactly like the main character. The young man shouts in rage that his opponent thinks he's a joker. They once again clash in fierce battles, crossing blades. The man says that they won't get anywhere this way. He laughs and asks how about Togo getting out their magic balls and solving this like adults. The protagonist agrees with him and says that it was high time to do this. However, he wants the enemy to know that no matter how powerful his sword is, he will still tear it into small pieces. The heroes move away from each other and prepare for battle on more serious terms. Sebek takes out his magic sword. The protagonist notes that he has a rather atypical stance. However, this does not bother him much. At one point, the outcome of their battle will be decided. Arrows begin to fly towards the hero and his opponent. The protagonist is surprised that the barrier turned the hail of arrows into splinters. The men chuckle with displeasure and ask who reveals the secrets of the trick before the performance begins. The main character realizes that his beloved did this. And I hear screams everywhere, and the young man decides that, apparently, reinforcements have already arrived from the capital, and they have won. However, it is not all over yet, they have won. However, the young man still has to deal with his opponent. Meanwhile, Sight goes to the main character and begs him to hold on until she arrives. She says that she is already running to help him. The young man shouts at her not to do this and to stop. Comrade Sebek also addresses him and says that they are retreating. He says that their army is defeated and the people have sent for reinforcements, and now there are too many of them. Here's a friend. He turns his attention to the main character and asks why this man ran away from the front line. He doesn't answer, just looks at his opponent. The man says that there is still time before the army arrives here. They will have time to have fun. The man is surrounded by an invisible barrier. If you get into this zone of its action, nothing good will happen. The protagonist tries to analyze his opponent's abilities. He suggests that perhaps he should wait for Satis. If she arrives in time, she might be able to send a barrier attack to him. However, he will have to put his beloved in danger. The main character decides to take on and tells you that the barrier is the enemy's main trump card. It must be overcome and you must emerge victorious. So there is only one way out of the situation. You need to do it faster than the barrier reacts. It must be unnoticeable and he must move as fast as he can. The hero prepares to draw his sword. He focuses all his gaze and energy on the enemy. The man looks at him with approximately the same emotions. They immediately approach each other. Suddenly something interrupts their thoughts. Osiris flies up to the heroes and shouts to Sebek that he hadn't thought that he could hide from his ball. The girl, meanwhile, turns to the main character and says that she hopes it's not too late and has brought help. The man says that the main character is a sly one who managed to fool him. Something strange is happening with his protective field. The heroes realize that this is a universal automatic interception system. The girl says it's impossible. Magic of the highest order. It hits everyone and everything indiscriminately. The protagonist understands that now that not only Satis but also Osiris is here. Perhaps he will succeed after all. The heroes gather and decide that they will be able to defeat the enemy together. All three focus on one person. Sebek's comrade calls him to him. However, the man is not going to return. On the contrary, he stands more firmly on the ground. Suddenly the man jumps up and starts running away from everyone present. The protagonist calls him and asks where his enemy Sebek is running off to. He tells him over his shoulder that the protagonist should have some fun without him, as he has had enough fun. The man says that he hopes that they will be able to play together again someday. All the heroes are amazed by the man's behavior. His comrade immediately grabs his things and runs to catch up with his friend. The protagonist watches in amazement as his opponent moves further and further away. He does not understand why Sebek behaves so strangely. He says that he did not expect the man to just disappear. Osiris approaches the young man. The man hits him on the top of the head. The boy asks what it means and says that it actually hurts. The man says that he knew there was something wrong with the enemy army. He turns to the boy and asks what the protagonist was thinking. He doesn't understand how reckless you have to be to go out on the battlefield alone and against such serious opponents. Suddenly, Satis starts defending the main character. She asks the man not to rush to conclusions. He says that, by the way, she made the plan, and it was just perfect. She says that Seto really wanted to reciprocate the feelings of the people who once helped him so much. The man replies that this is why he is not surprised that among them there is still someone who is ready to sacrifice his skin so easily. He turns to the protagonist and says that it looks like he really should thank the young man for helping them get rid of Sebek. Thanks to the boy distracting him, the people were able to clear the front without any problems. He invites the protagonist to go with him to the city and meet the soldiers. The man thinks that they will also want to say thank you to the boy and his companion. The young man wants to object that he does not need gratitude, but the man interrupts him and says that refusals are not accepted. It would be very rude of them if they did not celebrate this victory with them. And in general, the man thinks that it would be nice to move to a better place than the battlefield, because in this place they attract too much attention. The man asks if they agree with him. The battle ended with a victory of the people. The lights come on. The curtain falls. Joyful cries of soldiers who were able to withstand this difficult battle are heard everywhere. And of course, none of them remembered Seto, whose contribution to the victory was not the least. The main character, however, was not bothered by this. He never wanted to be a hero. He only wanted to help his friends in difficult times and protect the people dear to him. And the main character didn't need anything more to be happy. The protagonist insists that he can't take it. His interlocutor says that he won't calm down until he takes it. The young man is loading the most important thing for them. The city is out of danger, and they didn't start all this out of gratitude, and certainly not for the sake of money. They answer him that, however, the salvation of the city is largely their merit, no matter what anyone says. The man says their contribution here is quite small. The former leader of the Demon King's army turns to the protagonist and asks him not to be stubborn and to take it while it's given. If it was inconvenient, the man would not persuade them so. There is nothing wrong with that. The protagonist agrees. Osiris asks them not to rush away. He says that since they have accepted the money, he has another offer. He offers the heroes to agree, to work for them. He asks if they want to try. The man thinks highly of their abilities and asks them to imagine how many people they could help with such skills. He asks what they think about it and whether they want to join the army and fight for the city. The heroes exchange glances. They say that in another situation they would agree, but they have some reasons. The girl says that, unfortunately, their paths are now diverging. She apologizes. Of course, if they ever have to fight with someone again, she promises to definitely help. But they will fight. And like this time, not for the sake of the country and society, but rather for themselves. The man replies that he is very sorry, but perhaps it is for the best. He says it seems like the conversation went on a bit too long, and in any case, he is grateful to both of them for the work they did. He thanks them not only for getting rid of the troop commander, but only because they managed to force this guy to retreat were they able to win. The protagonist remembers his opponent. Perhaps if he had run into that invisible barrier, it would have simply cut him into pieces. The protagonist had never encountered anything like that before, and he had never encountered such a magical sword or stand, much less. The young man understands that he will not be able to defeat his opponent so easily. If he wants to possess the unknown power, he will have to pass the test. The young man remembers that letter and asks himself, if he passes the tests that were said there, will he be able to become stronger? The young man does not know. Perhaps it would be better to ask someone for advice. He turns to his interlocutors and says that he would like to show them both a letter. The man says that he has long wanted to talk to him about something. He says he has a letter that is addressed to the main character. He took it for safekeeping, from a guy named Gendal who was from the village of Benjamin. The girl is surprised what letter they are talking about and does not understand what they are talking about. The letter reads as follows: if the child of the storm of destruction receives this letter, it will mean that an obstacle has arisen on his life's path. If he has strayed from the right path and is mired in suffering, honestly trying to find the way back, he needs to follow the clue on the map, instead of which he indicated. The man listens to the contents of the letter with surprise. The symbol in the form of a snake and a crocodile is the symbol of Sebek, and in this case the meaning of that phrase asking for a test immediately becomes clear. Not everyone manages to receive a letter from Wendigo. The man says that perhaps they are trying to warn the protagonist about something. The main character says that about his fate, he is probably destined to meet again in a fight with a previous opponent, especially since if he wants to continue to be close to the girl, he simply needs to defeat this man. The man replies that the place marked on the map is very far away. He says that everything is fine, promises to replenish the food and water supply, and at dawn they will set off. He advises them to try the local delicacies, because having tried them, friends, they will regret it. The protagonist looks at Satis. The girl clutches her head and asks why the main character didn't tell her everything before. She assumes that he probably wanted something, but maybe it's her fault that it was so hard for him to confess everything. The young man replies that she does not need to apologize. It is he who should ask for forgiveness. He simply did not have the courage to tell her everything. She says that, on the contrary, she herself should have thought about how difficult life must be with such a heavy burden on her shoulders. And besides, the content of the letter really indicates that the hero will have to engage in a fight with the enemy. However, now he has her, and the girl promises to make every effort to help the main character. The young man smiles and thanks her. He asks if he can ask Satis one question. The girl asks what it is. He asks how she thinks, whether she loves herself. He asks how the girl perceives herself in general. The heroine is surprised. Why is he suddenly asking such questions? The young man replies that in fact, before the fight with Sebek, he never attached much importance to this. However, he recalls the words of his opponent that he always cares about those around him, but at the same time does not respect himself at all. The main character says that if now he somehow understands what it is like to love other people, why to love yourself and how to do it, he does not understand at all. He asks Satis what she thinks about this. The girl thinks about it. She says that she agrees with the main character. He is surprised by such an answer. I'm not saying that recently she too has finally realized what it's like to love someone. But she can't give a precise answer if someone asks if she loves herself. Mishka turns to the main character and asks if he will allow him to ask something. She asks what the hero himself thought when Sevek said that they are the same in battle. The girl asks if the hero agrees with the words that you can love yourself if you love the fight. The young man replies that he has never thought of fighting as the meaning of his life and does not think that he will ever be able to enjoy battle. The only thing he really likes is traveling with his companion, exploring new horizons, meeting interesting people. The girl hugs him. She says that in this case he understands perfectly well what it means to value himself and his life. She says that she really likes this main character. The boy becomes embarrassed and blushes. The girl says that she would like to learn to value herself as much as he does. She jokes that she will fall in love with him. The main character agrees with her and suggests going through this path together. He is sure that together they can overcome everything. The girl smiles and says that it looks like they think alike. The couple are planning to go into town, stock up on supplies and hit the bars to get something to eat. They'll have to leave town early tomorrow anyway, so why not have some last fun? The protagonist asks if they will go. The girl agrees. She asks if Osiris is standing there. A man approaches them. The hero asks if he came to see them off. He replies that of course, and it's still a pity that they refused. He says it's not every day that you get the opportunity to fight alongside such outstanding people. He addresses the main characters. The man thanks them from the bottom of his heart for everything they have done for them and reminds them that thanks to them he can sleep peacefully. The main character says that if they have any difficulties, then people can always call him the guardians of law and justice, and he will definitely rush. If the main character needs help, then he will also definitely ask the man. He replies that, of course, he will protect him. There is no other way. The man is reminded that he is Osiris, a fighter for justice. The main character is surprised. The girl didn't know that the young man liked this. The man waves goodbye. The heroes also turn around and say goodbye to him. The girl says that she almost forgot something. She hands the protagonist a pendant and asks him to put it on. She puts it back on his neck, and the young man looks at the girl in confusion. The heroine says that it really suits him. The young man thanks her and smiles. And yet it turns out funny if you come to your senses, so different, but going along the same road. No obstacles matter to them. Satis's heart starts beating hard as soon as she thinks about it. The main character says that his heart does too. The action moves to a small village. The girl is sitting on the bed. She is looking out the lattice window, behind which birds are fluttering. Someone is calling her by name. The guard opens the door and says that someone has come to see her. In order to take the heroine out of the prison room, she puts handcuffs on her wrists. The girl looks sadly at her handcuffed hands and understands that they are being careful with her. Walking down the corridor, she looks out the window. A settlement for weirdos. It turns out that now she is one of them too. Perhaps in search of the main character, destiny itself brought her here. Previously, it seemed that she was on the right path. She followed her father's instructions without question. Previously, there was hatred for evil and respect for good in her soul. Where did she go wrong then? When the girl enters the next room, a crash is heard. The heroine no longer reacts to such sounds. In front of her sit Mem and a woman. The woman smiles and asks her how she feels. The girl replies that she feels terrible until they notice her by her appearance. The woman replies that she has heard a lot about her adventures. They say that the girl was one of those brave ones who intended to destroy the Demon King. The heroine says that all this is in the past. In her opinion, there is no way back, neither to the kingdom nor to the team. She has bowed her head before them so many times, asking for their return. The woman is surprised and asks what the point is. The girl smiles and says that it is late, so there is no point in remembering it. However, if you look closely, she is a criminal. She was once a heroine who protected her father's kingdom and was one of those responsible for the people's hopes for a brighter future. The girl asks bitterly what has happened to her now. The woman says that it is indeed true and asks what happened. Of course, she has heard from the respected Mrs. Satis and little Set about her situation, but she did not even think that everything was so serious. She says that the girl was supposedly possessed by a demon. The heroine replies that it is. You see, she was never one of those who agreed that eliminating the main character from the team would be the right decision. She asks what the woman thinks happened next. The team was never able to fill the gap left by his departure, and the harmony between them was destroyed as if they all hated each other. Why? She still has no answer to this question. The heroine cries and says that until the very end she was sure that they were doing the right thing. Of course, it was a great pity to lose such a good fighter from the strategist in the battle. He fought as if it were the last time, giving his all. She always looked down on him. In her eyes, he was a savage, a barbarian, a soulless killing machine. Therefore, at that moment, his further fate was obvious to her. She divided the world only into black and white, judged others based only on the moral standards that her father taught her, and therefore in the main character, who so desperately tried to survive in a world alien to him, she saw only a cruel demonic entity. And once again, looking down at him, she convinced herself that she was much better than this boy. However, there came a time when he suddenly declared that he no longer wanted to be a military man and wanted to go his own way. Until now, she thought that he hated all and everything, his enemies, battles, evil. But then it turned out that he had never felt this hatred towards anyone. He didn't even try to take revenge on her for what happened, although he should have. It was so strange. She should have noticed all these things earlier. Even in the heat of battle, he remained equally indifferent to both his enemies and their allies and did not condemn people for their actions. A man joins the conversation and says that this is the true nature of the main character. The girl asks again. Usually soldiers going into battle for their country are taught to hate the enemy, and they easily destroy them. The same thing happened to the boy, but the man is sure that at first he really hated his enemies. Well, as always happens, he gradually came to the realization that this hatred was meaningless and empty. However, at the moment of enlightenment, it is usually too late to flee the battlefield, especially for soldiers. All they can do is continue to fight with delirium, clearly realizing the absurdity of what is happening. For the country, for their people. The man says that we must also fight for heroes like the girl who was Kova. She looks at him in surprise. She said she remembers what his eyes were like after the murder. They were cold, empty when you looked at them, in which you wouldn't even say that he was still a child. The heroine asked herself, did he really not feel anything at all? Monster or human, everyone was afraid of the main character and did not expect mercy from him. But in reality, he was not like that. He only seemed to be a cold-blooded killer. In fact, he believed that these feelings were simply of no use, that the sending of feelings would not improve anyway. Such a disappointing conclusion. Why had no one ever tried to show him any kindness? Why hadn't she offered him a helping hand? When he needed it, he always ate alone, away from everyone. Why had she never approached him? Why hadn't she offered to eat together? The girl does not understand. Wouldn't that be the embodiment of that very humanity that her father so zealously taught her? It seems that she was never able to understand the true meaning of this word. The woman says that humanity is nothing more than pity towards others. She says that it turns out that her father was not so great. The girl slams her fist on the table. She says that she relied on what he taught her in life. The girl laughs and asks herself what happened to her life. The girl says that Mrs. Satis is a wonderful woman, although she did not know her during the times when they were at odds. But she loves the main character with all her heart. The woman suggests that the protagonist has changed greatly due to her influence. The girl says that, by the way. She mentioned that she no longer has anything to do with the Demon King's army, but she knows that the main character was finally able to love. She remembers that she tried to use him as a tool to achieve her goals. The girl completely forgot about his feelings and emotions. She mentally admits that she was probably very wrong. The woman notes that, judging by the expression on her face, the heroine has become much better. The girl stands up and addresses the headman. She sincerely apologizes for the irreparable harm that her thoughtless actions and faulty ideology have caused to the village. She begs and says that it deserves to be punished. The man and woman look at her with mercy. The headman turns to his companion and asks what to do with the girl. He is surprised that she consults him. To begin with, the woman asks her interlocutor to remove the handcuffs. The girl is surprised and asks why they do this. They answer that there are no specific reasons. The man says that he is simply a little unsettled by the fact that such a young girl is sitting in front of him in handcuffs, although in reality she is actually a barbarian and a savage. The heroine is amazed and asks if he really is a villain. They tell her that it's not the most cheerful reason, but she got it. She reminds the heroes of them in their younger years. The woman takes the girl by the shoulders. She turns to her and says that from now on she is free. She can leave the village as soon as she recovers her health. Recovers. As far as she knows, a local healer visited her regularly, but he was only able to heal her body and soul and not let them relax, so she can stay in the village for a little while longer. The heroine is amazed. She asks why and what she did to deserve such treatment. After all, she is mired in sins. The girl believes that she has a vile nature and is unworthy of this. The woman asks if she is ready to listen to her. She says that the girl is worthy because this is a village for newcomers and one of its elders. The heroine looks in surprise at the departing couple. Her warden on the right is embroidering. Is the heroine really comfortable? Here she thought that the girl would not want to sit in the cell any longer. She replies that everything is fine. She says that another day won't make the weather any different, which makes her want to be here now. She looks around the room. The girl smiles sweetly and dreams about the future. Chiome walked slowly along the road and from time to time tapped it with her wooden stick, which she carried everywhere with her. The girl stopped and looked around, leaning on a stick and holding her hat. She told herself that the scent of the sea breeze was almost not felt from there. She assumed that the wind was coming from the mountain range, since it was dry. Chiome lowered her straw hat over her face to somehow hide in the shade from the scorching midday sun. Sweat was rolling down the girl's face due to the fact that she had spent the whole day on the road. Chiome decided that she needed to make a short stop. She looked around again, looking for a place to hide from the sun. Suddenly, Chiome noticed a tall tree nearby. Looking closer, she noticed that two people were already sitting under the tree. The girl approached the tree and asked the stranger if she could join them, because the shade from the tree would be enough for everyone. She was immediately allowed to stay nearby. Chiome was delighted and thanked them from the bottom of her heart. Taking off her hat, she said that her name was Chiome, and she was a wandering priestess. She was happy to say that she wanders the world back and forth, while helping those who need help. Chiome asked the travelers who they were. The ones she met under the tree were Seth and Satis. They were not at all embarrassed by Chiome's company, so they greeted her with smiles. Before Chiome approached them, they were relaxing in the shade and chatting about something. After resting, they all continued their journey together. Chiome followed Seth and Satis curiously. She asked them where they were going, and then said that she was going in the same direction so their meeting could be their fate. This whole hot valley was a wasteland surrounded by lifeless mountains. Almost no vegetation grew there except for cacti and thorns, and birds occasionally flew over the valley itself looking for food in this place. Satis looked around and sighed in surprise. noticing that the view around her had changed radically since she had last seen this place. After looking at the birds in the sky, she said that this landscape looked more terrifying compared to what they had seen before. Seth agreed with her words and drew attention to the birds, calling them kites. Then he realized that they were condors. Chiyomi also looked at the birds and asked if Seth and Satis were talking about these condors, and then the girl explained that she had already been attacked by one such pest. Chiyomi said that the bird had stolen her entire lunch, which she herself had not eaten yet. Then she told them that she had never gotten along with birds, and especially with crows, because they are constantly screaming loudly, and hitting them to drive them away rarely works. Seth told her that the birds wouldn't touch her this time. They wouldn't let that happen. Seth smiled at the girl and said that he and Satis were completely confident in their abilities, so they would definitely be able to drive away the annoying crows. Hearing his words that they were completely confident in their strength, Chiyomi smiled mysteriously and mumbled thoughtfully. After that, she continued her movement behind Seth and Satis, tapping the ground with her cane to find her way. Hearing the knock, Seth turned around and noticed that the girl was leaning on a cane when walking. Looking at the smiling girl, he thought that it all looked like this cane was helping Chame see everything that was happening around her. Continuing to walk slowly, the travelers soon passed through the wasteland and reached a gorge called Katadzita. Following each other, they entered the gorge. Seth looked up at the place where the split of the earth began, which later turned into a gorge. Seth said that this gorge seemed very strange to him. He turned to Satis, who was walking in front, and said that this place was even worse than outside on the wasteland. Seth added that the atmosphere made his stomach sink. Hearing his words, Satis turned over her shoulder and told that this place was created in a symbiosis of people and nature. So this gorge has a very deep history. Chiyomi said that maybe this place holds something mystical. The girl said that she personally orientates herself by the wind and the sounds around her. She added that after listening to Seth and Satis talk about this place, she can understand what it looks like. All this time, the travelers walking peacefully along the gorge were watched from above. It was a boar-like monster that used binoculars to spy on them. Seth stopped and looked thoughtfully at the road sign. He said that the sign indicated that if they went a little ahead, the road would lead them to the right place. Suddenly, he tensed up and shouted at Satis and Chiyomi to stop. He did this because he noticed that there was a massive black shadow standing at the top of the gorge, which was clearly not peaceful. At the same moment, as if out of nowhere, people appeared, who surrounded the travelers in a tight ring. All those who were trapped were stunned by such an unexpected turn of events. The one who set this trap for them rolled down into the gorge, laughing loudly and clutching his stomach with laughter. He landed with a loud thud at the bottom of the gorge and told Satis that they hadn't seen each other for quite a while. He said that he did not expect to meet Satis in these parts at all. Hearing a familiar voice, Satis was stunned and turned around abruptly. The one who trapped them and knew Satis was the Orc King. Stunned, Satis asked if it was him. Laughing, the king asked her who else he could be, and then exclaimed that he was the king Satis had asked about. The girl was just shocked. She asked the king what he had forgotten in such a place. Satis exclaimed that she was sure that the king's army had not yet advanced that far. Hearing her, the king chuckled. Raising his head, he laughed loudly and replied to Satis that later he would tell her why he was in this place so unexpectedly for her. He pointed at himself with a grin and declared that he had left the magic army. The king asked Satis if this was clear to her, and then proudly exclaimed that now he was acting alone, because he had betrayed the name of their king, and now he was his own king. Seth, who had already drawn his dagger to engage the enemy in case something went wrong, asked Satis who this Orc King was. The girl turned to Seth and said that this Orc King had once commanded the army of the Demon King just like her. Satis frowned, thinking that this was somehow suspicious. She turned to the king of the orcs and asked about how he betrayed their king, because he was one of those whom the king trusted more than himself. On the battlefield, they stood hand in hand next to each other, and the Orc King was part of a squad of elite warriors. After finishing talking about how their king and the Orc King used to be close, Satis asked him why he needed to give up all this, what he had achieved in favor of some gang of bandits. The Orc King clenched his fist in annoyance at her words. Pressing her hand to her mouth, Satis continued to say that it all looked like the Orc King had simply been kicked out of the army. She asked if he had been treated the same as her. After listening to the end, The Orc King became even more angry and growled. He shouted at Satis to shut up, and then shouted that it was only his decision. He shouted that, unlike the king, these people appreciated him as a person, for his talents, intelligence, and wisdom. Now he had his own army. The Orc King, out of breath and blushing, said that he no longer needed to serve anyone because he could create his own kingdom and proclaim himself king. Crossing his arms over his chest, Seth asked Satis how things could be so bad in their army if they allowed themselves to get rid of their commanders like that. Without turning her head to him, Satis replied that this was not the case at all. The king of the orcs said that he was offering Satis to join the ranks of his loyal vassals, since she had so successfully turned up under his arm. He wanted to tell the girl to agree to it, but she said so that he did not dare to tell her. Then the king of the orcs mockingly asked if their king had thrown them away as the last garbage. At his words, the girl tensely waited for her lips. The orc king went on to say that he remembers what Satis was like in those days. She flirted right and left. He said that Satis was trying to make a price for herself through cheap flattery and her own charm. He asked who Satis had become. Pointing at her with his finger, the Orc King said that Satis had become the one who wandered like a lost woman in the company of an eccentric and a short youngster. The Orc King clenched his hand into a fist and mockingly asked Satis if she had decided to taste the human poor life. After saying that, he laughed gloatingly. Finally calming down, the Orc King said that it was time for him to stop teasing Satis, and then ordered his loyal subjects to rush into the attack and tear all the travelers to shreds. Seth turned to Satis and offered to give them a good kick. He said he would deal with the robbers, and Satis needed to take Kaome to a safe place. Before Seth could finish, Satis waved her hand, interrupting him. She said that everything would be fine. Then the girl frowned and glanced at the Orc King, telling Seth to leave the king to her. Hearing her words, Seth started up in surprise and protested, but Satis interrupted him again and said that she had already recovered enough and therefore would be able to fight. As she prepared to fight the Orc King, Satis told Seth that the Orc King had insulted her. Clenching her fists, she said that the king had insulted her as Seth himself knew her and accepted her for who she was. Clenching her fist tighter, Satis said that this would be the first battle she would lead since she commanded the army of demons. Therefore, she is quite confident in her abilities, which means she will be able to overcome it. She stopped suddenly and looked over her shoulder. To Seth's surprise, she was smiling, and with that smile, she confidently exclaimed that she had to confront the Orc King. Satis said that during the battle, Seth would have to protect Kaome, who was standing behind him at the time. Hearing Satis's words, Seth smiled faintly and accepted her command. Satis turned around ready to fight. The Orc King mockingly asked if she had decided to fight him face to face. He said that Satis was a magical being. She's the kind of person who needs a constant supply of magical energy, and in a place like this, she simply has no chance. He chuckled and added that, unlike her, he had a huge advantage in close combat, so the battle would be interesting. The Orc King swung his axe and shouted to his fighters to attack Kaome and Seth, and he was going to fight Satis. Then the king became enraged and again shouted to his fighters to attack the opponents because compared to them, they were only pathetic people. Suddenly, Satis laughed and adjusted her glasses on the bridge of her nose because the king wanted to kill her so much. Holding out her hand, she shouted at him that since he wanted it so much, he needed to try to at least touch her first. After the Orc King ordered his men to attack, Seth and Kaome prepared to fight them off in every possible way. They stood behind Satis as she prepared to fight the Orc King, and they themselves were slowly surrounded by bandits who were ready to obey their king's orders. Sweat rolled down Satis's face from exertion, and the king grinned. Seth glanced at his brave friend, who wanted to defend her honor and thought that the past had left many wounds on her heart. Seth didn't know if these mental wounds could heal, so he was very afraid for Satis. The young man pressed his lips tightly together and thought that despite all this, if Satis herself claims that she is ready to face those who inflicted these wounds again, then Seth believed her. He opened his eyes and held the blade out in front of him, preparing to attack. He thought that now was not the time for him to relax. He needed to do something so that he, along with Kaome and Satis, could survive. Looking at the robbers, Seth realized that they had a lot of enemies. In addition, he also needed to protect Chome from them because she is much more vulnerable than he and Satis. Seth wondered if he could handle the bandits without the help of his sword. Without turning to Kayome, Seth informed her that he would clear the way for her. As soon as he gives the signal, the girl will need to run as fast as she can and not look back. Suddenly, Kayome put her hand on his shoulder and nonchalantly agreed with his words. She asked with a smile if she was definitely talking to Seth right now. Suddenly, the girl took her hand off his shoulder and walked forward, telling Seth not to worry about it, and that he shouldn't strain himself so much, holding her cane in her hand. She stood right in front of the crowd of robbers who surrounded them and told Seth that she would be able to deal with their opponents on her own. She waved at the robbers with a smile and turned to them, apologizing. Chame asked the robbers if they could tell her where they were standing right now. She asked them if they thought they had the right to threaten the poor girl with their weapons. Chiome complained that it would not be good, and then advised the robbers to retreat. They listened to her in silence, and then all grinned. The robbers began to laugh and approach Kame, mocking the fact that it turns out they cannot use brute physical force. The robber mockingly asked Chame what she would do to them if they did not obey. The girl hesitated. Stepping back in fright, Chame asked the robbers not to talk to her in that tone, because it scares her a little. She awkwardly muttered that she and Seth had no money, so the robbers had nothing to take from them. Scared, Kayome told the robber standing in front of her that they could just sit quietly here and wait for their commanders to finish fighting. Then the robber grinned and asked the girl how she imagined it. He held out his blade and pointed them at Chiame, saying that they could not disobey their commander because this was an order. The girl said softly that she understood him. Immediately after that, the robber shouted at Chiome to just stand still and prepare for her death, and he and his companion attacked her. When Seth saw what was happening, he called out to Kayome in horror and thought that it was really bad. Looking at how the robbers rush at the girl, Seth thought that Chiome herself does not see them, which means she will not be able to dodge the attack in time. Suddenly, a gust of wind rustled, which kicked up dust from the road, causing Seth to squint his eyes. Seth realized where this current of air was coming from, and his eyes widened in shock. The young man immediately realized that this wind was coming from the wind sword. This sword belonged to the seemingly harmless Chamain, who turned out to be quite different. With one blow of the sword, which turns out to be her cane, she defeated 2 robbers at once, while Seth stood there in amazement. Kayome sat down on one knee with a smile after the blow, holding her sword in her hand. She said that those robbers seemed to her too arrogant, so the same mood passed on to her. After witnessing the unexpected death of their comrades, the other robbers flinched in surprise, not understanding what had happened. Their frightened screams echoed through the gorge. They asked uncomprehendingly about what had happened and muttered that Chame did not look like an ordinary blind person at all. Seth turned to Chame and asked if she was a samurai because this is a secret art that only experienced warriors from distant lands possessed. Sheathing her sword, the girl said that it seemed that she'd been discovered after all. Suddenly, Seth began to summon his sword. Chame asked him what he was doing because he didn't have to fight. The young man assured Chame that everything was fine. Pulling out his sword, he smilingly suggested to Chame that they fight together. So Seth and Chiome stood hand in hand to fight the robbers. Seth told the girl that he too had once been a soldier, so he was trained in the art of fighting. Preparing for battle, Chiome said that she had taken Seth at his word. Seth asked Chiome if just the 2 of them could handle a whole crowd of bandits. She snorted in response and said that there were not so many bandits, so they would easily defeat them. Seth thought admiringly that samurai were very cool. It was at this moment that the entire crowd of bandits rushed at them, intending to kill them. Seth shouted to Chiome that he was leaving this part to her. The girl with a smile shouted to Seth to be careful and not cut himself while he was fighting. He agreed. Seth and Chiome rushed in different directions to deal with the opponents. Having easily killed his part, Seth turned back. He saw Chiome, without even seeing anything, smoothly dealing with the bandits. Soon, only the 2 of them were left standing in this place, and the lifeless bodies of bandits lay around them. Frozen in place, Seth said that they had killed everyone. He turned to Chiame and said that he could not even think that the girl was so strong. Seth praised the girl, saying that he was pleasantly surprised to see what she was capable of. Chiame smiled. Sheathing her sword, she said that Seth himself was also quite good at fighting, even though she could tell from his voice that Seth was younger than her. Suddenly, Seth opened his mouth in amazement, watching how the sleeves of Kayomi's clothes, previously covered in blood, turn snow white again after she runs her hand over them. From the sound that Seth made, Chaomi realized that he was surprised and told him that she was special in this regard, because the gods had blessed her, and now she could easily get rid of any storm or dust on her clothes. Despite her smile, Kayomi regretfully said that along with the fact that she cleans her clothes, she herself is a dirty stain, and there is no way for her to wipe it off. Suddenly, Seth noticed Chiyomi's hat. He told the girl that even though she couldn't do it herself, it didn't mean that others couldn't either. Seth asked if Chiyomi become so strong just because she didn't want to die. Handing the owner her hat, Seth said that he could only assume because he did not know the true reason. He said that he felt it his duty to point out that Chiyomi was an excellent swordsman. Putting the hat on her head, Kayomi said with a smile that she really did not want to die, so she pretends to be a sweet simpleton with a dagger in her bosom, which she sometimes has to use, sometimes not for herself. She said that sometimes it is to her own detriment, and for the benefit of others. Sometimes it happens the other way around. This was Kayomi's life. After dealing with the robbers, Chiyomi and Seth remembered the Orc King, who was now fighting with Satis. Now the king was left all alone, having lost his army. As he swung his weapon, the Orc King said that he was curious how long Satis would be able to hold his punches. Hearing his mockery, a slightly tired Satis mumbled thoughtfully, and then said that she could point out that it was much easier to fight the Orc King now than when he was the commander of their king's army. At her words, the Orc King laughingly closed his eyes and shouted at the girl not to flog any nonsense, so belittling his strength. After calming his laughter, he asked if Satis thought they were playing children's games here. He also asked if she thought she could just let his guard down like that. Although even if she did, her magic wouldn't be enough anyway. Clasping her hands together, Satis said that they would check it out now. She exclaimed that they would bring, so to speak, a small test of Satis's abilities. Suddenly she froze, closing her eyes and sighed. Satis's face relaxed a little, despite everything that is happening now. Taking off her glasses with one hand, Satis said that she really talks a lot about how brave and strong she is. Continuing to keep her eyes closed and folding her glasses, she said that, as a commander, she often went too far and put her pride above everything else. And if something did not work out for Satis, she immediately began to get angry. After listening to what Satis had told him, the Orc King laughed at how Satis had opened up. He asked if nostalgia had come over the girl, or if she was doing it because she decided to repent before her death. Seth, standing to the side, turned to Satis and asked what she was doing. The girl answered him, telling him to leave. Suddenly, Satis's face brightened, and she put on her glasses again, saying that, in her opinion, now was the time to apply her special talent to her. The girl squinted a little and said that she had not thought about this special talent for a long time. But despite all this, Satis has not lost her skill yet. Seth listened in amazement as Satis said that if there was no way to protect him other than to do such a thing, then Satis would give his all to do it and protect Seth. Seth thought that despite Satis's confidence, the king's rings easily resisted her magic, and if they were real, then the girl was in very bad shape. The young man thought intensely that he had to fight the Orc King to save Satis. Suddenly, Chiyomi, standing behind him, turned to him with a smile. She told Seth to just trust Satis. Chiyomi said that there is no one in the world stronger than a woman who is determined to protect the person she loves. Seth turned to Chiyomi doubtfully and objected. He said sadly, looking down, that his heart was torn apart every time he thought that something might happen to Satis. Chiyomi shouted at Seth to stand up straight and quietly. She said that Seth had held a gun in his hand all his life and got into similar scrapes. There is no way in life without this, so there is no point in winding yourself up. Seth obeyed her and stood up straight. He looked anxiously at Satya, who was standing in front of the Orc King at that moment, ready to engage him in a decisive battle. The king laughed and promised that he would put the most beautiful flowers on Satis's grave. He noticed that the wind was blowing and compared it to a funeral march that he sings for Satis. She replied that she did not think so. Lowering her gaze, Satis calmly said that if anyone died today, it would be the king of the orcs. Suddenly, Satis turned to her seventh heaven and ordered him to lift the curtain. Immediately, a large round seal appeared on the ground under her feet. The Orc King, Seth, and Kiyomi also appeared on this seal and were stunned. The seal was huge. She filled the entire gorge with herself, giving no one a chance to escape her. The sky was also covered with a large number of complex symbols and seals. The Orc King, who had been about to attack Satis, froze in shock. He made a surprised sound, raising his head to the sky to look at the seals in the air. It began to dawn on him what was going on. At the same time, Satis was silent. The Orc King abruptly lowered his head to look at Satis and roared, insulting the woman. He screamed, asking her what she was going to do. Hearing how angry the Orc King was, Sati clenched her hand into a fist and began to cast a spell. Suddenly, the Orc King's axe began to crack rapidly, and its blade shattered into fragments. The Orc King clenched his teeth in surprise and shuddered, frozen in place. He slowly shifted his surprised gaze to what was left of his axe. The king thought that the axe began to crack too unexpectedly for him. He wondered if the reason for this was the magic of Satis, but he thought it was impossible. Suddenly, Satis jumped right next to the Orc King, but he noticed it too late, so he couldn't do anything anymore. Satis used her magic, which enveloped her fists, and then she quickly began to cast a spell. The Orc King stood stunned in place while Satis was in front of him, but the next moment Satis suddenly disappeared from this place with a soft rustle. The king's eyes widened in shock, not understanding what had happened. He didn't even have time to understand what had happened, because Satis suddenly appeared right behind him and struck the Orc King with a powerful fire blow that made the rabbit squeal in pain and misunderstanding. He was stunned that first Satis managed to destroy his axe, and then attack him with a fire attack, despite the fact that she had no magic. Glancing back, he asked Satis in surprise where she had learned this. Seth, standing to the side and watching this, opened his mouth in surprise. He muttered that he just couldn't believe his eyes, because Satis had just used a top-class speed spell to attack the Orc King. It was magic, thanks to which its owner not only moved faster, but also doubled his spell-casting speed. Using his spell, Satis texted, thinking that she wouldn't be surprised if everyone thought that way now. She thought that despite all this, it was not at all what they were thinking about right now. At the same moment, she began to attack the Orc King with lightning speed, jumping up to him from different sides and hitting him until he could not do anything at all. When Satis began to attack him, he opened his mouth and eyes in a daze, continuing to squeal in pain from the attacks inflicted by the woman. He stretched out his hand in front of him, on the fingers of which were his rings, and thought that he urgently needed to activate the protection against Satis' attacks. But he didn't have time to do it because Satis attacked him in the back again, which threw him forward. The Overking realized that it was too late because Satis was too fast. From the last blow, he fell to his knees and angrily asked Satis where she was now. The king asked her how she could even stand on her feet after all his punches. The woman standing behind him snorted inwardly with a victorious grin on her lips. She was mentally mocking the fact that the spell of the highest speed was considered the highest magic. Satis thought she would never say that. In fact, the essence of the special power of Satis, the seventh paradise, was that it significantly slowed down time around its creator, while not affecting him, allowing him to move at normal speed. But for others, it was not so. The closer the enemy was to the caster, the slower the passage of time became for him. For living beings who fell into the area of action of this magic, this happened unnoticeably. They did not even realize that something was going wrong. Therefore, it seemed to ordinary people from the outside that Satis was moving at an inhuman speed. But for the sake of satisfaction, these people looked like sluggish bums. Satis thought it was the greatest art that would make everyone doubt God. The enraged and beaten Orc King slowly rose to his feet, clutching the handle of a broken axe in his hand. He thought with annoyance that even a second's delay seemed like an eternity in his eyes. He opened his mouth and screamed at Satis that he did not know what kind of magic Satis possessed, that he could do such a thing. But he was sure that even this would not help a woman. The king exclaimed that he could not be fooled by such tricks. The Orc King, distraught with anger, shouted that it would only take one moment for him to make all Satis' efforts to kill him in vain. He exclaimed again that only one moment would be enough. Satis stood at a distance from him and shushed mockingly. She apologized disdainfully to the king for speaking so slowly that the meaning of his words was lost even before Satis had time to hear him. She pointed her finger at the Orc King, holding that hand with the other, and asked the king if he thought his rings had protection from the spells that Satis was using. The girl exclaimed that in this case they would make everything easier. Lightning suddenly appeared from Satis's finger, which swiftly flew at the Orc King, who held out his ring-crowned hand in front of him to somehow protect himself. Lightning struck his rings and cracked the magic crystals that were embedded in them. The Orc King screamed, his eyes bulging. After the blow, Satis clutched her arm, wincing painfully. She squeezed her eyes shut in pain and annoyingly thought that no more than 3 minutes had passed since the activation of the Seventh Paradise. But despite this, her strength was already running out. Satis decided that she needed to get this over with quickly. She suddenly looked back in the direction from which a bright light appeared, unpleasantly blinding Satis's eyes. Seth stood to the side, glowing brightly, looking at Sathia in surprise. The girl let out a sigh, realizing where this bright light was coming from. Seth and Satis stared at each other from across the room. Satis thought that it was a light that, like a guiding star, had been leading her through the darkness all this time. He led that Satis, who always kept herself apart from everyone. The woman smiled softly, putting her hand to her chest. She realized that everything she had achieved up to today, including the strength with which she went into battle, was only due to the fact that Seth was with her all the time. Satis turned abruptly to the Orc King, smiling as she put her glasses back on the bridge of her nose. She mockingly turned to the king and said that he had only a few seconds left to live. She shouted at the Orc King to get ready for this, because it would hurt him a little. Satis held her hands out in front of her, palms out, and used her magic to attack the Orc King. Her magic howled into him. A jet of magical fire flew straight at the Orc Rabbit, which froze in horror and tried to step back, hiding behind its hands and a fragment of an axe, in order to somehow avoid the fate of being killed by Satis. He wondered in his mind where he could have made such a mistake, and what he had done wrong. That in the end, it all resulted in the fact that now he was going to die at the hands of someone whom he had despised with all his soul all this time. He clenched his teeth, and tears of impotence and fear of death burst from his eyes, as he exclaimed that he had done everything perfectly to the last. But his last word turned into a painful howl. The fire of Satis overtook the Orc King and enveloped him, making him scream painfully. Seth and Shami, who witnessed this, opened their mouths in shock. Having spent so much strength, Satis suddenly staggered and began to fall forward. Seth exclaimed in fright, asking Satis if she was all right. He jumped up to the woman and managed to catch her to protect her from hitting the ground. Satis laughed hoarsely and said that for the first time she felt that he had done his best. Holding Satis, Seth excitedly praised her and exclaimed that he had never doubted the girl. Kayome stood silently behind him, smiling, leaning on her sword, carrying Seth's words that he had never doubted her. Satis opened her mouth in surprise and then smiled happily and gratefully, closing her eyes. The flapping of wings of a whole flock of hungry vultures could be heard in the sky. One of them screamed loudly, attracting the attention of other birds, and began to descend rapidly. He sat down on a branch of a tree that was near the road to the castle and looked at what was happening from below. Demons were slowly walking along this road. They walked in a line, one after the other, with their heads down dejectedly. Some of them were leaning on their weapons. Their unseeing gazes bored into the rocky path they were walking along. The demons were exhausted and devastated. One of the demons slowly raised his head and was breathing heavily. Suddenly, the demon's strength left him, and he fell to the ground with a loud thud. The vultures immediately screamed, realizing that they would have something to profit from. Goblock, who was walking in front of him, stopped and turned sharply when he heard the sound of falling. He watched with his mouth open as the hungry vultures mercilessly attacked his comrade and began to eat. The goblin simply had no words to describe this sight. He mentally shuddered at the sight of this terrible picture. After losing their commanders in the last battle, the demons suffered a crushing defeat and barely escaped from the battlefield. The few remaining soldiers, exhausted from their severe wounds, headed back to the castle of the Demon King. Despite this, even if the demons managed to somehow survive and return home, nothing good awaited them there, because the king would not let them get away with this defeat. At the thought of this, One of the demons raised his head and howled mournfully in fear. Goblok sighed heavily and closed his eyes. He thought with displeasure that all the demons had such faces, as if they were all sinners going straight to the death penalty. The goblin's ear twitched when music suddenly reached him. The goblin frowned and turned at the sound of the music. He was a mercenary to himself, who was not at all embarrassed by their defeat. He was not even afraid of what the king would do to them for this. He was just happily singing. Goblok was annoyed by the mercenary's attitude. He blocked the dog's path and turned to him, saying that the mercenary looked too cheerful, despite the situation around him. Goblok asked if he could see what was going on around them, if he could see the demons were dying right on the move. Although Goblok was not surprised by the dog's behavior, because he was from a squad of elite fighters, so he was not part of their main squad, so he really had nothing to fear. To some extent, Goblok even envied him. Sobek turned to the goblin. He put his finger under his chin, looking down at the bottom. Blushing sharply from embarrassment, he said that he found Seth very cute. Sobek asked Goblok if he didn't think Seth was just charming too. Goblok's body seemed to be pierced by lightning. From Sobek's extraordinary confession, the goblin shuddered and froze, perplexedly asking Sobek what he was talking about. Sobek asked Goblok if this meant that their opinions about Seth were radically different. Sobek suddenly became agitated and began to breathe heavily from excitement. He confessed that for once he finally felt that he was happy, and it was all thanks to the battle with Seth. He trembled with delight and exclaimed that he wished Goblok knew what he was experiencing. Moving his hands, he said that he simply could not describe the feeling that overwhelmed him. He had finally found what he had been looking for so long. Suddenly, Sobek began to repeat convulsively with a crazy smile that he had finally found his ideal opponent, which was Seth. Under Goblok's stunned gaze, he said that he was sure that his feelings for Seth were mutual. He was sure that Seth wanted to kill him the same way he wanted to kill Seth. They looked like two peas in a pod because Seto had the same look. Suddenly, Sobek threw his head back and arched his back, exclaiming enthusiastically that there was a possibility that he and Seth were soulmates. After that, Sobek stared at one point with a dreamy gaze and sighed. He began to wave his arms joyfully and jump up and down. Giggling enthusiastically, he turned to Seth, who was not even here, and he did not know about Sobek's thoughts, and exclaimed that they would have more fun. Goblok, who witnessed such a strange behavior by Sobek and his words that Seth would be an ideal opponent for him, stood stunned in place. Finally, he mentally agreed with Sobek's words. In fact, for Sobek, battles have always been a sip of water for the dehydrated. He had been looking for a worthy enemy all his life. Goblok thought he joined the Sobek army for the same reason. There was no question of any loyalty to the Demon King initially. Watching Sobek continue to spin around enthusiastically and say that he had finally found a worthy opponent. Goblok asked him if it was true that his whole head was occupied only with wars and battles, but he never received an answer. At the same time, the tired monsters continued to wander towards the castle of the Demon King, but there was a stomping sound, and the monsters ahead saw someone blocking their way. They were immediately horrified and let out a startled scream. A whole crowd of people with guns appeared in front of them. The monsters shouted to their companions, warning them about this. They were stunned to wonder where so many people had come from and why they had come. Goblok immediately shouted at the monsters to stop panicking, because they are warriors who have sworn allegiance to their Demon King. The goblin ordered the monsters to hold the line. He shouted that they would definitely stand up to the onslaught of people. After the sudden appearance of people, Sobek finally stopped thinking about the battle with Seth and slowly approached Goblok from behind. He was not at all afraid of people and laughed, saying that it was very curious. Suddenly, a dark aura surrounded Sobek's body, and he muttered with a smile that these people were nothing more than a bunch of weaklings. He said that it was time to cool the ardor of these people. With these words, Sobek slowly took out his sword. Swinging his weapon, he exclaimed with a mad smile and turned to Seth, who would not have heard him anyway. Sobek said that Seth would have to wait for him for a while, and then they would definitely fight. Demolishing an entire crowd of people with one blow of his massive sword, he said that when fate brought him and Seth together again, Sobek would be much stronger than he was now. As he continued to kill people one by one, He told Seth that for the sake of a decent fight with him, he would become much stronger. Goblok stood aside with his mouth open in amazement and watched Sobek kill people, laughing madly at the same time. Goblok suddenly grinned nervously and mentally called Sobek a damn demon. Looking at how quickly Sobek melts with people, Goblok thought that he was the same demon from the old legends, born by mixing human and demonic blood. Goblok had no other suggestions. A flock of crows flew over the forest, screaming loudly. Along the road in the forest, a cart pulled by 2 horses was slowly driving, their hooves pounding on the road. The driver of the carriage was a hunched man. It was a raid that was severely exhausted by the road he had to go through. He stared straight ahead with tired eyes. Suddenly, he noticed something ahead and started. He noticed a rather large village peeking out from behind the branches of the trees. People living there could have helped the raid. The girl was walking slowly down the street, carrying a basket of food in her hands. When she passed by a crowd of people, she heard their conversations and turned around in surprise. People were looking at a hooded man walking along the road. They said that he was a hero and wondered what he could need in such a remote place as their village, and even without an escort. They felt sorry for him because he was very thin. The girl looked at the dirty and thin face of the hero and thought that this simply could not be. Because where could they get a hero from? She put her hand to her mouth in amazement and wondered if he was real. Reed arrived at the headman's house to recover. The servant helpfully led him into the room and said that Reed was probably tired from the journey. The servant told him not to be shy and to go into the room to rest. Reed didn't let him finish, slamming the door in front of the servant's face, thereby interrupting him in mid-sentence. Reed abruptly turned his back on this door. In the silence of the dimly lit room, he stood silently with his head down. Then Reed walked over to the chair and sat down on it with a creak. The man clutched his head and began to mutter something right under his breath. He was frantically muttering that he hadn't done anything and it wasn't his fault. Reed tried to tell himself that. There were no light sources in the room except for one wax candle, which was not enough to illuminate the entire room. Suddenly, the voice of an unknown person rang out of the darkness, who said that he saw that the raid was at a crossroads and confused. Hearing the calm voice of someone he hadn't immediately noticed, Reed flinched and opened his eyes in surprise. He raised his head to look at the one who had broken his solitude. Across from Reed, a man sat relaxed with his hands clasped in his lap. Stunned, Reed asked him who he was. After examining the man, Reed was even more stunned and began to stutter. The man's head was bald and he was wearing a robe. He sat quietly with his eyes closed and smiled amiably at Reed. Reed recognized Malkin in him and exclaimed that he had thought he was dead all along. McLean smiled at him, showing his teeth. He did not refute Reed's words about his death. He said that despite this, he would advise Reed to worry more about himself and not about him. He asked Reed what he thought. Looking at him with wide-open eyes, Reed gritted his teeth and thought that this was simply impossible and that he was most likely hallucinating. Reed tried to convince himself that this was just a figment of his imagination. Reed continued to sit dumbfounded in a chair opposite the living McLean, who was silent and calmly smiling at him. Reed leaned forward, clutching the arms of his chair to get a better look at McLean. Then McLean slowly got up from his chair and said, "Reed gave all his strength to serve people." McLean walked around the room and talked about how Reed lived bravely carrying this heavy, heroic burden on his shoulders. He walked behind the surprised Reed and asked him with a smile, "Where is he going now after all that happened before?" The veins on Reed's forehead bulged with anger at his question. He jumped up from his seat and exclaimed that none of this was true. He shouted that his plan to fight the demonic army was perfect. Reed furiously exclaimed that he had only stumbled slightly and it had all happened by accident. McLean stood in front of Reed and asked him how he was going to fix it all. Reed did not expect such a question and asked in surprise. McLean pointed a finger at his chest and demanded that Reed speak. McLean asked him what they had done to deserve such a fate. He asked what sins Reed had treated them for. Finally, McLean asked the man why he had allowed his comrades to die like that. The question sent Reed into a stupor of horror. Memories of how his friends had died horribly raced through his mind. These memories made Reed completely distraught. He clutched his head and screamed loudly. He shouted at McLean to stop all this. Reed was screaming that McLean wasn't real and it was all just lies and hallucinations because McLean was supposed to be dead. He couldn't just show up before the raid while he was alive. Reed frantically asked McLean if he was thinking something that might intimidate him. At the change in Reed's behavior, McLean frowned and called out to him. He told the man to calm down and try to remember everything about why he went on this trip in the first place and what happened to his psyche after Seth and Hugh Dora left him. Clutching his head, Reed shouted at McLean to shut up. He fell to the floor and began to mutter about the evil spirits leaving and disappearing from his eyes. He said that McLean wasn't really there, and it was just a ghost. McLean sighed heavily and pressed his hand to his forehead. He said that the raid was worthless, since he was more afraid of loneliness than death. He had been moving into the abyss for a long time. McLean told him to remember how many people he had ruined and told him to think about it. Finally, McLean turned to Reed and said that he was the real monster. At his statement, Reed froze in amazement and tears poured out of his eyes. He fell completely to the floor and shouted at McLean to shut up. He was crying that he had no other choice, that it wasn't his fault. Reed shouted that those people were trying to get in his way, so he had to get them out of the way. He began to mutter convulsively that he had done nothing wrong and everything was going according to his plan. Then he giggled hysterically and said that it was true. He muttered that he was definitely fine. McLean was not in the room. In the darkness of the room, he muttered that he just wanted justice. He giggled and said he wouldn't let anyone stop it. Meanwhile, 2 villagers were walking down the street with a torch in their hands to light their way. One of them attracted the attention of a friend and told him to look in the indicated direction. Ahead was the wagon that Reed had come in. The man said that this was the wagon that the hero had arrived on, and it looked quite old. He asked a friend if he agreed. He agreed. They approached the cart curiously, and the blonde one suggested that it might have worn out over a long time of travel because they did not know what the hero had to go through. He said it was more like the wagon was old. He walked up to the back of the wagon and was amazed to find a symbol there. His friend came up to him and asked what was the matter. The blonde man told his friend to look at what was behind the cart. There was a trade line behind the cart. The man asked in surprise why the hero rides on a shopping cart. A young girl awkwardly hesitates at the door. She is afraid to knock on the door. The girl decides to take in more air and takes a deep breath and then exhale. Her breathing can be heard in the hallway in front of the doors. Then the girl looks down at the floor. She's thinking in her head about what she's going to say at this meeting. Then the girl remembers how she first saw the hero in their city. His disheveled hair fluttered in the wind. The girl at that moment thought that this day had finally come. When she saw this strong and beautiful young man, she thought to herself that from that very moment, she could not stop thinking about this courageous and great man, namely from the moment she heard how he was going on a journey. At that moment, looking at the hero, whose physical form has undergone some changes, the heroine thought about how difficult the journey was if, upon returning from it, her hero became so thin. Then the girl returns to the present, to the reality where she stands hesitantly at the door of the room. The girl thinks that the hero's journey was very harsh and feels sorry for him. Then, leaving the long corridors of her thoughts, the girl turns to the window. She carefully and even curiously examines her beautiful and elegant reflection. Then she starts spinning in front of the window as if in front of a mirror, examining her pretty figure. She thinks that although she is not one of those beauties on whom heroes hang themselves in bundles, she seems to look good. Then she puts her fragile hand to her chest and thinks that she hopes she can help the hero relax a little and get to know him a little better in the process. Suddenly, the girl gathers her strength and finally decides to disturb the hero. She starts knocking on the hard wooden door. Then the girl unsuspectingly enters the room. She says with an innocent smile that lunch is ready for the hero and then wants to invite him to go to lunch together. At the same moment, a rather scary man in the shadow is going to attack her. At this moment, something terrible happens and the consciousness of the heroes is plunged into darkness. Then the action is transferred to the hero himself, who is in a state of extreme horror and paranoia. The man is breathing heavily. Reed is on all fours, like an animal caught off guard. He is drenched in cold sweat and convulsively thinks that he seemed to have a nightmare. He remembers the image of the demon who appeared to him in the form of Julika, so familiar and dear to him, and tried to lure him to himself with such sweet speeches. But for reasons of the hero, The demon failed to do this. Then Reed tries to get to his feet. He still has no face on him, and his whole body is shaking with insane force. From the outside, it begins to seem that the raid is going crazy. Then the hero pulls his hand to his face and, slightly closing his eyes, thinks that he needs to calm down. The hero looks into the void and thinks about whether it was really a dream, because he knows for sure that Julika has left this mortal world. Suddenly, he notices something sticky and red on his palm. This substance completely covers his palm, from the tips of his fingers to its base. Reed is horrified and does not understand where he could get dirty with this liquid and what it is in general. The man looks at his palm in disbelief and begins to guess that this substance is blood. He doesn't understand how it could be or even cover his palm. Suddenly, he bumps into something lying not far from him. This something turned out to be a small miniature foot in a leather boot that suited her so well. Reed came closer and saw a brutally mutilated and torn girl. She was not breathing and had apparently already left this mortal world. The hero began to look at the lifeless body in incomprehension. Reed didn't understand how this could have happened, or if he had done this to her. As a result, the hero could not stand it and screamed loudly. At the moment when Reed was looking at the lifeless body of the girl, Macklin came up to him from behind. Seeing this picture, the man covered his face with his hand in despair and disappointment, and irritably called out to Reed. He turned in fright towards McLean and began to justify himself, saying that he had not committed this act. The young man began to say that this was some kind of mistake, and that it absolutely could not be him. But then McLean started shouting very loudly at Reed, mockingly asking him where the mistake could be. He was bursting with anger at Reed for trying to deny the obvious. Looking at the girl, McLean tells the hero that this is all his doing. The hero's face was distorted with horror at the realization that he really could have done it. McLean poured oil on the fire, saying that the girl was worried about the hero and came to check on him. Then the man, towering over Reed, who was scared to death, coldly and without any share of compassion or support in his voice, says that Reed did this to such a fragile and defenseless girl himself, namely of his own free will. McLean continues by asking how it happened that the truth Reed was fighting for turned into something like this. Does he really think this is justice? McLean says that the hero doesn't give a damn about others. He says that if something goes wrong, he immediately begins to administer justice. The hero looks at McLean in horror. He begins to deny everything, trying to prove to himself and McLean that this is completely wrong and that he did not do it at all. The guy hysterically says that he really only tried for the sake of world peace. He doesn't know what to do. McLean, on the other hand, looks coldly and indifferently at Reed and then asks him if he tried so hard for world peace, then why did he send another innocent man to the next world? The man then asks Reed to just admit that he will never be the same again. The young man looks at the interlocutor uncomprehendingly and with horror in his eyes. After hearing the words, his eyes widen and fill with even greater misunderstanding, fear, and horror. The hero can't believe his ears. The man takes a deep and heavy breath. Then he decides to tell the former hero to put aside his past and repent of his crimes. The man tells the hero very seriously that now this is the only right way for him to escape. Then he tells the young man to forget that he was once a hero. He says that from now on his whole life should be devoted to atoning for his sins. Perhaps the raid will have to pay dearly for them. If he is ready to atone for his sins, thus getting off the wrong road, then he can take his hand and he will help the raid. The former hero looks at his interlocutor uncomprehendingly, devastated and as if in a trance. He asks McLean what kind of redemption he's talking about. Then he raises his eyes full of madness to McLean and asks him if he understands what he is talking about at all. Then a strange energy begins to emanate from McLean. He looks at Reed uncomprehendingly and even indignantly and asks him again, not understanding how he could answer him like that. McLean begins a new tirade about how the raid has to stop and that he doesn't know what he's doing. All this time, magical streams continue to emanate from the man. Reed, on the other hand, mockingly and even to some extent insanely continues to smile, and then says that he has done nothing wrong since removing obstacles is an integral part of any journey. He says that he has dealt with them and now no one can stop him. McLean, on the other hand, shouts at the former hero, trying to reason with him. He asks Reed to think carefully again. McLean says that if Reed lets him disappear, he will never see him again. The former hero annoyingly closes his eyes and lowers his head. He's talking about how much McLean got to him. Then the young man raises his indifferent and ruthless eyes to his interlocutor and then says that he only wants justice to finally prevail. He says he is no longer able to hide himself. Then the former hero stretches out his hand towards McLean and angrily says that now he will make the man disappear from this world. The raid stands in a stance to cast a spell and triggers its action. A very bright flash of the spell flashes, erasing absolutely everything in its path. After this action, Reed smiles maliciously and says that his destroying spell worked well. The hero is covered in mud and blood from head to toe. Then he started saying that he was still a hero, that he was the hero of this dirty world and that nothing would stop him. Reed says it doesn't matter how many people he has to take their lives. Then he starts laughing hysterically and crazily again, and then says that he needs to put the lifeless body of the girl he personally sent to the next world somewhere. He will also have to remove the bloodstains left after it. Reed takes the body of a poor, fragile girl who died such a painful death in his arms and begins to drag. The girl doesn't look that heavy, but Reed doesn't want to get blood on her. Then he throws the girl into the closet, thus getting rid of the evidence. Reed then proceeds to wipe the blood from the floor left over from the murder. At this moment, he sings a melody. Reed then decides to wipe his face of the girl's blood and sweat that have been covering his face for the past few hours. He goes to the mirror and, looking into it, says that it will do just fine. He looks completely normal. Then the hero joyfully and calmly says that now it's time to eat. Reed then goes down to the communal dining room. As if nothing had happened, he asks everyone to apologize for being late for the meal. When asked about the dead girl, Reed replies that she only called him and then immediately ran away somewhere. The hero clarifies that the girl said that he himself could not wait for her and go ahead to the refectory. Then Reed says that he's had enough words and that it's better to get back to the meal. When asked what he smells like, he refers to potions. Reed, apologizing for his etiquette, smiles at his neighbors at the table with the most kind and friendly smile. He wishes them all a good appetite. The young man's face radiates positivity and calmness. 60. The action is transferred to the streets of the city. The townspeople leisurely lead their usual way of life. Each of them is engaged in their own business or craft. Then the action shifts to Seth and Satis. The girl is lying in bed. She apologizes to Seth for her condition. She says she's a little overworked. To this, Seth tells her that she is not to blame for anything and that he should ask her for forgiveness. Seth then continues, saying that if only he had insisted and fought the Orc King himself. The hero remembers that encounter with those malicious creatures. The girl, lying in bed, asks what the hero is saying. In response to this, Seth looks at Satis in disbelief. He doesn't understand why the girl has such a reaction to his words. Then the girl continues with sadness in her eyes, saying that this is a situation that she had to overcome on her own. She says it would not be good of her to shift this responsibility onto Seth's shoulders. Seth looks at her in surprise, and Satis says that today she needs to rest and try to recover. The boy tries to contradict her, but nothing comes of it. Then he slightly moves away from the girl's bed, that it's really better for her to rest now and not think about anything. She looks at him with a slight smile and says that's what they agreed on. Suddenly, Seth remembers something and abruptly approaches the bed. He tells Satis that he was going to walk around the city to look around. Seth says that if he finds something worth looking at, he will definitely tell her about this find. The girl looks awkwardly at the boy and says that she completely agrees with him, but she asks him not to do anything stupid. At this moment, distrust of her friend appears in her eyes. She is afraid that something will happen to him. When Seth is about to leave, the girl tells him to try to get back before dark. The boy promises Satis that he will definitely fulfill his promise. Then the girl takes off her glasses and carefully puts them on the bed. Without them, Satis sees almost nothing, but she takes them off during sleep because they are not very comfortable to sleep in. Then the girl slowly lies down in bed. Turning on her side, she slowly begins to fall asleep. The previous battle had exhausted her and taken a lot of strength. The action shifts to Seth, who is located on the ancient ruins of the Hopi Mesa. The hero, looking at all this, thinks that most of these old buildings have collapsed. It seems to him that the city stands on the border of two worlds, combining the past and the present. Then he remembers that in that mysterious letter that he read, it said that if you go here, You can find something that will help you choose the right road. Seth walks slowly along the streets of the city, looking around and exploring his environment. He is deeply immersed in his thoughts, and in a sense notices only what surrounds him, but does not delve into it. Then he remembers Satis. Seth really wants Satis to get well as soon as possible. He is very worried about the girl. Then he remembers their first meeting. Seth thinks that when they first met, she was very weak then. But even that time cannot compare to her weakness now. After that difficult battle, the hero argues that most likely without Satis, he would not have survived in this city. As Seth walks along the city street, other townspeople pass by him, who completely ignore him. Suddenly, the hero sees a familiar face and is very happy about it. He asks Chiome if she is standing in front of him now. As a result, his intelligence turned into a search for familiar faces. Chami stood with her back straight and looked at the hero in a friendly way. She was very happy to see him too. The girl, hearing a familiar voice, asked her interlocutor if he was Seth. When she found out that it was him, she asked what he was doing here then. Then she noticed the absence of Satis and asked Seth where he had lost her. Seth decided to ask Chame a question about where she was heading on her own. She replied that she was now running her own business. Chiome tells Seth that she is a priestess. Folding her hands in prayer, she says that with her prayer she saves this house from evil spirits and adversity. And besides, at the same time, she earns her livelihood and a decent life in principle. Then Chiome says that you can't earn much with prayers, they bring pennies, and that's all. Then she clarifies, saying that if she does not have enough money from prayers, then she is looking for another job. For example, one where they pay with food. Gary looks at her in surprise and asks if such a job really exists. Then he says that Chiome is just amazing. Seth is surprised that the girl has such a large number of talents. The girl looks at Seth with a very satisfied look and listens to the praise about herself. She is very pleased to hear such words. With each new word of praise in her direction, the girl smiles more and more. Suddenly, she starts telling Seth that she sees that it looks like Satis is not the only one who is not okay here. She says that the hero himself is far from in good health. Saying these words, the girl stretches out her fragile and neat hand towards Seth. She asks if she has determined correctly. Then the girl says that the hero, of course, does not die, but his condition is still not very good. A day of rest, good food and sleep will not interfere with him. But even vice versa. Seth shrugs off these words and says that everything is fine with him, but Chiome still insists on rest. The hero looks away at these words and generally lowers them down, trying to avoid this topic of conversation. The girl does not back down. The hero, shyly lowering his eyes, tells Chiome that he is not okay because Satis is not okay. He says that this situation is somehow hard on his soul, as if cats are scratching. Seth is very worried about her friend. Chiome, hearing these words, maliciously begins to look in the direction of the hero. She is touched by his reaction to Satis's condition. At this, Chiome furiously begins to pat Seth on the head, saying that his words are not convincing. She tells the guy not to lose his temper, pull himself together and collect all his emotions and brains in a pile. Chiome and Seth go and stroll through the market, looking for the products they need. Chiome mostly chose her own products, while the hero simply accompanied her when walking around the market. Suddenly, at some point, a pear flies into the hero's hands, which Chiome threw to him. He looked in surprise at the fruit that flew into his hands. It was completely unexpected for him. When he turned towards his companion, she smiled and told him that she was treating him today. She tells him to eat a little and then go and smile properly at Satis because she really needs it very much right now. The hero also continues to look at the pear presented to him by Chiome with surprise and says that it is somehow inconvenient for him to accept the fruit. The girl, smiling, tells the young man not to refuse. Seth looks dumbfounded at the girl, while she mockingly tells him that children need to eat well to be in shape. Then she tells the hero to stop playing God knows what and finally relax. The hero awkwardly and even confusedly lowers his head and slightly closes his eyes. He thanks Chiome for everything she said to him. The girl smiles slyly in response to this. She likes to make the hero blush and embarrass him. It amuses and touches her at the same time. At such moments, she begins to behave completely like a small child with a toy. Then she's about to leave and with a cheerful smile on her face, wishes the hero good luck and punishes him to hold on, despite the various difficulties and trials that he will still encounter on his life path. Seth is surprised, perplexed, but at the same time gratefully looks after the retreating girl. In a sense, she helped him sort himself out and get on the right path for his further development. Then the hero thoughtfully bites an apple and carefully considers the words that Shiome just recently told him. Namely, the essence of these words was that Seth should not try to jump over his head, thus endangering himself and others. The action shifts to the city, to buildings that look more like warehouses than residential premises. Other buildings are decorated with high, majestic arches, which are one of the main decorations of this city. In their shadow, absolutely anyone is able to escape from the rays of the very scorching sun. The hero moves slowly through the streets of the city, examining the area around him. He talks about how he went around almost the whole city but never found anything special. Then he decides to try to go deep into the streets of this city. He slowly approaches the stairs, which are located among two rather tall buildings. Their dark windows are just facing towards this staircase. It is on it that the hero is going to climb to get deep into the city. As Seth moves up the stairs, his face becomes more and more surprised and perplexed. His dark eyes gradually widen and round. Seth doesn't understand what this is and what's going on here. The hero slowly continues to approach the place that causes him such great surprise and perplexity. He wonders what it could be and how it appeared here. As a result, the author demonstrates to the reader what caused the hero only a strong surprise. It turned out to be another beautiful and ancient city. The hero decides to get closer to the ancient buildings and explore them with his own eyes in more detail. They seem to him quite unusual, and even to some extent strange. Seth comes closer to the stones that stand not far from him and notices that something is carved on them. The hero begins to be interested in these notches on the stones. He begins to suspect that these are not just stones, but full-fledged totems. Seth continues to study the stones, which are supposedly totems, with great surprise. The hero begins to reason about the fact that for some reason he feels uncomfortable about this temple. Seth, gathering his strength and thoughts, decides to enter the gates of this ancient temple. Its arch is quite high and majestic. At the entrance to the arch of the temple, an ominous aura begins to envelop the hero. The further the hero goes to the temple, the stronger the surveillance becomes. People are looking out more and more from behind columns and stones. They do not understand what this strange stranger has forgotten on their territory. It seems to them that the hero radiates a threat. When the hero passes the entire arch, he begins to clearly hear rustling and other suspicious sounds. The hero begins to assess the situation around him in order to understand where these suspicious sounds are coming from. The sounds are getting louder and clearer. The hero begins to look around more actively and study the situation. He looks around very carefully, turns his head in all directions, but still can't figure out where the sound is coming from. Suddenly, the hero hears a voice that orders him to stop. At the same moment, a whole gang of children, aged about 10 to 15 years old, flies out in his direction. They have spears in their hands, and they gradually begin to tighten the ring around Seth. The children are getting closer. Their faces do not shine with kindness and friendliness at all from the word. The boys bring their spears closer to the hero, trying to keep him in a decent distance. The hero asks who they are in general. Seth says he doesn't remember seeing them in the city. He understands that these children are amateurs because they are too insecure in holding weapons. One of the squad decides to start negotiations with the hero. He shouts at Seth to raise his hands and to do it immediately. The hero continues to assess the situation, as a result of which he concludes that the guys are only guarding this temple. Seth slowly raises his hands so that all his opponents can see it, and then with a cheerful grin asks them what they are going to do with it now. He asks if they will continue to stand like that, or if they will take him prisoner. The invaders, dumbfounded and surprised, begin to look at each other and look at each other. One of them asks this question to his friend, to which he answers, "Let him do what he wants." One of them eventually got his bearings and called the hero an idiot, told him to move his legs and hurry up. Saying these words, he stood up, in his opinion in a very aggressive and dangerous position. But in fact, the boy looked like a lost kitten who is trying with all his might to protect his territory. Then the boy decided to poke him in the back with a spear so that Seth would start going where this group of incompetents was going to lead him. Suddenly, Seth started saying something about the boy's weapon. He was very surprised by this remark, but did not stop poking his small spear into the hero's back. Suddenly, the hero utters such a phrase that the boy does not want his spear to be taken away from him. He looks at Seth with surprise and incomprehension. The boy looks at Seth blankly and then replies that he really doesn't want his spear taken away from him. He has no idea at all what the hero is up to. The boy still thinks that the advantage is on his side because he is armed. Suddenly, he feels the spear missing from his hand. At this moment, his palm slowly begins to sweat due to the lack of the usual heaviness from a hard oblong object, namely the shaft of a spear. At the same moment, the hero grabs his hand. For such a lightning-fast attack, Seth did not need much strength and energy at all, since his opponent was quite a beginner and under no circumstances would he be able to put up the necessary resistance. After Seth grabbed the boy by the arm, he immediately knocked him to the ground, simultaneously wringing both the grabbed hand and the free one. When falling to the ground and wringing both hands, the boy begins to scream very loudly from unbearable pain. Suddenly, the guy realizes that something has changed, but his shock from what had happened was so strong that realization came quite slowly. There were a lot of surprised looks, sighs and screams around the hero and that boy, and worried comrades of the boy. He didn't care at all about all the stares, sighs, and screams around them. He just did well-honed movements that more than once helped defeat his enemies. Then Seth got up and pulled the boy after him, whom he had just knocked to the ground and wrung his hands. The hero decided to ask this child if this was their territory and if he understood it correctly. And then I decided to apologize for my intrusion. It was amazing to him how the hero, without much difficulty in the application of any forces, knocked him to the ground, took away the spear and wrung his hands. Seth continues, saying that he just decided to take a walk around the city and find out the situation in the surrounding area. And so he happened to be on their territory. The hero says that he did not intend to fight or capture anything at all. Then he mysteriously closes his eyes and lets his head pass, saying that he is very sorry that he misled this squad about his intentions. Then he says that it's time for him to leave now and that he won't bother them anymore. But suddenly, he is hailed by a boy whom he had just knocked to the ground. The boy asks the hero to wait. The boy was very much impressed by the hero's abilities. At this moment, his comrades also join him. They surround Seth again, but with completely different intentions. They say that the hero is really very strong and therefore they offer him to become one of them, or at least just their friend. Someone offers the hero the role of his own older brother. The hero, having heard all these proposals, was seriously worried and scared of such a huge number of proposals in his direction. He began to talk himself out of it, trying to avoid such a fate as becoming one of these juvenile bandits. But the children did not listen to him and continued to drag him to the place where, according to them, their leader lives. They did not want to let the hero go in any way and continue to push him to that cherished place. The children absolutely did not pay attention to the indignation and protests of the hero. One of the boys just turned around and started saying that their leader is very good and that he will absolutely like the hero. The boy and his companions continued to cheerfully drag Seth to their leader with the intention of making him one of them. At some point, they reached the right place and entered the right building. The boy who was walking in front of the whole squad, who was dragging the hero to the leader, opened the door to the room and called his leader very loudly to look at Seth. In the middle of the room stood a boy with blonde hair and looked somewhere into the distance of the hall. But as soon as he heard the voice of his subordinate, he immediately turned around to find out why he was disturbed. The action takes place in the chambers of the leader of a boys' gang. He apologizes very much for the fact that his subordinates dragged the hero to him. The hero has no complaints about the boss of the boy gang. He understands perfectly well how self-willed they can be. Then Seth says that he was the one who entered their territory without asking, so there's nothing wrong with the boys dragging him here. The leader of the group is surprised by this reaction of the hero and even calls him a good man because it is quite strange. Then the boys' leader finally decides to introduce himself. He says his name is Jake, and he once again confirms the fact that he is the leader of these boys. Then Jake turns to Seth with a question about what his own name is. He calls his name and continues to look at the leader of the boys' group in surprise, studying him from head to toe. The hero is very interested in this young man. Jake, having learned the name of his guest, pronounces it aloud, trying to remember it, and also in his voice at the moment of pronouncing the name of the hero, thoughtfulness and reflection on some very difficult question sounds. Jake, after his scream, runs up to Seth, grabs him by the shoulders, and starts shaking him, asking if he is the same Seth Destructive Storm, namely that legendary guy using a magic sword. Then he pulls away from the hero and, with stars in his eyes, begins to babble that this cannot really be, and that he is just sleeping now. The guy thinks that now he will wake up, and all his dreams will immediately disappear. The hero, on the other hand, walks away from his interlocutor in shock and thinks to himself with annoyance and irritation that he has been called legendary again. Seth then begins to make excuses, trying to calm Jake down, saying that back then he was just an errand boy, so as Seth claims, there is nothing so heroically adorable about him. Suddenly, Jake abruptly calms down and, in the most calm voice he is currently capable of, asks the hero if he has it with him. Then Jake clarifies that now we are talking about the hero's magic sword. Then the guy asks Seth to show him his magic sword at least once. Jake continues to persuade the hero to show the sword. Children are jumping around these two in anticipation of seeing that most powerful legendary magic sword. Jake's little subordinates just can't wait to see this wonder of the world. To all the persuasions, the hero replies that the magic sword is a tool for battles, which is why he is not going to draw it in such a calm and peaceful place. Jake does not back down and asks Seth to show the sword again. The hero can't stand it and breaks into a scream, saying that he is not going to show this magic sword for the reason already mentioned. After this scene, the children looked at the hero in a dazed, apprehensive, and incredulous way. They became very scared to see Seth so angry and unfriendly. The same one, in turn, looked in their direction with shock and finally realized what he had done. Then he apologizes again for entering their little magical world without permission. Seth says that this is another reason why it's hard for him that Jake asks him to show something like a magic sword. Jake awkwardly pulls his hand to his neck and says that he understood why the hero did not want to show his magic sword. Jake is still embarrassed by his obsessive behavior. Then the young man jumps to his feet and starts talking about how he also got a little overreacted and asks Seth to forgive him for his stupidity. Suddenly, the hero asks Jake to tell him something. He says the boys' gang knows about him, but he hasn't fully introduced himself. Seth doesn't understand who they are or what they do. After these words, Jake remembers that they didn't really introduce themselves. His face becomes extremely serious and focused. He clears his throat before starting his speech about explaining who they are. At that moment, Jake jumps to his feet and loudly proclaims that they are the Revolutionary Army. Children, rejoicing at the pronouncement of their name, begin to run merrily and laugh loudly. The hero looks at them dumbfounded and perplexed, surprised at such a vivid disclosure of who this company is. After what he heard, Seth is unable to utter a word. Jake mockingly looks at the hero's reaction and says, was he surprised by the surprise? The guy is very happy with Seth's reaction. Even to some extent, it seems that Jake was counting on such a reaction. Seth looks at Jake warily and then repeats the name of his squad aloud. Then he asks the guy a question about whether he is going to fight with the country. Jake looks straight into Seth's eyes with a sly grin and says that everything is exactly as he assumed. The guy is going to fight the country and avenge all the crippled fates of the children he took under his wing and whom he cares about. Jake still looks at the hero with the same fire in his eyes and continues, saying that they are going to fight with adults, namely those who did this to their lives. Then Jake stretches out his hand towards Seth and says that the fact that the hero came here is fate. The young man offers the hero to change this world, this reality together. Jake is very much counting on Seth to take his side and agree. Seth looks down thoughtfully and somewhat embarrassed. The guy doesn't know what to say to this offer. Seth still continues to sit in silence while everyone around him waits for his answer. The sun slowly begins to set, as a result of which the trees begin to cast gloomy shadows, creating an ambiguous atmosphere around what is happening. Jake, realizing that the hero is trying to evade the answer, decides to start putting pressure on him, saying that all these adults consider children like them to be insects. As a result, he asks Seth if he is happy in this world. Seth still continues to sit in silence, head down and thinking. Jake continues his speech, saying that they are still a small group, but with him, Jake is sure of it. They will be able to change this world. Jake also continues, saying that their actions can set this world on the right path. He then says that Seth will be able to save children who are suffering because of war, politics, and selfish desires of adults. Then the guy even bows to the hero in a request that he still take their side and help them fight the terror of adults, save the lives and destinies of a huge number of children so that they would be happy and everything would be well and well with them. Bowing his head in front of the hero, Jake screams very loudly, asking for help in this difficult task, the purpose of which is a good mission to protect defenseless children. Seth continues to sit silently, listening attentively to Jake's pleas to help them. It is very difficult for the hero to make a decision in this situation. He doesn't want to get involved in a global showdown, but at the same time, the squad is pursuing good goals. Then he makes a decision anyway. He looks up and looks at Jake as seriously as possible, saying that he should forgive him, but he is not interested in either revolution or revenge. Seth says he lives his life without touching anything else. Jake looks at Seth uncomprehendingly and at the same time in surprise. He doesn't understand why the hero gave such an answer. Jake says that Seth absolutely needs to know how selfish adults are. He asks if the hero is not disappointed in them and doesn't he hate them. In response, Seth says that he was also used for his own purposes when he was just a child, but only he went through both cruel and bitter things. But then the hero adds that despite all this, he doesn't feel like he has to do anything about it. Then Seth decides to leave. He tells Jake that he has to go now because there is a man waiting for him in the city. He asks him to wait, says he shouldn't have loaded Seth up so quickly. Then Jake shouts after the hero to come to them tomorrow so that they can discuss everything again. There's a glimmer of hope in the guy's eyes that Seth will still come over to their side because they really need him to change the world. The hero continues to move away from the group of people. Jake continues to shout after him, asking him not to leave them. The children, not quite understanding what is happening now, as well as their leader, look after the retreating Seth. Seth continues to slowly move away from the settlement. He leaves this place in a bad mood. He walks among the stone structures deep in thought. Suddenly, the hero decides to turn around because he hears some strange sounds from above. He assumes that or who it might be, but he decides to check his guess on this anyway. So he decides to turn around anyway. When he looks up, he sees a bunch of not very big silhouettes. At this distance, they almost look like chess pieces. A bunch of little people are standing on top of a mountain, among other stone structures. It was Jake and his charges. They silently followed the hero with glances, in which the hope clearly shone at least that he would return tomorrow to discuss this topic again, and at most still agreed to help change the world. The action is transferred to the city, namely to the room where Satis was resting. The hero told her everything that happened to him today, especially the end of his day. The girl listened attentively to everything and then said that she understood everything, But at the same time, she decided to continue asking the hero about what happened to him today. She asks again if the children really noticed the hero. The hero answers in the affirmative. He then begins to explain, saying that he has absolutely no desire to participate in what Jake is up to. But he still thinks about the circumstances of these children. Satis replies that at this rate they will sooner or later be arrested, and in the worst case they may be charged with a serious crime. Seth asks Satis for advice on whether there is anything they can do for them. Seth says his heart bleeds when he imagines how these children are suffering. She says that to help you need to meet with them at least once. Then Satis says with a sly smile that the hero was asked to come tomorrow too. She assumes that these children are sincere fans of the hero. Seth grimaces and says that he hopes that this time everything will be much better than in his last meeting with the fans. Suddenly, Chami suddenly appears in the room. She greets the heroes loudly and holds a decent bottle of alcohol in her hands. It is only after Chami has already entered the room that she decides to apologize for the intrusion. Satis, on the other hand, looks at an old acquaintance with surprise and asks her what caused her such a late and unexpected visit. Chami replies that nothing happened, and she just decided to check on old friends and in particular Satis because she heard from Seth that she was unwell. Then, quite unexpectedly, Chami throws a bag of groceries into Seth's hands, telling him to catch them immediately. Then Chiomi sits down closer to the pastel in which Satis is lying. She holds the bottle of alcohol high up, as long as her arm is long enough. And then she says that they need to drink to the fact that they have come so far together. Satis and Chome burst into loud and bright laughter. Each of the girls has a bright smile on her face. They really have fun and feel light at heart. Then they decide to tell fortunes over candles in total darkness. Kyome is the leader and instigator of this entertainment here. Satis and Seth look in her direction with some fear, trying to predict who Chame is going to summon. Satis even covered her mouth with her hand out of excitement, either in order not to laugh, or in order not to scream. Then they drink another glass of delicious, bubbling, and blood-stirring alcohol. The loud ringing resounds throughout the room, and the laughter also does not subside and spreads throughout the room. Chiyomi, sitting at a makeshift table, says she can't remember the last time she rested and drank alcohol like that. The girl continues to hold a bottle of alcohol in her hands, while she has a glass in the other. Then she gets up and starts dancing, saying that she would love to chat with Satis and Seth, but unfortunately she has to go. Seth looks at her with displeasure and tries to call out. Then he asks her a question about whether she is definitely okay and whether she definitely does not need to be escorted. Seth is very concerned about Chiyomi's inebriated state, but at the same time, skepticism is visible on his face that she will be able to get to her house on her own. The girl cheerfully replies that everything is quite all right with her and that she prefers to walk in a not quite sober state. To this, the hero notices that Chami is already an adult, so she should take care of herself. The girl still smiles and says that this is just an adult logic that cannot be abandoned. To this, the hero remarks that what Chiyome has just said is completely the reverse side of logic. Then, when Chiyome has already left, Seth says that it looks like she got to her room safely. Then he calls her a walking disaster. Satis laughs at his words about Chiyome and says that the girl turned out to be a surprisingly funny person. Savis says that Chiyome seemed to come straight from Benjamin Village. Seth confirms her words by answering in the affirmative. Then Seth starts complaining about the stink from the sack and asks Satis for permission to open the window. The girl allows you to do this. The hero, opening the window, admires the night and the fact that all the stars are even visible. The window is located on a high stone wall and opens with an upward movement. Seth leans out of this window to enjoy the view of the stars. He was fascinated by this picture of nature. He stared with all his eyes at these beautiful stars, which beckon with their unusual and mysterious beauty. Then he turned away from the windows and turned to face Satis. Seth told her that he would probably go to bed now too, since he would have to get up early tomorrow. His face is completely calm and peaceful. Suddenly, Satis called out to him. She asked him to come closer to her to hug him. The girl looked very drunk, and this embarrassed the hero very much, because he did not want her to be ashamed of her actions the next morning. But the girl wasn't going to back down. Seth was horrified by this, shocked, and did not understand what would be the right thing to do in this situation. He was completely unaware of this type of situation, and he completely did not understand how he should act. Very strange thoughts began to come to the hero's mind due to stress. He began to tell Satis that he could sleep alone, to which the girl replied that the hero misunderstood her and that she did not mean it at all. Then the girl smiles slyly and says that Seth had a very hard day today, so she thought that he should be slightly rewarded. The hero, flushed with embarrassment, says that everything is fine and the girl does not have to worry about it because he did only what he had to do today. Seth holds his hands out in front of him, trying to block out the girl approaching him. The same one, seeing such a reaction of the hero, was very upset. Her gaze began to look at the sad puppy who had lost his master. The hero could not refuse to sleep together after such a look. In the end, Seth still agreed to the reward that Satis offered him. They were lying on the same bed, covered with a blanket. Then she started stroking his hair and says that Seth shouldn't be so nervous. To this, the hero, without opening his eyes, continued to lie motionless and reply that the girl should leave him alone, since he was already trying to relax with all his might. Satis leans on the elbow of one hand and then says that she thinks the hero is a cutie. She also begins to talk about the fact that the hero has already slept on her lap, and as a result, she does not understand why he is still not used to it. Seth shyly averts his eyes, trying not to look at the girl, and then says that these are completely different things. It's one thing to sleep on Satis's lap and quite another to sleep with her in an embrace in the same bed. Hearing these words, Satis begins to smile slyly and then says that she is interested in checking something now. The hero absolutely does not like her smile with a subtext, because at first glance it becomes clear that the girl is up to something. Suddenly, Satis begins to pull Seth down, which causes him great surprise and shock. He absolutely does not understand what he should do in such a situation. Then, when the girl did what she wanted, the hero began to ask what she had just done, and did not understand why she had done it. As a result, Seth was tightly pressed against Satis's chest. At this moment, his eyes were full of shock and misunderstanding. The girl peacefully closed her eyes, not noticing Seth's embarrassment at all. The same one absolutely did not know what to do in such a situation. As a result, the hero still comes to terms with the current situation and concedes to Satis. He presses his face even closer to the girl's chest and does not even close his eyes at the same time. The girl, noticing such a sharp change in Seth's behavior, is touched by his reaction and says that he has now begun to behave like a spoiled little boy. Seth doesn't answer her and continues to lie down, clinging to her. The only reaction he shows after these words is that he hides his face, clinging to Sati even more. The girl is absolutely not against it, but on the contrary, she is very glad that Seth was able to relax. The hero, lying in the arms of Satis, thinks that he is very calm and comfortable now. Then he apologizes to the girl for having to break the ban. The girl, smiling, looks at him and says that everything is fine, and today he can do it. The girl has a very kind and calm face at the moment of these words. She's happy that she can just lie there with Seth in her arms. The girl wishes the hero sweet dreams. Then the characters fall asleep together, and the last thought of Satis before falling asleep was that they would do a good job together tomorrow. The action is postponed to the next day to the stone temple. Along with Seto, Satis comes to him. She says that what she sees is quite clear to her. Then the girl adjusts her glasses and says that she has understood what kind of creatures are mentioned on these stones. Then the girl touches her chin thoughtfully and says that since this place is connected with Wendigo, she imagined a little different about it. Then the hero smiles contentedly and thinks to himself that Satis really likes such ruins. He likes the fact that the girl is very happy studying these ruins. Suddenly someone grabs him by the shoulders and starts pulling him in his direction. That someone turned out to be Jake. He was pulling the hero by the shoulders in his direction. The young man asks him to come to him, because they need to talk about something. Jake brings his face closer to Seth's and asks him how this woman named Satis is related to the hero. The hero is shocked by such an unexpected and unusual question. Then he replies that Satis is his loved one, whom he cares about and whom he protects. He says that this girl is very dear to him and that he told Jake about her yesterday. The guy says that's not what he wanted to ask at all. The guy's face is distorted by a grimace of surprise and indignation. And then he says that the hero did not say that Satis is such an amazing beauty. Seth looks at his interlocutor with bewilderment, embarrassment, and incomprehension. In a way, the guy looks dumbfounded by Jake's words. He does not understand what this means for their affairs and conversations on the topic of changing the world. Then, Seth replies that yes, he really didn't say that. Seth then replies that he and Satis are looking for a place where they can both be at peace. But now it's quite difficult to do, so they decided to come here to make a decision. To this, Jake declares that this is completely unfair and says that the hero is quite lucky. At this moment, the guy's face is distorted by envy and even some irritation about the situation. He doesn't understand why Seth is so lucky, and he's only lucky with finding underprivileged boys. Then he turns away from the hero and starts with his henchman towards Satis, who squatted down to get a better look at the runes that are inscribed on the lower stones. Seth thoughtfully looks at this picture and thinks to himself that he had the same feeling when he first started his journey with Satis. Then Seth's thought went deeper. He thought that because Satis is so charming, all sorts of thoughts start to get into his head, and he can't do anything about it. Suddenly, Satis calls out to him and Seth immediately responds, while being very shy of his thoughts. It was a strong surprise to him that the girl decided to call out to him. The girl is waving her hand threateningly and looks at the hero with a very serious look and asks what Seth is doing there, and then she asks him to come to her. The heroes decide to approach the altar of the temple, which is covered with indescribable beauty patterns and swirls. The girl says that it seems that there was a passage behind this unusual altar. Since these ruins are very old, there is a risk that the entire building will collapse if they start acting carelessly. Suddenly, Jake enters the conversation. He asks to be allowed to take the heroes inside. The guy says that he thinks he will understand where danger will be waiting for them. But suddenly his charges begin to protest, saying that Jake is not being fair to them, and they do not understand what kind of leader he is then. Jake, in response, raises both hands up and says that this is not entertainment for children at all. Then he stands up to his subordinates in half a turn and says that he, as their leader, will take on the duty of protecting Seto and Satis. The characters look at Jake in disbelief and listen to his speech. At this time, Seth thinks that it seems this is what makes the guy a leader. Then the heroes begin to descend into the dungeon, the entrance to which was behind the totem. Jake goes first, holding a torch in his hand. Seth is right behind him, and Satis is already following him. Seth tells Jake that even though he is the leader of the revolutionary army, he still seems like a cheerful and friendly child. The heroes continue to move down the steps. To this statement of the hero, Jake declares that this is indeed the case, and that yesterday he was also quite joyful. But today, everything is different for him. The characters also continue to descend, and Satis notices that Jake is quite happy that Seth made a visit to them. Jake moves slightly away from the characters and, in the candlelight, mysteriously replies that he is not entirely happy because of Seth's visit. The girl mockingly asks if the guy is sure of his answer. As a result, Jake evades the answer and says that now he has seen that there is a spacious hall in the depths of the cave. After these words, Jake lights a new torch and it begins to emit a very bright light. Then the group enters the hall and decides to inspect it. Seth and Satis, with great surprise and bewilderment, begin to look around the hall they have entered. The girl looks through her glasses at the stone walls and the filling of the hall. Satis decides to get closer to the painting that hangs on the wall to get a better look at it, and says that, apparently, this temple is dedicated to the pure goddess Hulk. He then explains that it is believed that this goddess is similar to the mother goddess of the earth, which gives birth to many lives and promises the fertility of the earth, thereby being the opposite pair of the god Ahaspatel, the Wendigo of death. Then Satis says with longing in his voice that it is a pity that there is quite little information about this goddess, since she is quite ancient. Seth looks at the girl in surprise and then says, "What does this goddess associated with Ahaspatel mean?" Then he decides to ask Satis if this place is the right place for the test. The girl hesitantly replies that, most likely, this is absolutely not the case. They talk about this topic while continuing to explore the hall. Jake is surprisingly silent and also studies what is in this unusual room, which, as it turned out, was dedicated to the goddess. Suddenly, Jake notices some kind of structure and decides to draw the attention of Seth and Satis to it. He says he doesn't really understand what the characters are looking for, but maybe this thing is what Seth and Satis are looking for. The guy points to something of medium size. Jake calls Seth and Satis over to him. To what he points out, there is a small staircase that leads down under the structure. Jake, holding a torch in his hands, illuminates the entire surrounding space so that the characters can get a better look at everything. When Seth and Satis approach Jake, a very unusual picture opens up in front of them. They see a tank filled with some kind of dark, oily liquid. As soon as they approach this reservoir, it begins to pull dark, unpleasant energy. The white slabs that line the floor and walls of the room in which this tank is located surprisingly did not darken from the liquid in it. Jake says that he feels uncomfortable here, and that is why he and his charges did not approach this place. He then asks Satis if she knows anything about this place. The girl says she's going to try to find out something now. The hero, surprised and wary, continues to look around the room in which the tank is located. There is something about this dark liquid that attracts his attention. Suddenly, Jake unexpectedly approaches the hero and suggests that it was probably a place for some kind of ritual, since it is not very large and there is only an altar and a fountain. Then the hero takes a small stone in his hand and says that he is quite interested in what kind of pitch-black fountain it is. Jake doesn't understand what the hero is going to do. Seth, on the other hand, looks rather resolutely and slightly conspiratorially in the direction of this fountain. Then he throws this stone with all his might into a pitch-black fountain to test the reaction of the substance to a foreign object entering it. When throwing a stone, Seth almost managed to fall over the railing and not become a foreign object himself. As soon as the stone reached the surface of the water, the unimaginable happened. It crumbled into tiny fragments, as if it had been thrown not into a liquid, but onto a cold concrete floor. There was no limit to Seth and Jake's surprise. An unprecedented shock was expressed on their faces. None of them could have expected the stone to shatter on the surface of this substance. Suddenly, Satis called out to them in a very displeased tone. The girl looked menacingly and sternly in the direction of the guys who decided to conduct a kind of experiment. Then she started talking about how Seth and Jake shouldn't do whatever they want here. Seth turns half around to her and says that the stone they threw into the fountain has shattered. Then he asks the girl how this can even be. At this moment, the girl finally realizes what kind of sound it was and turns towards the fountain. The girl carefully examines the fragments of stone scattered over the entire surface of the fountain. Then her face becomes extremely serious, and she says that she is afraid that there may be a connection with this. The girl does not directly say what she means by the word this. She then begins to explain, saying that 4 evil spirits enchanted by death rest here. Then she says that someone who is also enchanted by death, like those 4 spirits who are already imprisoned here, will also go to this source. Then Satis turns around looking around, and then says that this is a source that allows only a select few to enter it. Then the girl suggests that this place is a place for testing. Jake looks at Satis and Seth blankly. He asks again what they were just talking about. As a result, Jake decides to ask Seth a question on this topic. The same one looks at the guy in surprise and slightly uncomprehending. Seth then says that saying he would save the world was an exaggeration. At the moment of these words, Seth's face takes on the most serious look. Then Seth says that there is someone very strong, and, as Seth thinks, he will not be able to defeat him until he passes these tests. Seth's enemy's sword is like a hound that relentlessly pursues the victim in pursuit of reprisals. Not to mention perfectly honed weapon skills. Jake looks at Seth in disbelief, while Seth is already staring emotionlessly into the distance, reasoning over the current situation. Then he moves away slightly and gathers his strength for a certain action. He stands firmly on 2 legs. He is thinking about whether he will be able to pass this test. Then he climbs a high whip and prepares to jump. At this point, he tells his companions that he is going to try his luck in passing the test. At the same time, they begin to call out to the hero who is about to commit some kind of obvious madness. They shout at him to stop, saying that this is not allowed. Then they ask him to calm down, saying that this should not be rushed. As it turned out, Satis and Jake grabbed Seth and did not want to let go. Satis looked at Seth with the most worried, shocked, frightened face, and asked him what he was thinking at all. She says it could have been dangerous to jump down there like that. Jake connects to her, saying that Seth is going to repeat the fate of that stone. Seth immediately begins to calm them down, saying that he will not be able to pass the test if he does not dive, and besides, they have no other options. Satis, hearing these words, begins to look at the hero uncomprehendingly. In her eyes, there is a sincere misunderstanding of how Seth does not understand that he can at least be injured, and at most, a stone will shatter. The girl tries to say something and even presses her hand to her chest in excitement. She is overwhelmed with emotions. She is very, very worried about Seth's condition because he is a very close person to her. In response, Seth takes her delicate little hands in his, trying to calm her down and make her not nervous. Then he gently and calmly tells Satis not to worry so much. Seth understands the girl's feelings and emotions and diligently continues to calm her down. He says he promises that he will be back soon. A girl with eyes full of tears listens to the hero's speech. She says, almost crying, that Seth may get hurt and that she will never forgive herself. To this, Seth tells her that if he gets hurt, then when he returns, he will lie on her lap and heal. Suddenly, Jake intervenes in their conversation, saying that the characters should not forget that he is also here, and then the characters remember the existence of another person. They apologize to a stunned Jake. The guy asks Seth the question about whether he is really going to pass this test. Then Jake holds out his hand to Seth and says that unlike them, the orphans, he has a person who will be waiting for him. Seth, hearing these words, looks at the guy in surprise. The same one continues his speech, saying that it looks like Jake can no longer call such a Seth to his army. And he adds that the hero must definitely survive and return. Seth promises to do it. Then he starts staring at Jake and says that when he comes back, he wants Jake to be his friend. The guy looks at the hero happily and in surprise, and then says that he understood him and will be very happy about it. Jake, shaking hands with Seth, adds, saying that the hero will have to get to know the rest of his guys. The hero nods in agreement. Then Seth decides to hit the road, take the test. Jake and Satis look after him and ask him to come back. The hero confidently looks in her direction and then goes to take the test. Some time ago, even before parting, the madly in love Seto and Satis tenderly embrace each other. Pitch darkness covers the earth. From somewhere in this darkness, the rustling sounds of someone's cautious footsteps are heard. A lost traveler walks along a sandy path. The main character stops in a lighted space and looks around the surrounding area in surprise. The young man is trying to figure out what happened. He realizes that he does not know this place and wonders aloud where he is. The young man covers his eyes with his hand from the unbearably scorching sun from the sky and looks somewhere into the enchanting distance. The young man is tired and wants to rest. But he does not have such an opportunity yet. The main character stands all alone in the middle of a sultry and deadly desert that stretches to the horizon as if it has no end or edge. Not a few people died here, as evidenced by the numerous remains and weapons they abandoned. The former brave warrior once again runs his gaze over the relief of the desert, wanting to find answers to the questions swarming in his tired and exhausted head. However, there is not a soul around. The young man has no one to turn to and no one to ask for help. He goes through all the possible options, one of which is that he has fallen into some previously unknown illusion. In contrast to this hypothesis, the main character notes that the heat in the desert feels like real, so this is reality. Suddenly, a thought comes to the young man's head, and Seto abruptly realizes that his mouth is dry from the fact that he has not drunk for a long time and has been under the scorching rays of the sun for a long time. The young man asks himself where there might be a way out of this trap. The heart will gradually dry up from endless trials and difficulties, a voice suddenly says. Ultimately, this will create a vast wasteland in your heart and instill ruthlessness in that very heart, the masked man continues. The main character turns sharply at the voice behind him. Sadness is a thing that naturally causes you to cry. It will be a blessing that will water your heart and open further paths, says the voice. A masked man approaches the young man and warns him that a dry heart cannot shed tears. That is why it will never be satisfied, he explains, continuing to approach the main character, who was stunned by his appearance. A man who appeared out of nowhere says that his soul is locked in a heart that is dried up from unhealed wounds and sorrows, and there will be no end to it. He ends his speech significantly. The young man looks at him and does not cease to be surprised. The masked stranger exclaims with abandon that the seal is truly lonely. The main character comes to his senses and draws his blade to defend himself from the speaker, who has already come to a rather unsafe distance for a brave young man. Seto remembers that he has already heard about this man. The mysterious stranger belongs to 4 evil spirits, whose burial the main character saw with his own eyes not so long ago. All the spirits at that moment were enchanted by death itself. One of the 4 previously buried spirits, who, unknown to the young man, appeared next to the young man, slowly turns his head towards the main character and introduces himself to him. He says his name is Withering Sadness. He addresses the mourners with bitterness and deep regret in his voice. The man calls on those who cannot shed tears for the irreparable loss. His lantern lights up even brighter than before. Sparks start flying in all directions from the skull. The main character looks at his interlocutor with horror in his eyes and cannot take his gaze away from him. The young man understands perfectly well that now he is facing one of the most difficult battles in his entire life and military career. The shock wave, which has tremendous destructive power and spreads from the spirit named Withering Sadness, knocks the young man off his feet and throws him a fairly long distance from the place where the main character stood up to this second. The spirit asks if Seto feels all the pain of the mourners. Withering Sadness looks at the dumbfounded protagonist and enters a state of frenzy. An angry evil spirit raises a whirlwind of sand and dust around itself, moving away from the earth itself into the sky. The young man clears his throat from the dust in his mouth and realizes that his throat is completely dry without life-giving moisture. The hero understands perfectly well that this heat greatly affects his deteriorating condition despite the fact that he is so far away. A guess flashes through the young man's mind. Aloud, the young man only says that now everything has become completely clear to him. The young man knows that spirits are not to be trifled with, as they are insidious and in many ways completely unpredictable, especially when in anger. The main character recalls how he carefully examined the desert, but found nothing suspicious. He wonders if this could all mean that he was attacked as soon as the former warrior with the magic sword arrived in this space. The young man examines the lantern of the spirit in the form of a skull. The main character understands that this thing can not only cause a searing storm, but also has the ability to absorb moisture from the environment. That is why Seto is so terribly thirsty. The young man realizes that a prolonged battle with the spirit will inevitably lead him to death. The former warrior is an experienced fighter and understands perfectly well that his opponent, in such an unfortunate scenario for him, will certainly defeat the main character. Seto looks at his future opponent and goes over in his head the options that can help him defeat the spirit. He decides to wait until the opponent's physical strength runs out. The hero decides to deal with him when he cannot move. The young man carefully watches his opponent and tries to anticipate his further actions in order to resist his onslaught. The withering sadness comes in loud and malicious laughter, already anticipating the imminent massacre of the young man. Seto, being a former rather experienced soldier and a brave young man, mentally turns to his inner feelings to sort out his feelings, and is surprised to find that he has not felt anything like this for a very long time. The main character plunges into memories, and sweet moments spent with the beautiful Satis come back to his memory. During all the time he spent with the girl, the young man has changed a lot. He became more tremulous and gentle than he was before meeting her. Now Seto has to become what he was before again. He is forced to fight deadly danger without fear. The main character turns his gaze to the spirit and mentally calms himself, saying that he just needs to focus on destroying the enemy. A withering sadness is slowly approaching the young man. The former warrior notices that the steps of the spirit have become heavier. The main character asks himself if this means that his opponent cannot move freely while controlling the wind and moisture. Withering sadness turns to his rival, calling him a boy enchanted to death. The evil spirit is absolutely sure that the main character has no chance to survive after the attack prepared for him by the spirit. He longs for the start of the fight. In an ominous voice, the spirit asks the protagonist if he can break through the storm created by the spirit. The man says he wants to find out if the withered heart of the former and ruthless warrior Seto can heal his overwhelming sadness. One of the four evil spirits warns him that if the main character does not cope with the ordeal that has fallen to his lot, then nothing will remain of the brave warrior except his dry corpse. The formidable voice of the spirit gives no reason to doubt this. The young man looks at the gradually approaching interlocutor. The main character says questioningly that the spirit means a dry heart and a dry hello. He asks the man if he thinks that such a formulation fits here better. A brave fighter who does not know the word despondency takes a lot of air into his lungs and shouts with all his might that he will go to the end at all costs. He promises himself and Satis, who is waiting for him somewhere safe, that he will definitely stay alive in this fight. The main character squeezes the handle of his weapon with all his might and swings the blade. The sword cuts through the hot desert air with a characteristic whistle. The young man bravely rushes to the attack, deciding that the best defense against the spirit would be to attack him. The man continues to approach the young man running towards him. Withering sadness is surprised by his act, emits a belligerent cry, and directs a whirlwind of sand and dust towards the main character moving towards certain torment and death. A wall of sand is built between the opponents, creating a kind of shield in front of the spirit, protecting the withering sadness from a strong and determined former warrior. The young man does not stop for a second and continues to run towards the spirit. The main character tries to protect himself from the sand flying into his eyes. He coughs because dust gets into his nose and throat, clogging his airways and gets into his lungs, irritating the mucous membrane. Gusts of wind directly into the hero's face also prevent him from breathing. The resourceful young man, without stopping moving, tears off a piece of cloth from his clothes. He cunningly comes up with the idea of tying the resulting handkerchief over his face in order to protect his respiratory organs and be less vulnerable in a battle with the most withering sadness. The main character recalls that when he was a child, he was ordered to throw himself into a sandstorm. His body was so hot that Seto felt like he was about to burn up. The sweat that gushed from the young man instantly dried up and disappeared without a trace. The brave young man confidently looked at the sandstorm and decided that it did not matter to him the price he would have to pay for his risky and no less brave act. The main character understands that his fate must now be decided in a single attack, so it must be executed flawlessly and with lightning speed. Otherwise, he would not even have a chance to withstand the battle with withering sadness. A young man finds himself next to an evil spirit in an instant. He jumps up to the withering sadness and raises the blade over his head, intending to deliver a lightning and crushing blow to his opponent, who is determined to win. At this point, the withering sadness says it's very interesting. One of the four evil spirits says that it is better for the main character to accept his ordeal with sadness. He waves his cloak. What follows next strikes the main character to the core. The young man finds himself completely alone. A brave young man is ready to fight, but his opponent is hiding. Only clouds of dust remain from the withering sadness. Suddenly, a mysterious spirit turns to Seto, telling him that sadness covers the heart. The former warrior looks around. He is trying to find a spirit lost from his kind. Meanwhile, withering sadness still continues his speech and mysteriously says that without filling his eyes with tears, this landscape will remain dry forever. The main character looks up to the sky, from which the voice of the spirit is heard. The withering sadness was indeed there. The young man's opponent managed to arm himself and hung in the air. The evil spirit was fully prepared to attack the brave former warrior. The young man looks closely and realizes with horror that his situation is not very good. An alarming thought is brought to the head of the main character, and he asks himself if the spirit is really going to move to an active attack on him. Cutting through the air, a desiccating sadness, like a bird of prey that has noticed a victim, falls on the main character. The spirit lets out a war cry and lands on the ground with a crash. Dust rises from his hovering around, and sand flies in all directions. In the middle of the battlefield, shrouded in clouds of dust, the spirit and a former brave warrior converge in battle. They cross their weapons. The main character looks very serious and focused, as he understands that his life will depend on the outcome of this battle. The young man strikes first, attacking the withering sadness. He stops restraining the spirit's weapon with force and dodges, bringing his blade up to attack. Withering sadness lets out a startled exclamation, clearly not expecting such a move from him. The evil spirit waves his huge cloak. The spirit creates an air wave around itself, capable of not only stopping the advancing enemy for a while, but also knocking him down, throwing him over a rather impressive distance. The main character retreats from his opponent in order to be able to catch his breath and think over the further plan of his actions. The young man thinks about it. He is well aware that he has a greater advantage in close combat, but there is a nuance. The former warrior has extensive experience in fighting, but this battle is harder for him than all those in which he took part earlier. The main character is experiencing terrible weakness due to thirst and the scorching sun. Seto is exhausted and on edge. Withering sadness watches the young man. The evil spirit heads towards his almost defeated opponent and continues his speech. Sadness, the spirit exclaims and appeals to all the mourners who lost their loved ones in battle. Withering sadness speaks to them and conjures them to come from all sides. The spirit commands all mourners from all sides to leave in the same way. The evil spirit continues to approach the main character and ominously says that the poor soul of a young man and a ruthless warrior will soon disappear from the face of the earth, so he will soon take it with him. The skull in the hand of withering sadness lights up again with a bright light. The implacable spirit is ready to fulfill its promise. The already exhausted protagonist is breathing heavily, but continues to fight death steadfastly, being right on its doorstep. There is a bright flash, and withering sadness looks at his creation with an impartial face. The spirit is surprised to discover that something went wrong and his attack did not have the desired effect. He wonders what this could mean. The brave protagonist gathered his will into a fist and got up from his knees in front of his opponent to continue the duel with him. Overpowering himself, the young man furiously looks into the face of withering sadness, which clearly surprised such fortitude from the hero. A brave young man apologizes to his rival. The former warrior says that he could not find the words in his soul to fully sympathize with the sadness of the evil spirit. The hero thinks that he is stupid, so he can't say abstruse things. A young man with eyes sparkling with rage looks at his opponent and promises withering sadness that he will definitely, at all costs, destroy the evil spirit. The main character adds that he will do all this for the sake of the path that awaits him next. The brave young man, being a skilled warrior, deftly grabs his blade. He dismissively says goodbye to the evil spirit, believing that he will not see it, and activates his magic sword ability to finally defeat his opponent. The spell is triggered, and the sharpened blade of the main character is covered with ancient symbols. The young man eagerly shouts out that he also needs to activate his abundance and rain ability. He's trying to do it. The young man is doing his best to activate his ability, abundance and rain. Feeling that he is unable to do this, the main character droops. He hopes for luck, but it does not come to him, leaving the young man without the main trump card. Withering Sadness sees that the main character hesitated and lost his former determination and self-confidence. The spirit does not miss this moment and is rapidly approaching the confused Seto. He was left almost completely unarmed. The brave young man decides to fight to the very end and continues to stand on his feet. He clutches the sparkling sword tightly, preparing for a powerful attack from the withering sorrow. He understands that there are few chances, but he needs to use all that he has. Seeing that the determination has returned to the main character, the evil spirit stops and tries to compare everything that is happening in his head. Desiccating Sadness knows that this is impossible. Since people cannot survive such a searing sandstorm, the evil spirit cannot figure out in any way why there is not a shadow of fear in the eyes of the main character in the face of death itself. The young man is completely calm and coolly preparing for the continuation of the fight. The main character seemed to have lost all fear. Withering Sadness notices that a brave young man is holding a sword in his hands. A very strange energy emanates from the weapon, which seems familiar to the evil spirit. He says that even despite the energy of the sword, all the actions of the main character are still useless. Withering Sadness lifts the skull again to cause a sandstorm. Huge columns of sand swirl in whirlwinds and rise into the sky. The spirit meaningfully says that in this desolate world, sadness will pierce the body of the brave fighter Seto. Withering Sadness calls on the main character to pray to the sands, so that they would take pity and accept the wounded soul of the young man. The sand whirlwinds are getting closer and closer to the brave young man, ready to engulf him. The evil spirit, in anticipation of the death of the main character, looks in his direction and tells himself that no one can escape from such an attack, much less stay alive. The Withering Sadness has some very strange feeling, unfamiliar to him before. An image of a man without a head appears in the head of the spirit. Before he has time to understand anything, the Withering Sadness is frightened by his vision and immediately jumps to a safe distance from the main character, just in case. The evil spirit lets out a dissatisfied sigh. It turns out that the spirit has a well-developed flair and intuition, because at this very second the blade of the main character passes just where the Withering Sadness stood before. The young man misses, which makes him feel annoyed. A brave warrior also jumps to a safe distance from his opponent, so as not to receive a retaliatory blow from him. Withering Sadness notes for himself that if the spirit had delayed even for 1 minute, his head would have been torn off his shoulders long ago. Withering Sadness grins and says he understands everything. The spirit, who has been watching the young man's ability all this time, comes to the conclusion that the main character used the energy of this magic sword, dodged its vortex, and was able to appear in front of him. The movements of the main character are very similar to the movements of the elusive lightning, which is why he managed to slip so unnoticeably right under the nose of the spirit of Withering Sadness. Holding the sword at the ready all the time, the young man is ready to strike at any moment. The man in the raincoat says that the young man really moves very fast. It definitely cannot be denied, but he will never be able to keep up with the Withering Sadness, which has many times more speed, agility. The spirit notes with self-respect that fear itself is fighting on its side. He promises that he will now demonstrate for the main character the very power that is given only to him as one of the 4 evil spirits buried in the tomb. Withering Sadness directs its brooding gaze into the distance. Where the evil spirit looks, there is peace and tranquility. Not a single living soul can be found on the horizon of the desert stretching over the entire visible space. Everything seemed to have died out. Withering Sadness looks into the distance and wonders if the main character has destroyed all his whirlwinds. The evil spirit is deeply amazed by the discovery of this fact. The man underestimated the strength and well-developed tactics of his opponent. Withering Sadness looks at the young man and asks himself how this is even possible. The spirit does not understand how the young man was able to cut something that cannot be cut. The man gets uncomfortable because he doesn't know what Seto is capable of. Withering Sadness continues to look at the main character and makes a discovery for himself that there is not a drop of despair in the young man. A brave young man does not keep a thirst for revenge in his soul, and his heart is not gnawed by sadness. He is pure, therefore invincible. The evil spirit says that what he has found is an excellent and very rare phenomenon. Withering Sadness goes into a fit of chilling laughter and then says that the young man was enchanted by death itself. The spirit takes a step towards the hero. The man looks down at the main character and says that the young man is actually the owner of a magic sword. This is a very rare gift, and judging by the energy exuded by the main character's sword during his attacks, the spirit understands that it is him. Withering Sadness watches the actions of the young man and comes up with a further plan of action. The evil spirit decides that if his vortices no longer work, he will use the candela to distract the young man, and then stab him in the head. The man remembers that the last time the main character almost got him thanks to his speed and technique. This time, the Withering Sadness decides to act a little differently, so as not to fall into a trap and not put his life in unnecessary danger. The evil spirit continues to stand slightly apart from the main character, so as not to fall under his direct attack and have time to dodge. Withering Sadness shakes the skull in different directions, as if introducing a young man into an altered state. The main character's hand holding the sword weakens, and the sparks emitted by the blade become much dimmer. Withering Sadness carefully observes the reaction of the young man's body and, seeing these signs, decides that it's time to get down to business. The evil spirit adjusts to the attack and decides for himself that he will show the main character all his feelings that he has. Some of them accumulated during the fight with the young man and are now bursting out of the Withering Sadness. Withering Sadness abruptly takes the skull aside, and at the same time, with his other hand, he raises his sharpened axe over the young man to finally finish him off. However, something is not going according to his plan during this attack. The main character feels that something is wrong. He stops succumbing to the hypnosis of Withering Sadness, and immediately coming to his senses, asks what is going on. He looks at the spirit, trying to figure out what it is doing. He throws an object at the spirit. In fact, all this time the main character was only pretending that he was affected by the attempt of Withering Sadness to take over his mind. The young man tells his opponent that he did not cope with his task and made a big mistake. Suddenly, a man with a skull in his hands pays attention to an object flying in his direction. Withering Sadness takes a closer look and realizes that the resourceful Seto threw his knife into his candela. This fact greatly affects the evil spirit. The main character jumps over his opponent and falls directly on him, injuring him in the neck area. The plan of Withering Sorrow has completely failed, so the brave Seto takes matters into his own hands. His movements are dexterous, but at the same time strong. The wounded Withering Sadness coughs and loses its balance. The spirit begins to frantically wave its hands, trying to stand still. He did not expect that the main character is not as simple as it seemed at first, so he could not predict such a turn of events. The main character realizes that he is doing what he had to do, but the guilt from the past has remained in him until now. That is why the young man apologizes to his rival for such an unexpected attack and inflicting severe injuries on him. With a deft movement, the main character pierces the spirit with his sword. He sticks the tip of his blade right into the skull-shaped candelabrum, which is still being held by the falling back man named Withering Sorrow. The sword pierces the candela. Some kind of magical contact is made with the skull, and the candela cracks and turns into small grains of sand and dust that fly in all directions. A gust of wind blows them all over the desert. The main character continues to clench the hilt of his sword in his fist. He stops in front of his defeated opponent and watches him, trying to determine the extent of the damage done to the Withering Sadness. The defeated and exhausted man remains lying on his back. The evil spirit realizes that he is lost in this fight, so he asks the main character if this magic sword of his, thanks to which he defeated the other three of the evil spirits, will cope. The young man looks at his defeated opponent and confidently replies that his magic sword will cope with many other rivals and evil spirits. The main character explains that he must return to the person who faithfully awaits him. The brave young man adds that if he stays here, the former commander of the army of the Demon King will think that he is dead and will mourn Seto. That's how the Withering Seal says with sadness in his voice. In the last seconds of his life, the spirit understands something. These words become the last for him because in a couple of moments the wind is already spreading the remains of withering sadness across the desert. Devastated after a hard fight, the main character raises his eyes to the sky and thinks hard about something. He remembers how fearlessly he fought and overcame himself in this battle and realizes that everything was not in vain because he really won. The action moves to the settlement where the girlfriend of the main character remains. Satis is sitting on a raised platform inside one of the buildings. A young man was sitting opposite the girl. Both of them are sadly silent and waiting for something, understanding each other even without words. The young man exclaims awkwardly and turns away from the warrior girl. The young man plunges into his thoughts. He is very uncomfortable being alone with the main character, and the young man does not know how to fill the pause to diffuse the stupid atmosphere. The young man asks himself how long they still have to wait for their departed friend Seto. The young man feels very uncomfortable, having been waiting for so long, sitting alone with a beautiful warrior and a former subordinate of the Demon King. The young man looks at Satis, who is sitting with a sad look, and asks himself what he can talk to her about. A young man does not understand at all how to behave at such moments. And even with a girl, the main character is worried about the fate of her friend. From nerves, she interlaces her fingers on her hands. Suddenly, the young man comes up with an idea of how to talk to a girl. He asks Satis if she really cares so much about Seth's fate. The girl nods and answers in the affirmative. The main character says that her friend has always been a pretty strong guy, but from time to time, the main character can be too reckless and put himself in danger without having a good reason. The main character was not silent for a long time, but then resumed her speech. She said she believed her friend would be back soon. The girl admitted that she was tormented by anxious thoughts about what injury Seto might return to her with. The young man looks at the girl, who is so faithfully and devotedly waiting for her friend, and is convinced that she is really very scared for Seth. He tries to imagine how the heroine feels when she imagines that her lover may be injured. She nods. The girl plunges into dreams and pours out her soul to her interlocutor, saying that she just wants her beloved Seth to be safe and sound when he returns. She only wants this, because she plans to start living peacefully and together as soon as possible. The young man wraps his arms around his knees and admits to himself that there have never been adults like Satis around him. The girl worries about every person important to her, even when they are far from each other. The young man begins to tremble with resentment because he also wants someone to take care of him in the same way. The young man remembers how Seto first offered him his friendship. Even at that moment, the boy was already so strong that they talked about him as a legendary child and a warrior. Such was the boy who offered friendship to such a young man. The young man remembers his close friend, the warrior, who showed promise from early childhood, and realizes that they are very different from the main character, who has incredible physical and spiritual strength. There is a shadow of sadness on the young man's face. He thinks again and asks himself some question that interests him. The young man remembers what he wanted to ask Satis for a long time and addresses her, calling the girl by name. The main character looks up and asks him what it is. The young man asks the girl if it is true that she and Seth want to settle somewhere apart from everyone and live their quiet life together. The main character nods. She says it's true and adds that they both really want it. The former commander of the army of the Demon King recalls that she and her lover visited completely different places. She begins to list these places and plunges into memories of how they visited the city with baths and the village of oddballs. In the memory of the main character, memories of crazy people who, with their presence and antics, did not allow them and Seth to live in peace. She admits that as soon as her life with the young man was getting better, something always happened and interfered with them. The young man is surprised and wants to ask a question. He says he doesn't know much about Seth, so he feels it necessary to warn that his question may seem rude. He notes that he wants to ask it solely out of interest. Satis asks what he's talking about. The young man looks at his interlocutor with interest and asks a question. He asks the former commander of the Demon King's army if the main character happens to know why Seto wants a quiet and peaceful life in seclusion so much. The young man says that from what he's heard, it seems like Seto just doesn't want to get into fights. If you use the strengths of the main character, then he could earn money and fame for himself. The young man could have lived a much better life. Earlier, a young man sitting on a stone floor jumps up from it and says that the main character could have done not only this, but also many other things. A young man with interest and enthusiasm tells Satis that if the main character shows adults the power of his magic sword, then, in this case, each of them will surely reach out to Seth. All adults will admire and praise Seth's skill. The young man introduces and tells the main character how people will gather around the brave young man and recognize him as a real hero. The young man believes that the main character, being a really clever warrior, should get fame. The main character is surprised by the words of the young man. She understands that the young man is not yet sufficiently aware of this issue and does not understand the very essence of the adult world of adults. The former commander of the army of the Demon King explains to his interlocutor that no matter how hard you try for the sake of adults, in the end, they will still throw a talented person like a spoiled thing into an urn. This is the fate of a child warrior in the world of adults. From her own experience, the main character realized one simple truth. No matter how worthless the command, the task of the warriors is to obey it. They don't have the right to vote. And if they start a riot, they will be punished. She felt it the hard way. The young man says that in his world, warriors are admired because they bravely give their lives for the common people. That is why the young man believes that Seth deserves to wish for a better life than the one he desires at the moment. Jake lowers his head dejectedly, and then fervently asks the main character why the young man does not want this. The young man wonders if the main character insists on a quiet life even after going through such a life-threatening ordeal. A young man gets chills and shivers to the bones because of the realization of the injustice of this world, where everything is managed and directed by adults who score everything clean and alive. The main character suddenly addresses Jake by name. However, the young man does not want to hear anything. He clutches at his heart, saying that there must be a safer way than going through such a dangerous ordeal, so that Seth's life becomes brighter than it is now and he gets his share of admiration from people. The young man shifts from one foot to the other and does not know how to express his thought in such a way that he does not offend the main character in the future. So, how should I say? He starts hesitantly. Satis listens to him attentively, pausing. The hero falls silent. But the main character understands what she wants, but does not dare to ask her interlocutor. The girl voices the question for the young man. She asks if he really wants to know why Seth chose such a risky path, even though he wants to live peacefully. The main character answers the question by saying that from Jake's point of view, the main character is trying to do something that seems truly suicidal. The girl explains that it is precisely because of the difference in views that the young man does not understand whether it is worth taking such a risk. The former commander of the army of the King of Warriors warns that the words she will say now are her personal opinion. The main character notes that her view of the circumstances in which they find themselves may differ from the views of Seth and James. The former commander leans over to the young man and asks him if the young man is satisfied with such a condition of their conversation. The young man freezes in admiration at the confidence and determination of the main character, who is not afraid to express an opinion. He nods his head, agreeing with the girl's warning, and replies that he would really like to hear Satis's opinion on all these things. The young man asks her to tell him about it. The main character finally begins her narration. The girl tells her friend with a serious look that her lover is not at all interested in the prospect of becoming famous and becoming a so-called real hero. Seto already knows that he has done a lot to be considered such. The young man listens to the main character and does not believe his ears. He cannot understand in any way that the main character, who has incredible talent, is not really looking for fame and honors. The guy looks questioningly at the smiling Satis. The girl continues her speech and notes that, as the young man said, the main character has enough good qualities to be treated as a hero even without this title. If she helps him, they can create an armed group around Seto. The girl sums it up, saying that if they can carry out this plan, then, in that case, they will have the opportunity to gain real wealth and fame. In this scenario, the main characters will have the opportunity to live the brightest life of their dreams. The young man screams, telling the main character that he was talking about it. The girl interrupts him. The girl says that the main character does not want to go down this path. He doesn't want to rebel for justice or take revenge on someone. The only desire of a warrior is for someone, or rather, she, to be with him everywhere. He asked her if she wanted it. The former commander of the Demon King tells about the very time when she accidentally met the main character, who later became her lover in the forest. The girl's voice sounds sad, as this period was very difficult for her. The status of the main character, her reputation, and even the pride of the young maiden were undermined as a result of the punishment imposed on her by the cruel Demon King. The main character treated the unfortunate heroine with all his heart and turned to the girl with a pure heart. Although they were enemies at that time, the former brave soldier did not blame the main character for anything and did not try to feel sorry for her. Both characters found themselves in similar situations, being expelled from their squads, so they did not have misunderstandings about each other. The former warrior is very grateful to her lover for the fact that the main character accepted her for who she is. The young man did not try to change something in her as others did not look for flaws. The young man just loved her and protected the girl from harm. The main character explains that Seth's desire for power has always been for the sake of a future in which he will be with someone together. And even if the main character gets the most powerful force on Earth, it probably won't be of much value to the young man. Jake listens attentively to the girl's story about the main character and his unusual views. She continues to talk and suggests that if Seth achieves his goal, it may even happen that he will give up this power, since he does not need it. The young man turns to the main character, clarifying whether in this case it is not at all about getting recognition and exploits for the sake of praise from others, but about the main character's concern for the common future. Yes, the girl answers him in the affirmative. The characters sitting next to each other are immersed in their thoughts. The former commander of the Demon King is thinking about her past. She remembers something and tells her interlocutor that she also followed a similar idea in the distant past, so she understands Seto. The girl says that obsession with immediate benefits and results does not lead to anything good. She says she has noticed that people can only live with the fact that they want other people like them to recognize and praise them for it. In such conditions, even people who seemingly got what they wanted probably can no longer be called free, since they are so passionate about the idea of other people liking them that they themselves do not notice at all how they are sinking deeper and deeper into this abyss. The main character recalls how she promised herself that she would create a real team of adventurers. The idea of life only within the framework of ideas of superiority and inferiority, profit and loss. There is nothing more terrible than this. She concludes her speech. After giving all these examples, the former commander of the Demon King returns to her beloved Seth. She says that the main character doesn't seem to live like that. He has his own principles and philosophy which he fully relies on and goes through life. A young man who has been listening attentively to the story of the main character looks at her in surprise. She opened his eyes to the true nature of Seth, whom Jake thought he knew very well. The girl falls silent, apparently having said all she could say. The young man smiles and tells the former commander of the Demon King's army that he is very jealous of the main character in this sense. The young man notices the fact that he and the brave warrior Seth are completely different in character and mindset. A friend of the main character explains to her that it's not even about talent or something like that. The young man says that he and the main character just differ from each other at the root. This is quite natural, but the young man finds something amazing in it. The former commander of the army of the Demon King sees that the story has shocked the young man very much, and calls him by name to make sure that everything is fine with him and the hero will not worry about the difference in their views with him. He wipes his eyes. The young man calms the main character and tells Satis that everything is fine with him and she cannot be nervous about this. The girl looks at her interlocutor with surprise, but does not say anything to him about it. The young man turns to her and says that he is sure that the main character will return unharmed. He thinks that this will happen soon, so he says that they should not be discouraged to greet him properly. The main character, who had already lost all hope for a bright future, is encouraged by these inspiring words of the young man. Yes, thank you. She thanks her friend Jake with a smile, ready to wait with renewed vigor for her beloved. The main character asks the young man if he would like to hear more about his adventures with brave Seth in order to pass the waiting time. The young man gladly agrees to her proposal, and the girl begins her story about their travels.